Book 1, Chapter 1 of With Fire and Sword, A Tale of the Past. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by David Leeson. With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel Benyon. Book 1, Chapter 1. It was a remarkable year, the year 1647, in which various portents in the heavens and on the earth foretold calamities and unusual occurrences. The chroniclers of those days mention the fact that in the spring, the locusts swarmed in unprecedented numbers from the wild lands, and destroyed crops and grass. And this of itself was a prediction of a Tartar incursion. In the summer a total eclipse of the sun occurred, and shortly afterward a comet appeared in the sky. In Warsaw there was even a grave mound in the clouds above the city, also a cross of fire. Thereupon was proclaimed a fast, with giving of alms, for some people affirmed that a plague was to fall upon the land and destroy the human race. At length the winter came, so mild a winter that the eldest people had never witnessed one like it. In the southern districts the waters were not held by icy fetters, but, swelled by the melting snow every morning, they overflowed their basins and flooded the banks. There were copious rainfalls and the steppes became like a vast slough. In the south, the sun was so warm that, wonder of wonders, in the province of Bratslav and the Wild Lands, a green fleece covered the steppes and expanse in mid-December. From the beehives there came a buzzing and humming, and the cattle were lowing in their enclosures. As the order of nature appeared to be changed, every one in Russia, in the expectation of unwonted occurrences, turned their anxious minds and eyes towards the Wild Lands, from which direction the danger seemed most threatening. Meantime nothing unusual occurred on the steppes, and no battles nor encounters took place, save those that are always occurring there, of which eagles, hawks, crows and wild beasts are the only witnesses. For such was the nature of these lands. The last vestiges of civilized life disappeared as one went towards the south. Not far from Chigrin in the direction of the Dnieper, and from Uman in the direction of the Dniester, and then a great distance as far as the coast lakes and the sea, steppe followed steppe between the two rivers as if framed by them. At the bend of the Dnieper, in the Nij beyond the rapids, Cossack life swarmed, but upon the steppes themselves no one lived, and only on their borders were here and there patches which looked like islands in the midst of the sea. The country belonged in name to the Commonwealth, but it was a waste, and the Commonwealth permitted the Tartars to use it as a pasture land. As the Cossacks, however, frequently defended it, the pasture ground was often turned into a battlefield. How many battles were fought here, how many men were killed, has never been recorded. Eagles, hawks, and crows alone witnessed these scenes, and whoever heard after the cawing and flapping of wings, and saw the dense flocks of birds, as they circled about one particular spot, knew that corpses and bones lay there unburied. In the long grass man hunted man, like wolves or antelopes. All might hunt who wished. The outlaw sought refuge in the wild steppes, the shepherd completely armed guarded his flocks, the knight errant sought adventures, robbers sought plunder, the Cossack sought the Tartar, and the Tartar sought the Cossack. It happened sometimes that whole bands defended their flocks against an army of assailants. The steppe was at the same time both desert and peopled, quiet and threatening, peaceful yet full of danger, wild with the wilderness of desert lands, and also savages. Occasionally a great war took place. Then the Tartar chambuls, the Cossack regiments, and the Polish of Wallachian banners would sweep over the plains like the waves of the sea. At night the howling of wolves responded to the neighing of horses. The beating of kettle drums and the blasts of trumpets resounded as far as the Lake of Ovid, and on to the sea, and along the dark Kushman border a crowd surged like a great river. The frontiers of the Commonwealth from Kamenets to the Dnieper were guarded by military posts and watchtowers, and one could easily know when the road had begun to swarm with people by the countless flocks of birds which, terrified at the chambuls, flew towards the north. But when the Tartar came from the Black Forest, and forded the Dnieper from Wallachia, the birds followed him across the steppes into the southern province. But this particular winter, the birds did not migrate noisily to the Commonwealth, as was their wont. It was quieter than usual on the steppes. At the moment when our story opens the sun was just setting, and its red glow illumined the whole desert region. On the northern border of the steppes along the river Hmyelnik to its mouth, the sharpest eye could not have detected a living being, nor the slightest motion in the dark, dry, withered grass of the plains. The sun's bright disk was half below the horizon, the sky by degrees became darker and darker, and gloom gradually settled upon the steppes. On the left bank of the river, upon a tiny elevation, that looked more like a grave mound than a hill, were the ruins of a fortified military post that had been built by Theodoryk Buchatski, and afterwards destroyed by invaders. The ruins cast a long shadow. Not far from them gleamed the waters of the river Hmyelnik, that from its far distant source wound along to empty its waters into the Dnieper. But the last gleam of light was gradually dying out from the earth and sky. From above, the cry of the cranes alone was to be heard, as they winged their way to the sea. No other sound broke the stillness. Night shrouded the desert, and with its shadows came the hour when spectral visitors haunt the earth. At such times, the knights on guard at the post related stories to one another of how at night in the Wild Lands the shades of those who had been killed, and who had been snatched away in the midst of their sins, would rise from their death sleep and dance in circles without hindrance from cross or church. And when at the hour of midnight the candles began to burn down, prayers were offered up for the dead. It was said also that the ghosts of men on horseback scampered across the waste to overtake wayfarers, wailing and pleading with them for a sign of the Holy Cross. And that among these were also vampires who hunted people with howlings. The practiced ear could distinguish from afar the howling of the vampire from that of a wolf. Sometimes whole legions of ghosts appeared, and came so near to the post that the sentries gave the alarm. This was the portent of a great war. The appearance of single ghosts boded no good, but could not always be taken as an ill omen, for frequently a living person would appear before the traveler and disappear like a shadow, consequently it was easy to mistake him for a ghost. Night fell quickly over the region of the Hmyelnik, and it was not surprising that a ghost or a man should appear in the vicinity of the little military post. The moon, rising from the other side of the Dnieper, whitened the desert, the thistles, and the far steppes with its light. At a distance on the steppes, other nocturnal beings appeared. Little clouds darkened the moon from time to time, and forms gleamed out occasionally in the darkness, and then were veiled by the shadows. At times they disappeared entirely and seemed to vanish in the darkness. Slowly pushing onwards towards the elevation on which the first sentry was stationed, they crept quietly, carefully and slowly, halting every now and then. There was something in their movements that inspired awe, as indeed did the whole steppe, which was apparently so peaceful. From time to time a wind blew from the Dnieper with a wailing sound, as it rustled the withered thistles which swayed back and forth and trembled as if in fear. At last the figures disappeared in the shadow of the ruins. In the pale light of the night, only a horseman was seen keeping guard on the little hill. At last the rustling of the wind amid the thistles roused his attention. Moving towards the edge of the mound, he peered attentively across the steppe. At this moment the wind became still, the rustling ceased, and there was perfect silence. Suddenly a shrill whistle was heard. Discordant voices began to shout in confusion: "Allah! Allah! Jesus Christ! Help! Murder!" The report of firearms was heard, red flashes leaped in the darkness. The tramp of horses' hoofs was mingled with the clash of steel. Fresh horsemen appeared as if they had sprung up from the ground of the steppe. It seemed as if a storm had suddenly swept over the still and evil boding wilderness. Then the groans of men were heard amid the terrible uproar. At length all was quiet. The fight was over. A scene had just been enacted that was a matter of common occurrence in the Wild Lands. The horsemen gathered on the height. One of them dismounted, and looked closely at some object on the ground. Then was heard through the darkness a powerful voice of command: "Hallo there! Strike a light!" Presently sparks flew, and a flame sprang up from the dry reeds and chips which travelers across the wild lands always carry with them. Then a man stuck his pole with the fire pot in the earth, and the bright light made clear the group of men beneath, who were bending over a form that lay motionless on the ground. The men were soldiers, dressed in the red court uniform, with wolfskin shakos on their heads. One of them, mounted on a powerful horse, appeared to be the leader. Dismounting and approaching the prostrate figure, he asked: "What do you think, sergeant? Does he live or not?" "He lives, commander, but the death rattle is in his throat. A noose strangled him." "What is he?" "Not a Tartar, but a man of rank. God be praised." Saying this, the commander looked more closely at the dying man. "He looks like a hetman," he said. "The horse he was riding is of the best Tartar breed. There's not a finer one in the Khan's stables," replied the sergeant. "Look! There they are holding it." The commander looked up and his face brightened. Close by where he stood, two privates held a remarkably fine horse, which with ears pricked up and nostrils distended, stretched his neck forward and gazed at his master with terrified eyes. "But the horse, commander, will be ours?" asked the sergeant. "Why, you dog worshipper, would you take a Christian's horse from him on the steppes? But this is booty." Further conversation was here interrupted by a loud rattle from the throat of the strangling man. "Pour gorzalka down his throat," said the commander. "Unbuckle his belt." "Do we camp here to night?" "Yes. Unsaddle the horses, and light the campfire." The soldiers set briskly to work. Some of them began to rub the prostrate man to bring him back to life; others gathered reeds for the fire; others spread camel and bear skins on the ground to serve as couches. The commander troubled himself no further about the strangling man, but loosened his belt and stretched himself out upon a cloak near the fire. He was a young man, slender, sunburnt, very handsome, with delicate features and a large aquiline nose. His eyes had a somewhat overbearing and defiant expression, but his face gave the impression of honesty. A rather heavy moustache, and a beard whose luxuriant growth proved that it had long been neglected, added importance to his years. In the meantime, two servants were busy preparing supper. They laid an already prepared quarter of mutton on the fire; then they took from the horses several bustards that had been shot during the day, some partridges, and an antelope. A servant took charge of the last and began to skin it. The wood fire blazed up and threw a great circle of light across the plain. The choked man began slowly to come back to life. After a time he opened his bloodshot eyes and gazed about among the group of strangers, examining their features. Then he attempted to rise. The soldier who had previously conversed with the commander placed his hands under the man's arms, and lifted him up. Another put in his hand a halbert upon which the stranger supported himself with all his strength. At last, painfully and with a choking voice, he managed to utter his first word. "Water." They gave him gorzalka, and he drank it greedily. It evidently did him no good, for when they took the flask away from him, he asked in a perfectly clear voice: "In whose hands am I?" The commander got up and approached him. "In the hands of those who rescued you." "So you caught me with a lasso." "What do you mean? We wield the sword, not the lasso. You wrong good soldiers with your suspicion. You were entrapped by some scoundrels who pretended to be Tartars, and if you wish to see them, there they lie, slaughtered like sheep." Then the commander pointed towards the dark mass of bodies that lay at the foot of the hill. Then the unknown said: "Now permit me to rest." They placed a saddle blanket of soft felt under him, and he lay upon it still and quiet. He was a man in the prime of life, of medium stature, broad shouldered, of almost gigantic frame, and expressive features. His head was massive, his complexion was swarthy and very sunburnt, his eyes were black and slightly oblique like those of a Tartar, and his twisted moustache broadened at the ends into thick tufts. His strong face betokened pride and daring; it was both attractive and repulsive, possessing the dignity of a hetman with Tartar cunning, kindness, and ferocity combined. After he had rested for a time on the saddle blanket, he rose, and to the great surprise of all, instead of expressing his thanks, he walked over and looked at the corpses. "The coarse brute," growled the commander. The stranger looked closely into each face and nodded his head, as a man might who had guessed all. Then he turned slowly back towards the commander, feeling his sides as if looking for his belt into which he evidently wished to thrust his hands. This air of importance in a man who had but lately been saved from the halter, displeased the young commander, who remarked, not without bitterness: "One would ask whether you were looking for friends among those rascals, or whether perhaps you wished to say a prayer for their souls." "They are unknown to me," he answered, with dignity. "You are both right and wrong. You are right in thinking I was looking for friends, and you are wrong in thinking them rascals, for they are the servants of a certain nobleman, who is my neighbor." "So you and your neighbor evidently do not drink at the same spring." A peculiar smile flitted across the thin lips of the stranger. "You are mistaken again," he muttered through his teeth. Then shortly he spoke out: "But pardon me, sir, for not having sooner expressed my thanks for the assistance and kind care that has saved me from a sudden death. Your valor has offset my carelessness, for I had become separated from my people; but my gratitude is in proportion to your readiness in coming to my assistance." Then he extended his hand. But the haughty young commander did not rise or respond. He said: "I should first like to know if I am talking to a nobleman, for even if I did doubt the fact, it does not become me to accept thanks from one whose name I do not know." "I see that you have the true knightly sense of honor, and you are right. I should have prefaced my discourse and my thanks with my name. I am Zenobius Abdank, and quarter the arms of Abdank with a cross. I am a nobleman of the province of Kiev, a landed proprietor, and a colonel of the Cossack regiment of Prince Dominik Zaslavski." "And I am Jan Skshetuski, lieutenant of the cuirassiers of his Excellency, Prince Yeremi Vishnovyetski." "You serve under a celebrated warrior. Accept my thanks and hand." The commander hesitated no longer. The heavy cavalry was accustomed, it is true, to look down on the rest of the army, but Skshetuski was on the steppes of the Wild Lands where less attention was paid to the difference in rank. Besides, he was dealing with a colonel, of which fact he was soon convinced by the evidence of his own eyes; for when his men brought back Pan Abdank's belt and sabre, which they had taken from him while they were endeavoring to restore him to consciousness, they handed him at the same time a short truncheon with a hilt of bone and a head made of horn, such as Cossack colonels always carry. Beside this, Colonel Abdank's clothing was of fine material, and his conversation gave evidence of a keen intelligence and a knowledge of the world. Commander Skshetuski now invited Abdank to join the company. The odor of the roast meat was wafted across from the wood fire and tickled the palates and the nostrils of the hungry men. An attendant took the roast from the fire, and putting it in an earthen dish served them. They began to eat, and when a huge sack made of goat skin and filled with Moldavian wine was added to the feast, the conversation waxed lively. "Here's to our safe return home," said Skshetuski. "So you are on your way home. From whence, if I may ask?" said Abdank. "A long way from here, from the Crimea." "And what were you doing there? Were you a hostage?" "No indeed, Colonel, I was with the Khan himself." Abdank's curiosity was aroused. "Oh, indeed, you were in fine company. On what mission did you go to see the Khan?" "I went with a letter from his Excellency Prince Yeremy." "He sent you then? What did his Excellency the Prince write about to the Khan?" The commander looked his companion sharply in the face. "Colonel," he said, "you looked closely into the faces of the knaves who caught you with a lasso, that was your affair; but what the prince wrote to the Khan is neither your business nor mine, but their own." "At first," answered Abdank craftily, "I wondered that the prince should choose so young a man as an ambassador to the Khan, but I am no longer astonished; for I see that although young in years, you are old in experience and judgment." The commander swallowed the flattering words and curling the ends of his moustache said: "And now tell me what you are doing on the Hmyelnik, and how you happened to be here alone." "I am not alone, I left my men behind. I am on my way to Kudak to see Pan Grodzitski, who is in command there, and to whom Hetman W. gave me letters." "And why do you not go by water?" "Because I am obeying orders which I do not see fit to disobey." "It is strange that the hetman should have given such an order, and that you should have fallen into such straits. Had you gone by water such a thing could not have happened." "My good sir, the steppes are quiet just now. I have known them heretofore, and what has happened to me is the result of the wickedness and envy of men." "And whom do you suspect?" "It is a long story. An evil neighbor, commander, has ruined my property, has driven me from my land, has killed my son, and as you have seen has attempted my life." "And you carry no sabre at your side?" Over Abdank's powerful face there passed a look of hatred, his eyes glared, and he said slowly and emphatically: "Surely I carry one, and with God's help I will seek no other assistance against my enemies." The commander was about to speak, but suddenly a sound of horses' hoofs was heard on the plain, or rather the hurried pattering of hoofs upon the slippery earth. Then there appeared one of the commander's men who was keeping watch, with word that a company of horse was approaching. "These must be my men," said Abdank, "whom I left behind beyond Tasmina. Not suspecting treachery I had promised to wait them here." In a little while a company of horsemen drew up in a semicircle around the hill. By the light of the fire, the horses' heads could be distinguished with dilated nostrils, snorting from fatigue, and above them the riders, who, bending over, screened their faces with their hands from the fire, and peered eagerly towards the light. "Hello, men, who are you?" shouted Abdank. "Servants of God," replied voices from the darkness. "Yes, these are my Cossacks," exclaimed Abdank, turning to the commander. "Come here, come here!" Some of the men sprang from their horses and approached the fire. "We have made haste, indeed we have, little father. What happened to you?" "I was detained. Khvedka, the traitor, was informed of my coming and waited here with others. He must have ridden at breakneck speed. They tried to strangle me with a noose." "Merciful God! And who is that Pole at your side?" Then they looked threateningly at Skshetuski and his companions. "These are good friends," said Abdank. "God be thanked I am safe and well. We must proceed on our way at once." "God be praised, we are ready." The late arrivals began to warm their hands over the fire, for the night, though fine, was cold. There were about 40 robust and well armed men. They did not look like Cossack regulars, which surprised Skshetuski, especially as there was such a large company of them. All this looked very suspicious to the commander. If Hetman W. had really sent Abdank to Kudak, he would have given him a company of regulars; and again, why should he have ordered him to make the journey from Chigrin across the steppes instead of by water? The fact that he would have to ford all the rivers that flow through the plains to empty into the Dnieper, would only delay him, and it looked rather as if Abdank were trying to avoid going to Kudak. Moreover, the young commander was astonished at Abdank's personality. He remarked at once that the Cossacks, who were usually on familiar terms with their colonels, treated him with unusual respect, as if he were a real hetman. He must, therefore, be a knight of great importance, which appeared all the more strange to Skshetuski, as he knew the Ukraine on both sides of the Dnieper, and had never heard of an Abdank who was especially celebrated. He noticed also something peculiar in the features of this man, a hidden power which showed in his face at times, like the gleam from the flame of a fire, a will of iron, which seemed to indicate that this man would yield to no other man, nor to any circumstance. Prince Yeremy had just such will power expressed in his features. But what was inborn in the prince by virtue of his high lineage and his position, might well cause remark when found in a man of no known name, who had lost his way in the desert steppes. Skshetuski pondered long and deeply. At first it occurred to him that Abdank might be a powerful outlaw who had sought to escape the law by fleeing to the steppes. Then again he thought that he might be the captain of a band of robbers. But this did not seem probable. The apparel and speech of the man indicated some other position in life. The commander did not know what to make of it; he kept on guard while Abdank offered his horse to be led forward. "Commander," the latter said, "time is everything for a man on the road. Allow me to thank you once more for having rescued me. May God grant that I can repay you some day with equal service." "I did not know whom I was rescuing, therefore I deserve no thanks." "Thus speaks your modesty which is equalled only by your courage. Accept this ring." The commander frowned, took a step backward, and scanned Abdank closely. The latter, however, continued with an almost paternal earnestness in his voice and bearing: "See here, I am not giving you the ring for its intrinsic value, but for its other virtues. While still a youth I was held captive by the Mussulmans, and I received this ring from a pilgrim who was just returning from the Holy Land. In this little eye is contained dust from the Holy Sepulchre. Such a gift should not be spurned though it come from the hand of an outlaw. You are a young man and a soldier, and if the gray beard who is tottering to the grave does not even know what awaits him before his last hour, how much less the youth, who has a long life before him and who must meet with many an adventure. This ring will guard and protect you from calamity when the day of judgment comes. And I say to you that this day is already beginning to dawn across the Wild Lands." He paused. There was silence for a moment save for the crackling of the flames and the snorting of the horses. From out the distant rushes came the mournful howls of the wolves. Suddenly Abdank repeated, as if speaking to himself: "The day of judgment is already dawning across the Wild Lands, and when it comes the world will wonder." The commander took the ring mechanically, so astonished was he at the words of this remarkable man. Abdank, however, stared fixedly into the darkness of the steppe. Then he turned slowly and mounted his horse. His followers were already at the foot of the hill. "To the road! To the road! Farewell, dear soldier," said he to the commander. "The times are such that one brother dares not trust another, and that is the reason why you have not discovered the identity of the man you rescued, for I did not tell you my name." "Then you are not Abdank?" "That is my coat of arms." "And your name?" "Bogdan Zenovi Hmyelnitski." Then he rode down the hill, and his men followed him. Speedily they were hidden from view by the night and the mist; but when they had ridden some distance, the wind bore back the words of a Cossack song: "Oh set us free, Lord, us wretched slaves, from hard bondage, From out the Moslem's bondage dread, Into the bright morning. By still waters into the joyful land, Into the Christians' world. Hear our prayers, O Lord, The prayers of the unhappy, we poor slaves." The voices gradually died away, and at last were lost in the wind that whistled among the reeds. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next morning quite early Skshetuski reached Chigrin, and put up in the house of Prince Yeremy, where he expected to stay for some time in order to rest his men and horses after the long journey from the Crimea. They had been forced to make this journey by land, owing to the rise of the Dnieper, and to its unusually strong current, for no boat could make headway against the stream this winter. Skshetuski himself was glad to rest a while, and then he went to see the former commissary of the Commonwealth, Pan Zatsvilikhovski, a brave soldier, who although not in the service of the prince, was his trusty friend. The commander desired to ask him if he had any communications from Lubni. The prince had sent no special instructions, but had only sent word that Skshetuski, if the Khan's answer were favorable, should proceed slowly on his journey, so as to spare the horses and men. The prince's business with the Khan was as follows. It concerned the punishment of some Tartar Murzas who had invaded his territory beyond the Dnieper, and whom he had already severely punished. The Khan had given a favorable reply to the prince's letter. He had promised to send a special embassy in April to punish the disobedient, and in order to keep on good terms with such a renowned warrior, he had sent the prince, by Skshetuski, a thoroughbred horse and a sable cap. Skshetuski, who had fulfilled his mission well, a mission that in itself was a proof of the high esteem in which he was held by the prince, was delighted to be allowed to stop in Chigrin, instead of having to hurry homeward; but the old Zatsvilikhovski was very much worried over certain things that had been taking place in Chigrin for some time past. They went together, therefore, to Dopula, a Wallachian, who kept a wine shop in the town. Here they found, although it was quite early, a crowd of nobles. It was a market day, and on this particular day, a drove of cattle had been driven into Chigrin which were on their way to the camp of the royal army. and this had brought a crowd of people to the place. The nobles were wont to gather in the marketplace in the so-called Bell corner, near Dopula's. Here were assembled tenants of Konyets Polski, officials of Chigrin, proprietors of neighboring estates, those that rented and those that owned them, independent nobles, land stewards, a few Cossack elders, and many more of lower rank, some living on their own property, and some on that of others. These various groups all sat upon benches ranged about oaken tables conversing in loud tones. The subject that seemed to interest them all was the flight of Bogdan Zenovi Hmyelnitski. This was the most important event that had happened in town. Skshetuski took his place in a corner with Zatsvilikhovski, and began to inquire of him what kind of phoenix this Bogdan Zenovi Hmyelnitski was, of whom everyone was speaking. "Don't you know?" answered the old soldier. "He is the secretary of the Zaporojian army, the heir of Subota." And he added softly: "My friend, we have long known each other. We were companions in arms in many a battle, in which he distinguished himself, especially under Setsora. Such an accomplished soldier of wide military experience is not to be found in the whole Commonwealth. One dare not speak it aloud, but he has the head of a hetman, a man of gigantic intellect and great understanding. The Cossacks obey him better than they do their own Koshovs and atamans. A man not without his good qualities, but proud, restless, and when he hates, he can be terrible." "What has happened to force him to flee from Chigrin?" "Disputes with the Starosta Chaplinski. But these were trifles. It is nothing unusual for one noble to break up another's domestic arrangements merely out of spite. He is not the only one who has done it, and the Starosta is not the only one who has suffered. They say that he seduced a wife of the Starosta. The Starosta had carried off his sweetheart and married her, and in revenge Bogdan Zenovi Hmyelnitski, they say, seduced her, and this is probably true, for as a rule women are giddy. But these are only pretenses behind which more serious matters lie hidden. See, this is how it was. In Cherkass there lived an old Cossack colonel, Barabash, a friend of mine. He had a privilege and writings from the king, which, it was rumored, incited the Cossacks to rebel against the nobility. But as he is a benevolent, good man, he kept them to himself, and said nothing about them. Hmyelnitski invited Barabash to dinner at his house here in Chigrin, and during his absence, he sent some of his people to Barabash's country seat, who took his letters and documents from his wife, and went off with them. May God forbid that they should stir up another such rebellion as that of Ostranitsa, for I repeat, he is a terrible man, and has disappeared and is hiding God only knows where." Then Skshetuski answered: "He is a fox. He has led me on slippery ground. He told me that he was a Cossack colonel under Prince Zaslavski. I found him last night in the steppes, and rescued him from the halter." Zatsvilikhovski put both hands to his head. "In God's name, what do you say? That cannot be." "It is not only possible, it is a fact. He told me that he was a colonel under Prince Zaslavski, and that he was sent on a mission by the great hetman to Pan Grodzitski at Kudak. But I did not believe him as he did not travel by water, but sneaked through the steppes. Oh, he is crafty." "Like Ulysses. Where did you meet him?" "Beside the Omelnik, on the right bank of the Dnieper. He was apparently riding toward Sich. He wanted to avoid Kudak. Now I understand." "Were there many with him?" "About 40, but they came too late. If my men had not been on the spot, the Starosta's people would have strangled him." "Stop, this is a serious matter. The servants of the Starosta, did you say?" "So he informed me." "How could the Starosta know where to find him when all the people in the town are racking their brains to discover where he is hiding?" "I am sure I don't know. Perhaps Hmyelnitski was lying, and pretended that the common robbers were servants of the Starosta in order to make out a better case." "Impossible, but it is a curious affair. You know that we have letters from the hetman commanding us to arrest Hmyelnitski, and to detain him in prison." Ere the commander could reply, a noble stalked into the room with a great clatter. He banged the door several times, looked boldly into the room, and called out: "My regards, gentlemen." He was a man of 40 years, of short stature, with an overbearing look, and eyes that stood out like plums in his head and were never still; apparently a very excitable, nervous, easily provoked man. "Regards, gentlemen," he repeated, more loudly and with greater emphasis, as no one answered him. "Regards, regards," was echoed by several voices. It was Pan Chaplinski, vice starosta of Chigrin, the trusted servant of the young standard bearer Konyetspolski. He was not popular in Chigrin, for he was a brawler and a bully, and revengeful; but he had considerable influence, so it was politic to be on good terms with him. Zatsvilikhovski was the only one whom he respected and esteemed, as indeed did everyone, because of his dignity, virtue, and valor. As soon as he spied him Chaplinski walked across the room to where he sat, and bowing somewhat stiffly to Skshetuski, he sat down beside him with his glass and mead. "Starosta," said Zatsvilikhovski, "do you know what has become of Hmyelnitski?" "He has been hanged, as sure as my name is Chaplinski; and if he is not hanged yet, he certainly will be. Now that he has the hetman's letters, I only wish that I could get my hands upon him." With these words he brought his clenched fist down upon the table with such force that the glasses splashed over. "Don't forget the wine, good sir," said Skshetuski. Zatsvilikhovski interrupted him. "How can you hope to catch him? He has fled and not a soul knows where he is hiding." "No one knows. I know, as sure as my name is Chaplinski. You know Khvedka? Well, Khvedka is in his service, but he is in mine also. He will turn Judas to Hmyelnitski. There is much to tell. Khvedka has become intimate with Hmyelnitski's men. He is a shrewd fellow. He knows every move and he has undertaken to bring me Hmyelnitski dead or alive, and he has gone across the steppes ahead of him, and knows where he expects to stop, and will await him there. Yes, he is a damned rascal." Here he banged the table again. "Don't spill the wine," repeated Skshetuski emphatically. He felt a strong antipathy for this vice starosta from the first moment that he saw him. The noble colored, blinked his bulging eyes, and looked insultingly at Skshetuski. As he remarked, however, that he wore the colors of Vishnovyetski, he restrained himself; for although Konyetspolski was at the time at enmity with the Prince Vishnovyetski, Chigrin was too near Lubni for it to be safe to insult the prince's colors. Then the prince had so picked his men that one would think twice before entering into a quarrel with one of them. "So Khvedka has undertaken to bring Hmyelnitski to you?" queried Zatsvilikhovski. "Yes, and he will bring him, as sure as I am Chaplinski." "And I say that he will not bring him. Hmyelnitski has eluded his would-be captors, and is on his way to Sich, and the governor of Cracow must be notified of the fact today. Hmyelnitski is not to be played with. In short, he has more brain, a stouter arm, and better luck than you, who are far too hasty. Hmyelnitski has continued his journey uninjured, I repeat, and if you do not believe me, I will produce the man who saw him only yesterday, on the steppes, and who bid him goodbye." "That is impossible, impossible!" cried Chaplinski, clutching at his hair with one hand. "Moreover," continued Zatsvilikhovski, "this cavalier with us rescued him himself, and cut down your servants, for which however he is not guilty, in spite of letters from the hetman; for he was on his way back from the Crimea on a special mission, and knew nothing of the letters. Coming upon a man upon the steppes who had been set upon by villains, he went to his assistance. I am telling you about Hmyelnitski's escape in good time, for he might hunt you up at your country place, and that might not be an unmixed pleasure for you." Upon this he began to quarrel with him and sputtered: "Phew, to the devil with you!" Zatsvilikhovski did not love Chaplinski. Chaplinski sprang from his seat speechless with rage; his face was purple and his eyes seemed to be starting from his head. He stood thus before Skshetuski, and uttered disjointed sentences. "How? What? You? In spite of the hetman's letter, I will. Skshetuski did not stir, he merely leaned his elbow on the table, and stared at the stammering Chaplinski as a hawk might look at a sparrow in a net. "Why do you hang on to me like a can on a dog's tail?" he inquired. "I will take you to court. You, in spite of the letters, the Cossacks will—" He shouted so loudly that everyone in the room stopped talking to listen. The people present turned their attention to Chaplinski. He was always seeking a quarrel, that was his nature; he made trouble with everyone he met, but that he should quarrel with Zatsvilikhovski, the only man whom he respected, and with a soldier who wore Vishnovyetski's colors was incredible. "Keep quiet," said the old officer, "this gentleman is my guest."
I will take you to court, to jail,"
screamed Chaplinski, caring for nobody. Skshetuski now stood up his full height, but did not draw his sabre; he grasped it, however, in the middle, and put the cross hilt tight under Chaplinski's nose. "Just smell that," he said coolly.
"Damn you! Here, servants!"
cried Chaplinski, and tried to seize the hilt, but he was not quick enough to draw the sword. The young commander twisted him round, seized him by the collar with one hand, and by the trousers below the belt with the other, and in spite of his struggles, lifted him bodily, and carried him across the room between the benches to the door, calling out:
"Brothers, make room for this horned beast, for he will hurt."
When he reached the door he pushed Chaplinski against it, opened it, and then threw the vice starosta out into the street. Then he returned quietly, and sat down beside Zatsvilikhovski as before. An absolute silence reigned in the room for a few minutes. The strength which Skshetuski had displayed won the respect of the nobles present. In a little while, however, the whole room shook with laughter. "Long live Vishnovyetski's man!" cried all. "He has fainted and is covered with blood," cried others, who out of curiosity peeped through the door, to see what Chaplinski was going to do. "His servants are lifting him up." Only a small part of the partisans of the vice starosta were silent, and as they had not courage to take his part, they simply scowled at Skshetuski.
"To speak the truth to him causes this hound to snap at one's heels," said Zatsvilikhovski. "He is a cur, not a hound," said a stout noble as he approached. He had a cataract in one eye and a hole in his forehead, the size of a dollar, through which the naked bone showed. "He is a cur, not a true hound. Allow me," said he, turning to Skshetuski, "to offer you my regards. I am Zagloba. My escutcheon is a star in the forehead, as anyone may easily tell by this hole, which was made by the bullet of a robber, when I was on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land to do penance for the sins of my youth." "Give us peace," said Zatsvilikhovski. "Once before you told us that someone had struck you on the forehead with a glass at Radom." "A robber's bullet, as sure as I live. The Radom affair is another matter." "You may perhaps have made a vow to go to the Holy Land, but you have never been there, that is certain." "I did not reach there, for I received my crown of martyrdom at Galatz. If I lie, I am an arch dog, and no nobleman." "Yes, and a dog that can bark." "If I am a rogue, I will be an open one. My regards to you, Commander." Meantime, others drew near to make the acquaintance of Skshetuski, and to assure him of their friendship, as they did not like Chaplinski, and were pleased to see him disgraced. It is strange and hardly credible at this day that the entire nobility in the neighborhood of Chigrin, as also the smaller landed proprietors and farmers, and even those serving the Konyetspolskis, all knowing the enmity between Chaplinski and Hmyelnitski, took the part of the latter. Hmyelnitski was known as a distinguished soldier, who had won well earned laurels in many wars. It was also known that the king himself was on intimate terms with him, and prized his opinions very highly. The whole quarrel was looked upon as an ordinary contention between two nobles, such as happen by the thousand, especially in Russian lands. They, therefore, sided with the one most popular, little dreaming of the terrible results that would follow. It was not until later that their hearts were filled with hatred against Hmyelnitski, as were also the hearts of the nobles and clergy of both rituals. Men stepped up to Skshetuski with glasses in their hand and said: "Drink, brother, drink with me." "Drink with me also. Long live Vishnovyetski." "So young and already a lieutenant of the prince?" "Long live Prince Yeremi, the hetman of hetmans. We will go with Prince Yeremi to the end of the world, against Turks and Tartars and to Constantinople. Long live our gracious lord and king, Vladislav IV." The one who shouted the loudest was Pan Zagloba. He seemed ready to outdrink and outtalk a whole regiment. "Sirs," he shouted, so that the window panes rattled, "I have already sued the Sultan on account of the assault made upon me in Galatz." "Do not blow so much about yourself, you might get lockjaw." "In what way, good sir? Quatuor articuli judicii castrensis, stuprum, incendium, latrocinium, et vis armata alienis aedibus illata. Was not that vis armata?" "You cluck like a woodcock." I will go before the highest court. Oh, keep quiet! I will obtain judgment. I will show him up a rascal, and then war, even with infamy. Here's to your health, gentlemen."
Skshetuski broke out laughing with the others, for the wine had begun to take effect upon him. But the noble continued like a woodcock delighted with its own voice. By good chance his speech was interrupted by another noble, who approached and pulled him by the sleeve, and said with a singing Lithuanian accent:
"Introduce me also, Pan Zagloba, to Pan Skshetuski." "Oh, certainly, with pleasure. Lieutenant, this is Pan Povsinoga." "Podbipyenta," corrected the noble. "It's all the same, of the coat of arms of Zervipludri." "Zervikaptur," corrected the noble again. "It's all the same, from Sikishki."
Dog's entrails.
"From Mishikishki," said the nobleman. "It's all the same, Neschio, whether I prefer mouse or dog entrails, but I am sure that I would not like to live in either, for to dwell therein is not easy, and to go out is not polite. Sir," he continued to Pan Skshetuski, pointing at the Lithuanian, "for a week I have been drinking at the expense of this noble, who carries a sword at his belt as heavy as his money belt, and a money belt that is as heavy as his wit. But if I have ever drunk at the expense of a more original fellow than this, you may call me as big a fool as this man who pays for my wine." "Here's out with him now," cried laughingly the assembled nobles. But the Lithuanian did not get angry, he only waved his hand, smiled pleasantly and answered: "You should give us peace, it does not sound well."
Skshetuski looked with interest at the stranger who in truth deserved the appellation of an original fellow. In the first place he was so tall, that his head nearly struck the ceiling, and his extraordinary leanness made him appear still taller. His broad shoulders and sinuous neck betokened great strength, but he was only skin and bone. His stomach had so sunk in beneath his chest, that one might have thought he was starving, although he was comfortably dressed in a grey coat of Freiburg cloth, with tight sleeves and a pair of Swedish high boots, which were just coming into fashion in Lithuania. A broad and well wadded belt of elk skin for want of support fell to his hips, and from it hung a crusader's sword, so long that it reached almost to the armpit of this gigantic man. But whoever the sword might scare, would soon be reassured by the countenance of its possessor, a face as lean as the entire whole person, adorned with drooping eyebrows and an equally drooping hemp colored moustache, but with an honest open expression, like that of a child. The drooping brows and moustache gave the face a distressed and sad, and at the same time a comical expression. He looked like a man whom people would take advantage of, but he pleased Skshetuski because of his honest face and his perfect soldierly self control.
"Lieutenant," said he, "you are in the service of Prince Vishnovyetski?" "At your service." The Lithuanian folded his hands as if in prayer and raised his eyes heavenward. "Ah, what a warrior he is, what a knight, what a leader!"
"God grant the Commonwealth many such."
"Yes, indeed. Is it possible for me to enter into his service?"
"He would gladly receive you." At this point Zagloba joined in the conversation.
"The prince would then have two spits in his kitchen, one would be yourself and the other your sword; or he would employ you as a hangman, and would hang the criminals round your neck; or he will use you as an executioner, or will give orders for the robbers to be hanged on you, or use you as a yardstick for measuring cloth. Pshaw! As a man and a Catholic you are not ashamed to be as long as a serpent, or a pagan lance?" "It is disgusting to hear it," said the Lithuanian patiently.
"May I ask your name?" said Skshetuski, "for when you spoke, Pan Zagloba interrupted us so with his shouting, that I was really unable to catch it."
"Podbipyenta." "Povsinoga," interrupted Zagloba. "Zervikaptur of Mishikishki." "Now you have it straight. I drink his wine, but I'll be hanged if those are not infidel names."
"Is it long since you left Lithuania?" asked the lieutenant.
"I have been in Chigrin just 2 weeks. When I heard through Pan Zatsvilikhovski that you were to pass through Chigrin, I waited in order to present my petition to the prince with your recommendation."
"May I ask you out of curiosity why you wear such an executioner's sword at your side?"
"This is no executioner's sword, lieutenant. This is a crusader's sword. I carry it because it is a trophy of war and an heirloom of our family. It did good service at Khmyelnitski in Lithuanian hands, and that is why I wear it." "But it is a frightful weapon and must be tremendously heavy. You must use both hands to it." "It can be wielded with both hands or one." "Let me look at it." The Lithuanian took the sword off and handed it to Skshetuski, but Skshetuski's hand gave way at its weight. He could neither handle it, nor strike a blow with it with one hand. He could swing it with both hands, but it was still very heavy. Skshetuski felt a little ashamed, and turning to those present, he said: "Now, gentlemen, which of you can describe a cross with this sword?" "We have all tried it," answered several voices, "but the commissary Pan Zatsvilikhovski alone can lift it, and he cannot make a cross with it." "And you, sir?" said Skshetuski, turning to the Lithuanian. The noble lifted the sword as if it were a slender cane, and whirled it about with the greatest ease, until the room was filled with a swishing sound and a light breeze swept over the faces of those who stood about. "God be with you," said Skshetuski. "You may be sure of a place in the prince's service." "God knows how I desire it. The sword will not get rusty in his service." "But how about your wits?" said Zagloba. "You cannot manage so well about them." Zatsvilikhovski now arose and got ready to leave the room with the lieutenant, when a man with snow white hair entered the room, and seeing Zatsvilikhovski, called out: "Colonel, I have come here expressly to see you." It was Barabash, the Cossack colonel. "Let us go to my quarters," said Zatsvilikhovski. "The room here is so full of smoke that one can hardly see." They passed out together and Skshetuski with them. As they crossed the threshold, Barabash asked: "Is there any news of Hmyelnitski?" "He has fled to Sich. This officer met him on the steppes." "Then he did not go by water? I sent a courier to arrest him at Kudak, but as it is, this was of no use." Then Barabash covered his eyes with his hands and repeated several times: "Ai, Christ save us! Christ save us!" "What do you fear?" "Do you not know what he obtained from me through treachery? Do you know what it means if such documents are published in Sich? Help us, oh Christ! Unless the king makes war on the Mussulmans, this will be a spark in a powder magazine." "Do you predict a rebellion?" "I do not predict one, I see one, and Hmyelnitski is a better man than Nalevayki and Loboda." "Who will follow his lead?" "Who? All the Zaporojians, registered regiments, the townspeople, the peasants, the small landowners, and I know not who besides."
Here Barabash pointed to the marketplace and to the people trading there. The whole square was packed with grey oxen which were being driven to Korsun for the soldiers, and with the oxen were a great number of herdsmen, who spent their whole lives in the steppes and deserts, absolutely savage men, having no religion (religionis nullius, as Voyevoda Kisiel said) of any kind. They looked more like desperadoes than like shepherds, fearful and terrible, clothed in a variety of lakhmans. Most of them were clad in sheepskin coats with hair upon the outside, which hung loosely from their shoulders, so that although it was winter time, one could see the bare chest, tanned by the winds of the steppes. They were all armed, but with the most diverse weapons. Some had bows and quivers slung across their backs, others bore muskets, or squealers as the Cossacks called them; some carried Tartar swords, others carried scythes, and still others had only a stick with a horse's jawbone fastened to one end of it. Among them mingled the no less savage, but better armed, men from the Nij, who were taking dried fish, game, and mutton tallow to sell in the camp. Farther on were ox drivers with salt to sell, bee hunters from the steppes and forests, bee farmers with honey, settlers with pitch and tar, peasants with teams, Cossack regulars; Tartars from Byalogrod, and God knows who besides; loiterers and Siromakhs from the ends of the earth. The town was full of drunken men, who all had quarters in Chigrin, and who indulged in carousals before they sought their beds. A huge fire had been built in the marketplace, and here and there a barrel of pitch was burning. On every side was noise and tumult. The piercing notes of the Tartar fifes, and the roll of drums mingled with the bellowing of the oxen, and the softer notes of lyres, to which blind minstrels sang the then popular song: "O bright falcon, my own true brother, Thou soarest so high, thou seest so far." Mingled with the song, sounded the wild shouts of Cossacks who were dancing the tropak in the market place, completely drunk, and smeared from head to foot with tar. Hoo ha! Hoo ha! It was all so wild and mad. Zatsvilikhovski needed only a glance to convince him that Barabash was right; that it needed but the slightest breath to set free those unbridled elements only too ready to plunder, and accustomed to war with which the whole Ukraine was filled; and just behind those masses stood Sich and the Zaporojians, that had only recently been bridled and kept under according to Maslov's stav, but who were restlessly champing the bit, remembering their old prerogatives and hating commissaries, but representing an organized force. And this force had the sympathy of the unnumbered masses of the peasantry behind it, less patient of control here than in other portions of the Commonwealth, because in their vicinity was Chertomelik, where lawlessness, murder, and robbery prevailed. The standard bearer, who was a Russian and a zealous advocate of Eastern rights, fell into sad reflections. He was an old man and he well remembered the times of Nalevayka, Loboda and Kremski; he knew the Ukraine robber ways perhaps better than anyone in Russia, and at the same time, he knew also Hmyelnitski, and knew that this man was worth 20 times as much as Loboda and Nalevayka. He appreciated, therefore, the danger implied by his flight to Sich, especially on account of the letters from the king, of which Pan Barabash had spoken, which, as he said, were full of promises to the Cossacks, and invited them to rebel. "Colonel of the Circassians," said he to Barabash, "you ought to ride to Sich, to weaken Hmyelnitski's influence and pacify the people." "Ensign," answered Barabash, "I will tell you this much, that at the earliest rumor of Hmyelnitski's flight with the documents, half of my Circassians followed him this night. My hour is past, the grave awaits me, not the field marshal's baton." In fact Barabash was a valiant soldier, but an old man and without influence. Meantime, they had arrived at Zatsvilikhovski's quarters. The old officer had regained the composure that was natural to his gentle disposition, and as they sat down to half a pot of mead, he said cheerfully: "All these things are but trifles, if, as it is said, war against the Mussulmans is preparing. And it certainly must be so, for although the Commonwealth does not desire war, and the Diet has opposed him, the king can yet assert his will. This fire can be employed against the Turks, and in any event, we have time upon our side. I will go myself to the governor in Cracow, will inform him how matters stand, and will beg him, as he is nearest to us, to come to our aid with his forces. Whether I shall succeed, I know not; for though he is a brave lord and a warrior, he is overconfident in himself and his army. You, Colonel, hold the Circassians in check, and you, Lieutenant, warn the prince, when you reach Lubni, to keep special watch on the Sich. Should they begin operations, I repeat, we still have time. There are not many people in Sich just now, they are out fishing and hunting, or in the villages round the Ukraine. Before they gather together, the waters of the Dnieper may be considerably swollen. In addition to this the name of the prince is feared, and if they find out that he has his eye upon Chertomelik, they will probably keep quiet."
"I could, if it were necessary, start from Chigrin in a couple of days," said the lieutenant.
"That's good. 2 or 3 days make no difference. And you, Colonel of the Circassians, send couriers to inform Prince Dominik, and the royal standard bearer. But I see that you are already asleep." In fact Barabash had folded his hands across his stomach and was fast asleep. Presently he even began to snore. When the Cossack colonel was not eating or drinking, which he loved above everything, he was sleeping. "See here," said Zatsvilikhovski softly to the lieutenant, "with the assistance of an old man like this, the statesmen at Warsaw expect to hold the Cossacks in check. May God help them. They even trust Hmyelnitski himself, and the chancellor has entered into negotiations with him. He will most likely find his confidence betrayed." The lieutenant sighed to show his sympathy. Barabash only snored louder, and murmured in his sleep:
"Save us, oh Christ, save us!"
"When do you expect to leave Chigrin?" asked the ensign.
"I must wait 2 days for Chaplinski, who will certainly want to call me out to wipe out the indignity he has suffered." "He will never do that. He would sooner send his servants against you, if you did not wear the prince's colors. But it is a bad business to quarrel with the prince, even for the servants of the Konyetspolski." "I shall send him word that I await him and shall leave the town in 2 or 3 days. I do not fear an ambush while I have a sword at my side, and a handful of men." With these words the lieutenant took his leave of the old ensign, and departed. There was such a bright glow in the sky above the town from the great fires in the market place, that one might have imagined that the whole of Chigrin was in flames, especially as the noise and shouts grew louder as night approached. The Jews dared not venture from their houses. From every corner crowds of herders howled their melancholy songs of the steppes, while savage Zaporojians danced about the fires, throwing their caps in the air, firing off their guns, and drinking gorzalka by the quart. Here and there arose a fight which was quelled by the starosta's men. The lieutenant was forced to beat his way through the crowd with the handle of his sabre, and hearing the noisy Cossacks, it seemed to him at times as if the rebellion had already broken out. He fancied also that he could hear subdued curses. The words of Barabash still rang in his ears: "Christ save us! Christ save us!" and his heart beat faster. Meanwhile the songs of the herders grew louder in the town, and the Zaporojians continued to fire and fill themselves with gorzalka. The noise of the firing and the wild "Uha! Uha!" still echoed in his ears, as he lay down to sleep in his quarters. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few days later, the lieutenant and his retinue were marching with quick pace towards Lubni. When they had forded the Dnieper, they marched along the broad highway across the steppes which connects Chigrin with Lubni, winding through Zhuki, Semimogil, and Khorol. Similar roads led from the capital of the prince's territory to Kiev. In earlier times, before the battle which Hetman Jolyevski fought against Solonitsa, there were no roads at all. One had to travel from Lubni to Kiev across the steppes and over the desert. The way to Chigrin was by water, and on returning one passed through Khorol. Taking it all together, the country beyond the Dnieper, the former land of the Polovyets, was a desert, scarcely more populous than the Wild Lands, often infested by Tartars, and without protection from the bands of Zaporojians. On the banks of the Sula rose immense forests, teeming with life, seldom traversed by the foot of man. At certain places on the slopes of the Sula, and Ruda, Sleporod, Korovaya, Orjatstva, Pchol, and other greater and smaller rivers and streams, marshes had formed. These were partly overgrown with thick brush, and forests, and partly open land resembling a meadow. In these woods and morasses, animals of all descriptions found a convenient hiding place. In the darkest depths of the forests roamed an immense number of aurochs, bears, and wild boars, and also an incalculable number of wolves, lynxes, martens, heads of deer, and red antelopes. In the swamps and pools, beavers built their dams, and the saying was current among Zaporojians, that among these beavers, there were some a century old, and snow white with age. On the high dry steppes roamed herds of wild horses with shaggy heads and bloodshot eyes. The rivers teemed with fish and waterfowl. It was a wonderful country, half asleep, but full of traces of previous human habitation. Everywhere might be seen the ruins of former dwellings. Lubni and Khorol themselves had risen from such ashes. Everywhere were grave mounds, new and old overgrown with shrubs and trees. And here as in the Wild Lands, ghosts and vampires appeared at night. Old Zaporojians recounted to one another, as they sat around their fires, the wonderful things that happened in these forest depths, where even now the howling of strange animals could be heard. Weird noises, half human and half brute, as if the terrible cries of battle mingled with those of the chase. From rivers and lakes came muffled sounds as of the ringing of bells from cities that lay submerged beneath their waters.
It was not a hospitable, accessible country, for in some places it was too wet and soggy, in others there was lack of water, and the land was parched and dry. Moreover, it was not safe for human habitation, for when colonists settled there for agriculture they were soon swept away by Tartar invasions. These Zaporojians were the only people who visited the country in order to trap beaver and to kill game and catch fish. For in times of peace the majority of the people at Sich and Nij spent most of their time in hunting, or as it was called in doing business on all the rivers, in all the rivers, forests, marshes and glens, beaver hunting in spots whose whereabouts were known to very few. But settled life still sought to find an abiding place in this country, like plants which endeavor to take root in the soil wherever they can, and which, though frequently torn up, spring up again in unexpected places. On these desert places arose cities, settlements, colonies, villages and farms. The soil was in many places fertile, and freedom allured. But it was not until the country came into the possession of the Princes Vishnovyetski that life began to flourish there. Prince Michael after his marriage with a Mohilovian lady, began to cultivate his territory beyond the Dnieper. He attracted people thither, settled the desert places, gave exemption from military services for 30 years, built monasteries, introduced his princely authority. Even the settlers who had come into the country at some early period, and thought that they were on their own ground, were glad to join the ranks of the prince's tenants, for by so doing they put themselves under the protection of a mighty power that could shield and defend them from the Tartars and from the swarms of the even more dangerous Nijovs (lowlanders). But real activity only flourished under the iron rule of young Prince Yeremy. His territory began immediately outside Chigrin and extended far away to the confines of Konotop and Romni. These were not all his princely possessions, but, starting from the province of Sandomierski his territory extended to the provinces of Volhynia, Russia and Kiev, but his domain beyond the Dnieper was the eye in the head of the victor of Putivla. Long did the Tartar lurk on the borders of the Orla and the Vorskla, and sniffed like a wolf before he ventured to urge his horses northwards. The Nijovs dared make no trouble. The restless bands on the territory became subjects, while bands of marauders who had long lived by violence and raids, were now held in check by the military outposts on the borders of the territory, and like chained dogs, showed their teeth threateningly to passers by. Thus development and a flourishing condition of things came to pass. Roads were made on the traces of the old highways, rivers were dammed by Tartar slaves or by the Nijovs who had been captured with weapons in their hands in acts of violence. Where once the night wind had blustered through the reeds, where wolves and vampires had howled, now mill wheels sounded. Beside the windmills more than 400 mill wheels ground grain beyond the Dnieper. 40,000 tenants poured their tributes into the coffers of the prince, the forest swarmed with apiaries, and on their borders there rose new villages, hamlets and farmhouses. On the steppes side by side with wild horses, there grazed domestic cattle and horses. The needless monotony of the steppes and forests was broken by the smoke from cottage chimneys and by the gilded spires of the churches and chapels. The waste had been transformed into a populous country. The commander, therefore, rode on gaily, leisurely, as though he were travelling over his own lands, and found secure resting places along the road. It was the beginning of January, 1648, but the unusual and remarkably mild winter brought but little suffering. The breath of spring was in the air, over the earth gleamed many little puddles caused by the thaw, the fields were clothed with green, the sun's rays were so powerful that at midday furs were as burdensome as they are in summer. The commander's suite had been considerably augmented, for in Chigrin it was joined by a Wallachian embassy which the Hospodar had sent to Lubni in the person of Pan Rozvan Ursu. An escort accompanied the embassy, together with wagons and servants. Travelling with the lieutenant also was our friend Pan Longin Podbipyenta, of the house of Torn Cowl, with his long sword at his side, and followed by some servants. The bright sun, the clear weather and the breath of approaching spring filled all hearts with gladness. The lieutenant was all the more happy for he was returning from a long journey to the roof of the prince which was also his own, and as he had fulfilled his mission well, he was sure of a hearty welcome. But he had other grounds for his gladness. Besides the favor of the prince whom the lieutenant loved with all his heart, there was in Lubni a certain pair of black eyes as sweet as honey. These eyes belonged to Anusia Borzoboata Krasienska, lady in waiting to Princess Grizelda, the most beautiful of all the ladies of the princely household. She was a great flirt, whom every man in Lubni sighed for, but who appeared to care for no one in particular. Princess Grizelda maintained a strict propriety and a rigid austerity in her court, but this, however, did not deter the young people from exchanging loving glances and ardent sighs. Pan Skshetuski, in common with others, directed many gleaming glances toward the dark eyed beauty, and sometimes when he was alone in his quarters, he would take up his lute and sing: "Thou art the fairest of the fair," or "The Tartar makes captives of people, but thou makest captives of hearts." But as he was a joyous man, and a thoroughgoing soldier, entirely devoted to his profession, he did not take it very seriously to heart that Anna smiled upon Pan Vikovts of the Wallachian cavalry, or upon Pan Vurtsel of the artillery, or upon Pan Volodiyovski of the dragoons, as well as upon himself; and that she even smiled upon Pan Baranovski of the hussars, although he had gray hair and lisped because a musket ball had smashed the roof of his mouth. Our lieutenant had even crossed swords once with Pan Volodiyovski on Anusia's account. But if he was forced to remain too long in Lubni without any war against the Tartars, life became tedious to him, even in Anusia's presence, and if he was called to the front, he went gladly without sorrow or regrets. At the same time he was always glad to come home again, and as he was now returning from the Crimea after bringing his mission to a satisfactory conclusion, he hummed joyfully to himself as he galloped alongside of Pan Longin, who bestrode an enormous Livonian mare, and maintained his usual thoughtful and serious expression. The wagons of the embassy, and of the escort, remained some distance in the rear. "The ambassador is sleeping like a log in his carriage," said the lieutenant. "He chattered to me about Wallachia until he grew weary. I listened to him out of curiosity. It is a rich country, nothing else; excellent climate, gold wines, tropical fruits, and cattle without number. I thought to myself, our prince is a descendant from a Mohilovian, and has just as good a right to wear the crown of the Hospodars as anyone else. Prince Michael had made good his title to it. Wallachia is not new to our master; he has already beaten the Turks, the Tartars, the Wallachians, and the Transylvanians on its soil." "But the people there are not so hardy as we are, so Pan Zagloba told me in Chigrin," said Longin, "and if I did not believe what he said there is a confirmation of the fact in the prayer book." "What, in the prayer book?" "I have one here and I can show it to you. I always carry one with me." Saying, he unfastened the straps of his saddle bag and took out a small book, neatly bound in calf, and kissing it piously, he turned a dozen pages and said: "Read." Skshetuski began: "We flee to thee for refuge, Holy Mother of God." "Where is there anything about the Wallachians? What are you talking about? This is an antiphony." "Read on." "That we may be worthy of the promises of the Lord through Christ. Amen." "Well now, come to the question." Skshetuski read on: Question: Why do they call the Wallachian cavalry light cavalry? Answer: Because it runs away lightly. True. Well indeed, but there is a strange mixture of subjects in this prayer book. Yes, because this is a military book where the prayers are interspersed with various military instructions, wherein you can get information of all nations, and can find out which are good and which are bad. As for the Wallachians, it is evident that they are cowardly servants, and above all, great traitors. That they are traitors is certain. That was proven by the adventures of Prince Michael; and to tell the truth, I have also heard that the Wallachian is by nature a bad soldier, although the prince has an extraordinary fine Wallachian regiment, commanded by Pan Bikhovyets; but I am not positive if in the whole regiment are to be found 20 Wallachians. "What think you, lieutenant? Has the prince many men under arms?" "There may be 8,000, not counting the Cossacks who are in quarters. But Zatsvilikhovski told me that fresh troops had been called out."
"Then will God give a war under the prince?"
"It is said that great preparations are being made for a war with the Turks; that the king is to advance with the entire force of the Commonwealth. I know that the gifts to the Tartars have been kept back, and that they dare not stir for fear of consequences. While I was in the Crimea, I heard of it, and it was doubtless on this account that I was so well received; for the report is current that if the king marches forth with the hetmans, the prince will attack the Crimea, and make an end of the Tartars. One thing is certain, no one else would be entrusted with such an undertaking." Pan Longin raised his hands and eyes towards heaven.
"Grant, gracious God, such a holy war to the honor of Christendom and our people, and grant to me a sinner, that I may fulfill my vow, that I may find happiness in battle, or meet an honorable death."
"Then you have made a vow upon this war?"
"To such a noble knight as yourself I will lay bare all the secrets of my soul, although I have much to tell; but if you will lend me your ear I will begin. In Scipium, you know my coat of arms is cowl trencher, which arises from the following story. When my ancestor Stoveyko Podbipyenta saw near Grunwald 3 knights in monkish garb riding towards him, he charged them, and with one stroke cut off their heads, and this fact is related by all the chroniclers with much praise for my ancestors."
"Your ancestor's hand was no lighter than your own, and he was rightly given the name cowl trencher."
"The king gave him a coat of arms on which were 3 goats' heads on a field argent, as a remembrance of those knights, for similar heads were graven on their shields. This coat of arms, together with the sword which I carry, was bequeathed by my ancestor Podbipyenta to his heirs, with the wish that they might maintain the glory of the race and of the sword."
"Certainly you come of noble stock." Here Longin began to sigh pitifully, and as soon as he seemed to feel more cheerful, he continued:
"I am the last of my race. I made a vow in Troki to the Most Holy Virgin, that I would live in chastity, and would not enter the married state until I had, with this sword, cut off 3 heads at one blow, like my ancestor Stoveyko Podbipyenta. Oh, gracious Heaven, thou seest that I have done all that was in my power. I have kept my vow of chastity to this day. I have bid my yearning heart be still. I have sought war, I have had no luck."
The lieutenant laughed under his moustache. "You have not cut off the 3 heads?"
"Why, I have not had the opportunity. I have had no luck. 2 I have had the chance at, but never 3. One can hardly beg enemies to place themselves in a line to be cut down. God only knows my sorrow. The strength is in my bones. Fortune is there, but youth is gone. I shall soon be 45 years old. My heart pines for love. My race is dying out, and the 3 heads have not yet come. That is the kind of cowl trencher I am, the laughing stock of men, as Zagloba rightly says, but I bear everything with patience, and offer myself to the Lord Jesus."
The Lithuanian sighed so heavily that even the mare, evidently from sympathy with her master, also began to sigh and to snort piteously. "I can tell you one thing," said the lieutenant, "if you find no opportunity under Prince Yeremy, you will find one nowhere."
"God grant it," answered Longin. "That is why I am seeking the prince's favor."
The conversation was interrupted by the unusual sound of flapping wings. As we have already said, this winter the birds did not migrate, the rivers were not frozen, and consequently there was an extraordinary number, especially of aquatic birds, in the marshes. Just as the lieutenant and Longin were approaching the bank of the Kahamlik, they suddenly saw above their heads a whole flock of cranes flying so low that one could have thrown a stick at them. They made loud noises as they flew, and instead of alighting among the reeds they unexpectedly rose higher into the air. "They fly as if they were pursued," said Skshetuski.
"Ha! Did you see that?"
said Pan Longin, pointing to a white bird who darted through the air in a diagonal line and sought to overtake the cranes. "A falcon! A falcon! He won't let them alight," cried the commander. "The ambassador has falcons, he must have let one loose." Just then the ambassador came up to them, riding at quick pace on his black Anatolian horse, and following him were some of the servants' conveyances.
"Pan Commander, I invite you to enjoy some sport," he said.
"Is that your Excellency's falcon?"
"Yes, a fine one, you shall see."
They galloped on three abreast. The Wallachian falconer followed with the hoop. He fixed his eyes sharply on the bird, shouted with all his might, and incited the falcon to the fray. The powerful bird had meanwhile forced the cranes to rise in the air. Then, with lightning swiftness, he rose higher himself and hung suspended above them. The cranes formed in an immense circle, and rustled their wings like a windstorm. A threatening sound filled the air. The birds stretched out their necks, turning their beaks upward, like spears, and awaited the attack. The falcon circled above them. Now he would sink a little, then he would rise in the air as if he were hesitating about swooping down on the 100 sharp beaks that awaited him. His feathers gleamed in the sunlight and looked as bright as the sun itself in the unclouded blue of the sky. All at once, instead of swooping down upon the cranes, he darted off like an arrow into space, and disappeared among the trees and reeds. Skshetuski was the first to rush on in search for him; the ambassador and Longin followed his lead. At the bend of the road the lieutenant suddenly reined in his horse. A strange sight met his eye. In the middle of the highway lay an overturned carriage with a broken axle. The horses, harnessed, were held by two Cossack boys; no coachman was in sight. He had evidently ridden off to look for assistance. Standing by the carriage were two women, one dressed in a fox skin cloak and a fox skin cap with a round brim. Her face was coarse and masculine. The other was a young lady with regular, clear cut features. Upon the shoulder of this young girl was perched a falcon. His wings were spread over her breast and he was stroking her with his beak. The lieutenant pulled up his horse so suddenly that its hoofs dug deep into the sand on the highway. Then he put his hand up to his cap, but did not know in his embarrassment what he ought to say, whether he should salute the ladies, or ask about the falcon. The secret of his embarrassment was this, that beneath the marten cap two eyes looked out, eyes beside which even those of Anusia Borzoboata would lose their luster, as a candle would be dimmed by the light of a torch. Above these eyes were dark silky brows like two delicate bows. The blushing cheeks bloomed like the fairest flower, and between the rosy, half open lips peeped teeth like pearls, while from under the cap she wore floated luxuriant black tresses. "Is that Juno herself or some other divinity?" thought the lieutenant, as he gazed at the slender, well formed figure, at the fair swelling bosom, and at the white falcon perched on her shoulder. Our lieutenant stood there with his cap off, and stared as at a fairy scene; but his eyes gleamed and his heart thumped in his breast. He was about to say, "If thou art mortal and not a goddess," but just at that moment up came the ambassador and Pan Longin, and with them the falconer with his hoop. When the goddess saw this, she held out her hand to the falcon, which stepped down from her arm to perch on her hand, putting one foot before the other. The lieutenant wanted to get ahead of the falconer and take the bird off her hand, when suddenly a strange omen occurred. The falcon left one foot on the hand of the girl, and, with the other, he clutched the lieutenant's hand, and instead of stepping on to it, he began to scream for joy and to drag the two hands together with such force that they touched each other. The lieutenant felt a cold chill come over him, and the falcon would not let himself be taken until the falconer had drawn the hood over his head. Then the old lady began to speak.
"Sir Knight," she said, "whoever you be, you will not refuse your protection to two women who have been left without assistance on their journey and who do not know what to do? It is not more than 3 miles to our home, but the axle of our carriage is broken, and there is nothing for us but to stay all night on the open plains. I have sent the coachman to my sons to ask them to send us a carriage, but before he reaches them and returns to us it will be dark, and we are afraid to stay in this dreadful place, for there are grave mounds close by."
The old lady spoke rapidly and in such a coarse voice that the lieutenant was surprised, but he answered politely: "Could you imagine that we could leave you and your beautiful daughter without protection? We are journeying to Lubni, where we are soldiers in the service of his Excellency, Prince Yeremy, and we have our own route, it is true; but even so, we would willingly take the same road as you do, if our company is agreeable to you. As for the carriage, we have none, for my companions and I pursue our journey soldier fashion, on horseback; but the ambassador has one, and I know that as a courteous knight he will willingly place it at your disposal." The ambassador raised his high sable shako, for knowing Polish, he understood the conversation. He then greeted the ladies as a polite boyar, and ordered the falconer to bring up the carriages that had remained some distance behind. Meanwhile, the lieutenant looked at the young lady who became abashed at his searching glances, and cast her eyes down to the ground. The old lady with the Cossack features continued, however: "May God Almighty reward you for this aid, and as it is still a long way to Lubni, let me beg you not to despise my roof and that of my sons, beneath which we will gladly welcome you. We are from Rozloga Siramaki. I am the widow of Prince Kurtsevich, and this is not my daughter, but the daughter of the elder Kurtsevich, a brother of my husband, who entrusted his orphan to our care. My sons are now at home. I am returning home from Circassia, where I have been to make a vow to the Holy Immaculate. On our way home this accident has happened to us, and if you gentlemen had not been so polite, we should have been obliged to stay here all night." The princess would have continued talking, but in the distance were seen the carriages of the ambassador approaching, accompanied by Skshetuski's soldiers. "Then you are the widow of Prince Vasil Kurtsevich?" asked the lieutenant. "No," said the princess sharply, and even angrily. "I am the widow of Constantine, and this is Vasil's daughter Helena," she said, pointing to the young lady. "We hear a great deal about Prince Vasil in Lubni. He was a brave soldier and the intimate and confidant of the departed Prince Michael." "I have never been in Lubni," said Pani Kurtsevich pointedly, "and as to his valor, I know nothing. As to his later conduct, that hardly bears remembering, as everyone knows about it." At these words, Helena's head sank on her breast like a broken flower, and the lieutenant answered sharply: "You should not say that. On account of a frightful error in human justice, which sentenced him to forfeit his life and property, Prince Vasil was obliged to save himself by flight; but later on his innocence was established, and he was reinstated in public opinion as a man of honor; and all the more honor is due him in proportion to the injustice that was done him." The princess looked keenly at the lieutenant, and upon her unpleasant coarse features, anger was plainly visible; but Skshetuski, although a young man, had so much knightly dignity and self possession that she dared not answer him. She turned instead to her niece Helena. "It is not right that you should hear this. Come here and see that the baggage is put into the carriage, in which through the permission of these gentlemen we are to continue our journey." "Permit me to assist you, young lady," said the lieutenant. They walked together to the carriage, but no sooner did they stand opposite to each other on either side of the door, than the silken lashes of the young princess were raised, and her glance fell upon that of the lieutenant like a bright warm sun ray. "How can I thank you," she said with a voice which seemed like the sweetest music to Skshetuski, like the tones of a lute or of a flute. "How can I thank you for having stood up for my father's honor, for condemning the injustice that was done him by his nearest relatives?" "Fair lady," answered the lieutenant, who felt his heart melting like snow in spring, "God forgive me if for such thanks I would not go through fire or even spill my blood. But where the pleasure in doing so is great, the merit is small, and for such a trifle it does not become me to accept the payment of thanks from your mouth." "If you value them lightly I cannot as a poor orphan show my gratitude in any other way." "I do not undervalue them, but I would wish to deserve such a great favor by a long, faithful knightly service, and I beg only that you will grant me such a service." At these words the young princess blushed like a crimson rose, and appeared embarrassed; but she suddenly paled, and placing her hands before her face, said in a tearful voice: "This service would bring you only misfortune." The lieutenant leaned across the door of the carriage and said softly and tenderly: "Let it bring what God will, I would still fall at your feet and pray for it." "It is not possible, knight, that you who have only just seen me should wish joyfully to undertake this service." "I had scarcely beheld you when I seemed to forget my own existence completely, and I felt that a hitherto free soldier would now be forced to become a slave; but it seems to be the will of God. Love is like the arrow that unexpectedly strikes the breast, and I too feel its power, although I would not have believed it yesterday had anyone foretold it." "If you would not believe it yesterday, how can you believe it to day?" "Time will prove it better than I can, and you can judge of my sincerity at this moment not only by my words, but by my face." The silken lashes were again raised and the princess's eyes met the manly noble features of the young soldier, and such an enraptured expression was in his eyes that a deep blush overspread her face. But her gaze did not falter and he drank in all the sweetness of those wonderful eyes. As though they had just met on the highway of the steppes, they looked at one another like two beings in whom love had simultaneously awakened, two beings that were made for each other, and whose souls flew to meet one another like doves. The shrill voice of the Princess Constantine calling the girl, put an end to this moment of rapture. The carriages had arrived, the servants began to transfer the baggage, and it was not long before all was in readiness. His Excellency, Pan Rozvan Ursu, as a courteous boyar, had given up his own carriage to the ladies, the lieutenant mounted his horse, and all continued the journey. Day was already dying. The waters of the Kahamlik glistened in the golden light, from the setting sun and the purple twilight. Light clouds, changing gradually to crimson, piled themselves high in the sky, lingered there a while as though weary of wandering and as if they were sleeping in some strange cradle. Skshetuski rode alongside the young princess in silence, for he felt as if he could not continue their recent talk before strangers, and mere empty words were impossible to him now. In his heart was rapture, but his head buzzed as if from wine. The whole caravan moved briskly along. The silence was broken only by the snorting of the horses, or by the clank of the stirrups. In the rear the soldiers struck up a Wallachian strain, but they did not keep it up, and then Longin sang through his nose a pious chant: "From heaven I have commanded that everlasting light may shine. Also in thickest clouds of night have I the world enwrapped." The night had fallen. The stars twinkled in the heavens, and above the damp meadows a white mist rose like a boundless sea. They had come to the forest, but had scarcely ridden a few furlongs when the sound of horses' hoofs was heard approaching, and 5 horsemen appeared before the caravan. They were the young princes who had been informed by the coachman of the accident that had happened to their mother, and were hastening to meet her with a carriage and 4 horses. "Is it you, my little sons?" cried the old princess. The horsemen rode up beside the carriage. "We, mother." "Remain there. Thanks to these gentlemen I am no longer in need of assistance. Let me present my sons to your Excellency, Simeon, Yur, Andreyev, and Nikolai. And who is the 5th?" she exclaimed, looking more closely. "Why, if my old eyes do not deceive me, it is Bohun. Ah!" The young princess suddenly leaned back into the depths of the carriage. "At your service, princess, and yours, Panna Helena," said the 5th horseman. "Bohun," said the elder lady, "have you just come from your regiment, you hawk, and with your Theorbo? Welcome, welcome! Well, little sons, I have already invited these gentlemen to stay overnight at Rozloga, and now do your share of courtesy. When guests are in the house, God is in the house. You are very welcome to our house, gentlemen." The Bulyhovs took off their hats, saying: "We humbly invite you, sirs, to our modest home." "They have already promised me, his Excellency, the ambassador, and the lieutenant. We shall entertain noble knights, but I do not know if the gentlemen who are accustomed to court life will be able to enjoy our simple fare." "We are accustomed to soldiers' fare, not to courtly dishes," said Skshetuski. And Pan Rozvan Ursu added: "And I have enjoyed hospitality in the country houses of the nobility, and I know that often the court dishes could not be compared with them." The carriages proceeded on their journey and the old princess continued: "Our best days have long since passed. In Volhynia and Lithuania there are Kurtseviches who keep up state and live like gentlemen, but they will have nothing to do with their poor relations. May God punish them for it. With us you will find Cossack poverty that you will be graciously pleased to excuse, and must accept our hospitality as it is offered, with good heart. My 5 sons and myself own a little hamlet and a few farms, and this young lady is under our care." These words astonished the lieutenant, for he had heard in Lubni that Rozloga was a magnificent property, and besides that it had belonged to Prince Vasil, Princess Helena's father. However, it did not seem just the thing to ask how it had come into the hands of Constantine and his widow. "You say you have 5 sons?" said Pan Rozvan. "I had 5 like young lions," answered the princess, "but the eyes of the eldest were burned out with torches by the heathens in Byalogrod."
He lost his mind in consequence. When my other sons go to war, I stay at home alone with him and my niece here, who gives me more trouble than pleasure."
The contemptuous manner in which the old princess spoke of her niece was so evident that it did not escape the watchfulness of the lieutenant. His anger rose, and he was on the verge of uttering an ugly oath, but the words died on his lips as he looked at the young princess, and saw by the moonlight that her eyes were wet with tears. "What is the matter? Why do you cry?" he asked softly. The young princess was silent. "I cannot see you shed tears," said Skshetuski bending towards her, and as he saw that the old princess was in conversation with Pan Rozvan, and had her head turned away, he added: "For God's sake speak even one word. God is my witness that I would sacrifice blood and health to comfort you." Suddenly he felt that one of the horsemen had come up so close to him that the flanks of their horses touched. Conversation with the young lady was interrupted. Skshetuski turned his head in surprise and in anger toward the audacious intruder. In the moonlight he saw two eyes staring at him boldly, defiantly, and scornfully. The dreadful eyes gleamed like those of a wolf in a dark forest. "What the devil is it?" thought the lieutenant. "A demon or what?" And then he asked, looking at those fiery eyes: "Why dost thou jostle me so? Why dost thou fasten thine eyes on me?" The horseman answered nothing, but continued to stare fixedly and boldly. "If it is too dark for thee to see, I will strike a light, and if the highway is too narrow, then be off into the steppes," said the lieutenant in a louder tone. "And thou, knave, see that thou comest away from that carriage before we are out of the steppes," answered the horseman. The lieutenant, who was a man of action, instead of replying, gave his opponent's horse such a dig in the ribs with his foot, that the poor creature groaned, and with one bound, landed on the extreme edge of the highway. His rider pulled him up suddenly, and for an instant it looked as if he were going to attack the lieutenant. But all at once, the shrill, commanding tone of the old princess called out: "Bohun, what is the matter with you?" These words had a magic effect. The horseman turned his horse's head, and crossing to the other side of the carriage, rode beside the old lady, who proceeded: "What ails you, eh? Mind, you are not in Pereyaslav, nor in Crimea, but in Rozloga. Remember that. And now ride ahead and guide the carriages, for we are coming to the ravine and it is dark there. Hurry, Siromakh!" Skshetuski was as much surprised as annoyed. This Bohun evidently sought an opportunity to insult him, but what reason had he to do so? Why this unexpected attack? Then it suddenly occurred to him that the Princess Helena was the cause of the contention, and this idea was confirmed when he looked in her face, and noticed, in spite of the darkness, that it was colorless, and that her features expressed dismay. Meanwhile Bohun had ridden quite a distance ahead as the princess had commanded him. Now she looked after him, and speaking half to herself and half to the lieutenant, said: "That is a mad fellow, a perfect devil of a Cossack." "He does not seem to be quite right in the head," said Skshetuski disdainfully. "Is he a Cossack in your son's service?" The old princess threw herself back in her carriage. "What do you say? That is Lieutenant Colonel Bohun, the celebrated knight and friend of my sons, and to me a sixth son. It cannot be possible that you have not heard his name, he is known far and wide." In truth Skshetuski knew his name well. Among the names of the various Cossack colonels and atamans, that of Bohun was on every lip, on both sides of the Dnieper. Blind beggars sang songs about Bohun at all the fairs and in the wine shops. Whence he came and who he was, no one knew. One thing was certain, the steppes were his cradle, and the Dnieper, the Perogin and the Chertomek with its labyrinth of sharp bends, with its bays, rocks, islands, ravines and reedy marshes were his playground. From infancy he had grown up in the most intimate association and brotherhood with this wild world. In times of peace, he went with the rest fishing and hunting, glided in and out among the bends of the Dnieper, waded through marsh and reeds along with crowds of half naked companions, or spent whole months in the depths of the forest. His schools were raids to the Wild Lands, among the Tartar herds of cattle and horses, setting traps, fighting, expeditions among the nomadic tribes on the coast, expeditions to Byalogrod, Wallachia, or else by boat to the Black Sea. He knew no days but on horseback, no nights but by the watchfires on the steppes. From childhood, he was the idol of all Nij. He early became a leader, and it was not long before he surpassed all in daring. He was ready to ride to Bakhch Serai with 100 men, and to make a conflagration under the very eyes of the Khan. He laid camps and villages in ashes, slaughtered the inhabitants, and ordered the murzas to be torn asunder by horses. He raged like a hurricane and ravaged like death. On the water he fell like a madman on the Turkish galleys. He ventured into the deepest depths of the forest. He crept, as they used to say, into the jaws of the lion. Many of the expeditions that he undertook were sheer folly. Others less bold, less venturesome, had found their death by being impaled in Stambul, or perished at the oars of Turkish galleys. He always came back safe and with rich booty. It was said that he had enormous treasures and had hidden them in secret places on the Dnieper. But at times he was seen stamping with muddy boots on gold embroidered draperies, placing cushions under his horse's hoofs, or clothed in damask soiling himself with tar, on purpose to show his Cossack disdain for gorgeous clothing and furniture. He abided long in no one place, his acts were governed by his moods. At times when he was in Chigrin, Cherkass, or Pereyaslav, he would riot with the other Zaporojians. At others he would live like a mink, spoke to no one and fled into the steppes. At times he surrounded himself with blind wandering minstrels whose music and songs he listened to all day long and whom he loaded with gold. With the nobility he could be a courtly knight, with the Cossacks the wildest of Cossacks. Among knights a knight, among robbers a robber. Many thought him crazy for he had an unbridled, wild spirit. What he wanted, what he was striving for, whom he served, he knew not himself. He served the steppes, the tempests, war, love, and his own fancy. It was this temperament, which distinguished him from other boors and assassins, and from the ordinary herd of robbers who had only plunder as their object, and who cared not whether they plundered Tartars or their own brothers. Bohun indulged in plunder, but war was dearer to him than booty. He loved danger for its own sake, he paid for songs with gold, he sought fame, and was careless about the rest. Of all leaders he best personified Cossack knighthood and so songs chose him for their darling, and his name was famous throughout the Ukraine. Lately he had become lieutenant colonel of the Pereyaslav regiment, but he now exercised the authority of colonel, for the old Loboda held his baton with a feeble hand. Skshetuski knew well therefore who Bohun was, and when he asked the old princess if he was a Cossack in the service of her sons, he did so with intentional contempt, for he saw in him an enemy, and in spite of the fame of this robber leader, the blood of the lieutenant boiled at the thought that a Cossack should dare to pick a quarrel with him so boldly. He judged also that as it had already begun it would not soon come to an end. But Skshetuski was a man tough as steel, full of confidence in himself, a man who gave way to nothing or to no one, who sought danger almost eagerly. He would have preferred to have pursued Bohun at once, but he continued to ride beside the princess. Moreover, the carriages had already passed the ravine, and in the distance could be seen the lights of Rozloga. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The family of Kurtsevich Bulyov was of an old princely stock which bore the coat of arms of Kerch. It claimed to come from Koryat, but it was said that it really originated in Rurik. Of the two principal lines of descent one belonged in Lithuania, the other in Volhynia. Prince Vasil, of the numerous descendants of the Volhynian line, had settled in the country beyond the Dnieper. Because he was poor and did not wish to remain in the neighborhood of his rich relations, he enlisted in the service of Prince Michael Vishnovyetski, the father of the celebrated Yeremi. He had covered himself with glory and had done the prince knightly service. As a reward he was given red (krasny) Rozloga, which later on account of the enormous number of wolves who congregated there, was called Wolf's Rozloga, and here he settled permanently. In the year 1629 he entered the Romish church, and married Panna Rahozia, the daughter of a noble house that took its origin in Wallachia. From this union a year later a daughter, Helena, was born to the young couple, but the mother died at her birth. Prince Vasil gave no thought to a second marriage, but devoted himself entirely to cultivating his land and to the education of his only daughter. He was a man of a noble character and unusual virtue. Having accumulated in a short time a moderate fortune, he thought of his elder brother, Constantine, who had remained behind in Volhynia in poverty, forsaken by his rich relations and obliged to go into service on various estates. He invited him to Rozloga with his wife and his 5 sons and shared with them all he had. The two Kurtseviches lived in peace until the end of the year 1634, when Vasil went to Smolensk with King Vladislav. There occurred the misfortune that preceded his ruin. In the king's camp a letter was intercepted which had been written to Shehin. It was signed with the name of the prince and sealed with the coat of arms of Kurch. Such evident proof of treachery on the part of the knight, who had hitherto enjoyed an untainted reputation, struck everyone with astonishment and horror. In vain did Vasil call God to witness that neither the letter nor the signature of the letter was his. The coat of arms on the seal banished every doubt, and no one would believe in the loss of his seal by which the prince sought to clear himself. And so the unfortunate prince who was attainted for the crime of pro crimine perduelionis was forced to save himself by flight. He arrived by night at Rozloga, made his brother Constantine swear by all the saints that he would take care of his daughter as her own father, and disappeared forever. It was said he had once written a letter to Prince Yeremi from Bar, with the request that he would not deprive his daughter Helena of the last morsel of bread, and would allow her to remain quietly in Rozloga in the care of Constantine. Then he completely vanished. Reports were spread immediately that he had died; it was also said that he had gone over to the emperor and had fallen in war in Germany. But who could tell for certain anything about him? He must have perished, for no further inquiries came from him about his daughter. All mention of him ceased and he was only remembered once more when his innocence was established. A certain Kuptsevich from Vitebsk confessed on his dying bed that he had written the letter to Shehin and had sealed it with the seal that he had found in the camp. At this testimony all hearts were filled with sorrow and regret. The sentence was annulled, the name of Prince Vasil was reinstated with honor, but for him, consolation for his wrongs came too late. As far as Rozloga was concerned it had never occurred to Prince Yeremy to take it from him, for the Vishnovyetskis who knew Vasil better than most people, had never been quite convinced of his guilt. He might even have remained, and under their mighty protection, might have mocked at the sentence. When he went away, it was simply because he could not endure the disgrace. Thus Helena had grown up peacefully at Rozloga under the sheltering care of her uncle. It was not until his death that life became hard for her. Constantine's wife, who had come from a family of doubtful origin, was a rough, passionate, energetic woman, whom her husband alone had been able to restrain. After his death she had taken the management of Rozloga into her iron hands. The servants trembled before her, the household avoided her like fire, and she even made her presence unpleasantly felt in the neighborhood. In the 3rd year of her rule, twice did she invade the Sivinsk at Brovark with warlike intent. She herself dressed in man's clothing and led her servants and Cossacks on horseback. Once after one of Prince Yeremy's regiments had scattered a band of Tartars who had been committing depredations in Siedim Mogul, the princess at the head of her people cut down to the last man all that remained after they had fled to Rozloga. She had planted herself in Rozloga for good, and began to regard it as her own and her sons' property. She loved her sons as the wolf loves her young, but as she herself was boorish it did not occur to her to give them a decent bringing up. A monk of the Greek church whom she had brought from Kiev taught them to read and write. That was all their instruction, and yet Lubni was close by, and the court of the prince, at which the young princes might have learned courtly manners, have obtained experience in government affairs, have undertaken some kind of business, or if they wished to go into military service might have acquired military knowledge. The old princess, however, had her reasons for not going to Lubni. How easy it would be for Prince Yeremy to remember to whom Rozloga really belonged; how easily might he inquire into her guardianship of Helena, or even, in memory of Vasil, undertake the guardianship himself. In that case she would have been obliged to leave Rozloga. She preferred, therefore, that everyone in Lubni should forget her, and that there were Kurtseviches in the world. So for this reason the young princes were brought up like half savages and more like Cossacks than noblemen. When they were still lads they took part in the disputes of the old princes in their warlike excursions against the Sivinskis and the Tartar hordes. They themselves had a natural dislike to books and writing, and would rather shoot the whole day with their bows, or practice exercising with spears or swords, or in casting with slings. They took not the slightest interest in the management of the lands, for the mother would not let it go out of her own hands. It was really sad to see these descendants of a renowned race, in whose veins ran princely blood, but whose manners were rough and indelicate, and whose tastes and hard hearts recalled the wild steppes. They grew up meanwhile like young oaks, but as they themselves knew that they were uncultivated men, they were ashamed to mix with the nobility, and thus they preferred the comradeship of the wild Cossack bands. They early came into relations with Nij, where they were looked upon as comrades. Sometimes they spent a whole 6 months in Sich. They went on business with the Cossacks, took part in their expeditions against the Turks and the Tartars, and these finally became their principal and favorite occupations. The mother was not displeased with this, for they often brought home rich booty. On one of these expeditions the eldest, Vasil, fell into the hands of the infidels. His brothers freed him with the assistance of Bohun and his Zaporojians, but not before his eyes had been put out. From that time on he was obliged to sit at home, and though he had formerly been the wildest of all, he was now very gentle, and became absorbed in religious meditation and reflection. The younger sons carried on their warlike enterprises until they finally received the nickname of the Cossack princes. Indeed it was only necessary to cast a glance at Rozloga Siromakh in order to guess what kind of people occupied it. As the ambassador and Skshetuski passed through the gates they did not see a gentleman's castle, but a roomy barrack constructed of enormous beams of oak with narrow windows like loopholes. The servants' quarters and those of the Cossacks, the stables, the granaries, and the storehouses joined on to the dwelling house, and formed an irregular building consisting of higher and lower portions, outwardly so mean and poor looking that if one had not perceived light through the windows one would hardly have believed it to be a human habitation. In the courtyard before the house were 2 wells with cranes, and the gatepost had a ring at the top of it to which was chained a tame bear. A massive gate also made of oak beams, formed the entrance to the courtyard, which was entirely surrounded by a moat and palisade. It was evidently a fortified place, protected against incursions and attacks. It reminded one in all particulars of the border forts of the Cossacks, and although the greater number of the mansions of the nobility in the borderlands had very much the same outward appearance, one felt here, more than elsewhere, that this was a robber's den. The servants who came to meet the guests with lighted torches looked more like robbers than domestic servants. The huge dogs in the yard dragged at their chains as if they would break loose and jump on the newcomers. The sound of neighing horses was heard from the stable. The young Bulyhovs in concert with their mother, began to scold the servants, to give orders and to swear. In the midst of this confusion the guests stepped into the house. Rozvan Ursu, who had already seen the savagery and the miserable condition of the houses, felt almost regret to think that he had consented to stay overnight at this place. But he was fairly dazed at the sight that met his eyes. The interior of the house did not fulfill the promise of the miserable outward appearance. One stepped first into a roomy vestibule, whose walls were almost entirely covered with shields and skins of wild animals. In 2 enormous fireplaces, huge logs of wood were burning, and by their bright light one saw rows of shining armor, Turkish shields in which here and there were precious stones, shirts of chain armor with gold buttons at the fastenings, cuirasses, breastplates, gorgets, steel armor of great value, Polish and Turkish helmets, and visors overlaid with silver. On the opposite wall hung shields of a kind no longer used; beside them Polish lances and Oriental spears, broadswords innumerable, from simple swords to scimitars and yataghans which, with their gay colored hilts sparkled in the firelight like stars. In the corners hung rolls of fox, wolf, bear, marten, and ermine skins, the prizes of the chase of the young princes. Lower down along the walls slept in their hoops hawks, falcons, and huge vultures, which, brought from the farther eastern steppes, were used in wolf hunting. From this room the guests went into a large hall. Here also a bright fire burned on the hearth, above which was a mantelpiece. In this room still greater magnificence was displayed than in the vestibule. The bare wood of the walls was hung with Turkish draperies. Upon the floor were spread valuable Oriental rugs. In the middle of the room stood a long table on crossed legs. This was made of rough planks, but upon it stood cups entirely gilt, and of Venetian cut glass. Alongside the walls were smaller tables, chests of drawers and closets, and upon these stood chests and cases packed full of bronzes, brass candlesticks, and clocks, which in their time the Turks had stolen from the Venetians, and the Cossacks again from the Turks. The whole room was packed with a quantity of beautiful objects that, as far as one could see, could be but little appreciated by the hostess. Everywhere this luxury was mingled with the greatest simplicity such as belongs to the steppes. The costly Turkish cabinets, ebony and mother of pearl stood beside rough, unpolished cupboards. Simple wooden chairs were placed beside luxurious sofas covered with rugs. The cushions which, in Oriental fashion, lay upon the sofas, were covered with gold embroidery and silk, but were seldom filled with feathers, but more frequently with hay or pea shucks. The costly draperies and the gorgeous articles constituted so called Turkish and Tartar goods, which had been bought in part from the Cossacks, in many wars in the time of old Prince Vasil, and in part had been brought home as booty from the expeditions against the Nijovs by the young Bulyhovs, who preferred to make expedition to the Black Sea in boats, to bringing a wife home or looking after the affairs of the estate. All this did not surprise Skshetuski. He knew the homes in the borderlands, but the Wallachian Boyar was surprised to see that in the midst of all this splendor the Kurtseviches walked about in calfskin boots, and in sheepskin coats that were not much better than those worn by the servants. But Longin Podbipyenta, who had been accustomed to other kinds of establishments in Lithuania, was also surprised. The young princes, meanwhile, received the guests kindly, and with the greatest empressment, but they did it in such a clumsy manner, owing to their want of polish, that the lieutenant could hardly keep from laughing. The eldest, Simeon, said: "Be welcome. We thank you for your kindness. Look upon our house as your home. Make yourselves at home. We greet you humbly on our threshold of the Nij." And although in the tones of his voice no humility was expressed, or even a pretense of it as though he were receiving superiors, yet he bowed himself Cossack fashion to the girdle, and his younger brothers followed his example believing that hospitality demanded it, and said: "At your service, worthy sirs, at your service." Meanwhile the princess had pulled Bohun by the sleeve and led him out of the room. "Listen, Bohun," she said hastily, "I have not long to talk to you. I see that you showed your teeth at that young nobleman and are seeking a quarrel with him." "Mother," answered the Cossack, kissing the old lady's hand, "the world is wide, let him go his way, I will go mine. I never knew him, never heard him before, but let him keep away from the princess, or as true as I live, I will flash my sword in his eyes." "Why, you are crazy, crazy! Where is your head, little Cossack? What is the matter with you? Do you want to ruin us and yourself? He is one of Vishnovyetski's soldiers, a lieutenant, a man of standing, for he was sent by the prince as an ambassador to the Khan. If a hair of his head is injured under our roof, do you know what will happen? The Voyevoda will then turn his eyes upon Rozloga, will avenge him, will hunt us all to the four winds, and will take Helena to Lubni. And what then? Do you want to have a quarrel with him too? Do you want to attack Lubni? Try it if you wish to be impaled, little spoiled Cossack. If the nobleman likes the girl or not, he will depart as he has come, and that is the end of it. Calm yourself, and if you will not do so, see to it that you get out of here to whence you came, or you will bring misfortune upon us." The Cossack bit his mustache and groaned, but he understood that the princess was right.
"They are going away to morrow, mother," he said, "and I will calm myself, but do not let my black eyed girl talk to him." "What's the matter with you? Do you want them to think that I'm keeping her a prisoner? She will entertain them, I wish it. You cannot rule here in the house, you are not the master." "Do not be angry, princess. If it cannot be otherwise, I will show them a face as sweet as Turkish dainties. I will gnash my teeth, but I will not grasp my sword even if I should be torn with anger, and if my soul should dissolve with 1,000 sighs. Let your will be done." "That's right, well said, Falcon. Take your theorbo, play, sing, and you will feel better in your mind. And now go to the guests."
They returned to the reception room where the young princes, not knowing how to entertain their guests, were continually bidding them welcome and bending low before them. As they approached Skshetuski looked sternly and proudly into Bohun's eyes, and he found in them no provocation nor challenge. The face of the young Cossack chief beamed with polite gaiety, and he dissimulated so well that the most practiced eye might have been deceived. The lieutenant looked at him sharply for in the darkness he had not been able to distinguish his features. Now he saw a straight figure, slender as a poplar, with mobile features, a luxuriant black moustache that hung down in two ends. Gaiety shone on his face through the Ukrainian melancholy like the sun through a mist. Upon his high forehead fell a shock of black hair, like a little mane, several strands of which were plaited and hung down like a row of teeth over the strong eyebrows. The aquiline nose, the broad nostrils and the white teeth which showed at every smile, gave his face something the expression of a bird of prey. But, taken together, he was a type of the dashing, defiant beauty of the Ukraine. His gorgeous attire especially distinguished this horseman of the steppes from the princes who were clad in skins. Bohun wore a silver brocaded coat and a red waistcoat. That was the color which all the Cossacks of Pereyaslav wore. Around his waist was a crape girdle from which a richly mounted sword hung by silver cords. But the sword itself as well as his apparel were eclipsed by the richness of the Turkish scimitar which he wore at his girdle, the handle of which was so thickly set with gems that it fairly sparkled. In this costume he could easily have been mistaken for a lord of high birth, not for a Cossack, and the more so as his easy and courtly manners gave no hint of his low origin. He stepped up to Longin, listened to his story of his ancestor, and of the killing of the 3 crusaders. Then he turned to the lieutenant and, as if nothing had happened between them, asked with perfect freedom: "You've returned from the Crimea, I hear." "From the Crimea," answered the lieutenant dryly. "I have also been there, and if I did not get as far as Bakhserai, I hope to go there some day, if those joyful reports are true." "What reports do you mean?" "They say that if our gracious king should begin war with the Turks, Vishnovyetski will devastate the Crimea with fire and sword, and these reports have spread great joy over the whole Ukraine and Nij. For unless we fight in Bakhserai under such a leader, we shall fight under no one." "Oh, we will revel as true of God is in heaven," answered the Kurtsevich. The lieutenant was astonished at the respect with which the Cossack spoke of the prince. He smiled therefore, and said in a somewhat gentler tone: "I see that the expeditions against the Nijovs that have covered you with fame still do not satisfy you." "A little war, little fame, great war, great fame. Koneshevich did not kill Sohaydats on the boats but at Khotsim." At that moment the door opened and Vasil, the eldest Kurtsevich, walked slowly into the room, Helena leading him by the hand. He was a man of middle age, pale and thin, with a sad, ascetic expression that reminded one of the pictures of Byzantine saints. His long hair which from sorrow and suffering had grown gray, fell down upon his shoulders, and in place of eyes were 2 red hollows. In his hand he held a brass crucifix with which he blessed the room and all present. "In the name of God, the Father, in the name of the Redeemer, and of the Holy Virgin," said he, "if you are apostles and bring good news, welcome to this Christian threshold. Amen."
"Pardon him, worthy sirs," murmured the young princes, "he has lost his mind."
Vasil, however, continued his blessing and said: "As it is written in the Acts of the Apostles, those who shed their blood for the faith will be saved, but those who seek for earthly possessions, for prizes or booty, shall be damned. Let us pray." Woe unto you, brothers! Woe unto me! For we have made war for the sake of spoil. God be merciful to us, poor sinners, God be merciful. And you men come here from afar, what news do you bring? Are you apostles?" He was silent and appeared to wait an answer. The lieutenant answered therefore, after a pause: "We are very far removed from such a high position. We are only soldiers, and are ready to die for the faith." "Then you will be saved," answered the blind man, "but for us the hour of redemption is not yet at hand. Woe unto you, brothers! Woe unto me!" The last words he spoke almost groaning, and upon his face was pictured such boundless despair that the guests did not know what to do. Helena had meanwhile seated him on a chair, and she herself hastened into the hall and returned in a few minutes with a lute in her hand. Soft tones filled the air, and to the sound of the lute the maiden sang a hymn. "To thee, O Lord, in heaven's height, I raise my prayer by day and night. O pity take, have mercy on a sinner's woe, And dry mine eyes, though salt tears flow." The blind man leaned his head back and listened to the words of the song which appeared to soothe him like a healing balm. Then by degrees the traces of sorrow and despair disappeared from his features; finally his head sank upon his breast and he remained thus, as if in a half sleep or stupor. "Do not interrupt the music, for that will quiet him entirely," said the princess gently. "You see his mental peculiarity consists in this, that he is always expecting the apostles, and as soon as anyone comes into the house, he goes to meet them and asks them if they are not the apostles." Helena sang meanwhile: "Guide, O gracious God, my path, Like a wanderer in the wild. Like a ship upon strange seas, I am lost and alone." Her sweet voice became stronger and, with the lute in her hand, her eyes raised to heaven, she was so enchantingly beautiful that the lieutenant could not take his eyes off her. He continued to gaze upon her and for some moments forgot everything else. He was aroused from his enchantment by the words of the old princess. "That will do. He won't wake soon. And now I invite the gentlemen to supper." "We invite you to bread and salt," said the young Bulyhovs. Pan Rozvan, as a polished cavalier, offered his arm to the old princess. When Skshetuski saw this, he went to Panna Helena. His heart became soft as wax when he felt her hand upon his arm, and his eyes sparkled as he said: "The angels in heaven do not sing more sweetly than you do." "Thou sinnest, O knight, comparing my voice to that of the angels," answered Helena. "I do not know if it is a sin, but I know I would willingly let my eyes be put out, if I could listen to thy singing until my death. But what am I saying? If I were blind I could not see thee, and that would be a torment unbearable." "Oh, do not say that, sir. To morrow thou wilt go from here and thou wilt forget me." "Oh, that could not be, for I have learned to love thee so well that in my whole life, I will never love anyone else. I will never forget thee." The cheeks of the young girl flushed scarlet. Her breast heaved strongly; she wished to reply but her lips only trembled. Skshetuski therefore continued: "Thou wilt forget me beside that handsome Cossack, who will accompany thy song on the balalayka." "Never, never," whispered the maiden, "but beware of him, for he is a terrible man." "What do I care for one Cossack? If the whole of Sich were at his back I would dare all for thee. To me thou art a priceless jewel, thou art my world. Oh, if I only knew that I were loved in return." A soft "Yes" sounded like the music of paradise in Skshetuski's ears, and it seemed to him as if 10 hearts were beating in his breast. Everything grew bright before his eyes as if sunbeams had fallen upon the earth. He felt an unusual strength as if wings had grown on him. During the supper, Bohun's glance repeatedly sought him, and his face was changed and very pale; but the lieutenant, who possessed Helena's love, did not trouble himself about his rival. "Let him go to the devil," he thought to himself. "If he comes across my path, I will crush him." And then his thoughts turned to another direction. He felt that Helena sat so near him that his arm almost touched hers. He saw the blush that would not fade from her face and which seemed to give forth heat. He saw her breast heaving like waves and her eyes that were now cast to the ground and shaded by the lashes, then again raised and beaming like 2 stars. For Helena, although suppressed by the princess, although living as an orphan in sorrow and care, was a Ukraine maiden with fiery blood in her veins. As she now felt the first warm rays of love, she bloomed out like a rose and awoke to a new, hitherto unknown life. In her features shone happiness and courage, which struggled with maidenly modesty and painted upon her cheeks those beautiful rosy colors. Skshetuski could hardly contain himself for joy. He drank to excess, but the mead could not hurt him for he was already intoxicated with love. He no longer saw anyone at the table besides his love. He did not notice that Bohun was growing very pale, that he clutched the handle of his scimitar more and more convulsively. He did not hear how Longin, for the third time, related the history of his ancestor, and how the Kurtsevich told of their expeditions after Turkish property. All of them except Bohun drank deeply and the chief example was given by the old princess, who raised her glass to drink now to the health of her guests, now to the health of the gracious prince, then to the health of Hospodar Lupnik. They talked a good deal about the blind Vasil, of his knightly deeds in the olden times, of his misfortunes and of his present mental condition, which the eldest Simeon explained thus: "Think of it, gentlemen, if the smallest splinter in your eye would prevent you seeing, how much more would a considerable piece of pitch getting into his brain make him crazy?" "It is a very delicate organ," remarked Pan Longin. Suddenly the old princess noticed Bohun's face. "What ails you, Falcon?" "I have a pain at my heart, mother," he said gloomily, "but the word of a Cossack is not spoken to the winds. I will bear it." "Bear it, my son, be enduring." The supper was over, but they continued pouring fresh mead into the cups. Some Cossack boys entered the rooms, whom they had invited to dance in order to amuse the guests. The sound of balalaykas and of drums were heard and the sleepy boys were obliged to dance. Then the young Bulyhovs began to turn about. The old princess placed her hands akimbo and stepping upon the floor began to stamp and posture and sing, and when Skshetuski saw this, he ventured a dance with Helena. As he placed his arm round her, he felt as if he were clasping a portion of heaven to his breast. As they whirled round in the dance, her long braids flew about his neck as if she would tie him to her forever. He could not resist the temptation, and when he thought no one was looking, he bent down and kissed her sweet mouth with fervor. Late at night, when he was alone with Longin in a room where they had prepared two beds, instead of going to sleep, he sat upon the edge of his bed and said: "You will ride to Lubni with another man to morrow." Podbipyenta, who had just ended his paters, opened his eyes wide and said: "How is that? Are you going to stay here?" "Not I, but my heart remains here and only the sweet memory will go with me. You will see a great change in me, for from longing I can hardly draw breath." "So you have fallen in love with the young princess?" "So it is, as sure as I am alive here before you. Sleep flees my eyelids, and I would like to sigh unceasingly and to dissolve in steam entirely. I tell you this because you have a sensitive and loving heart and so will understand my torment." Pan Longin began himself to sigh as a token that he understood the torments of love. After a while, he asked in a plaintive tone: "Perhaps you have made a vow of chastity?" "Your question is not sensible, for if we all took such vows the human race would die out." The entrance of a servant interrupted the conversation. He was an old Tartar with piercing black eyes and a face that was as wrinkled as a dried apple. As he entered, he cast a meaning look at Skshetuski and asked: "Do the gentlemen need anything further? Perhaps a glass of mead for a pillow?" "We need nothing." The Tartar approached Skshetuski and whispered: "I have a word for you from the young lady." "Then be my Pandar," cried the lieutenant joyfully. "You may speak in the presence of this gentleman for I have confided my secret to him." The Tartar drew a piece of ribbon from his sleeve. "The young lady sends the honored gentleman this scarf and says that she loves him with her whole soul." The lieutenant seized the scarf and began to kiss it in his enchantment and to press it to his breast, and, as he got a little calmer, he asked: "What did she tell you to say?" "That she loves you, honored sir, with all her soul." "Here, take this dollar as a present. She says then that she loves me?" "It is so." "Here is another dollar for you. May God bless her for I love her best of all. Tell her or wait, I will write to her myself. Bring me ink, pen and paper." "What?"
asked the Tartar. "Ink, pen, and paper." "There isn't such a thing in the house. In the time of Prince Vasil there was some, and then, when the young princes learned to write from the monk, but that is a long time ago."
Skshetuski snapped his fingers. "Pan Podbipyenta, have you not pen and ink?" The Lithuanian shrugged his shoulders and looked up into the sky. "The devil!" said Skshetuski, "then I am in a fix." The Tartar had meanwhile crouched before the fire.
"What is the use of writing?" he said as he raked the coals. "The young lady has gone to sleep, and what your Highness wishes to write to her you can say to morrow."
"If that's so, it's another matter. You are, I see, a faithful servant to the young lady. There's a $3 for you. How long have you been in her service?"
"Alas, it is 14 years since Count Vasil took me prisoner. From that time I have served him faithfully, and when he went away into banishment he left his child with Constantine, but he said to me, 'Chekhly, you will not leave my girl, will you, but will take care of her as the eye in your head. La Allah ila Allah.'"
"And you have done so?"
"I have done it and will continue to do it."
"See here, how do matters appear to you? How is the young lady treated here?"
"They do not treat her very well. They wish to give her to Bohun, and he is an infernal hound."
"Nothing will come of it. Some one will be found who will take her away."
"Yes," said the old man as he stirred the glowing ashes, "they want to give her to Bohun, but he may take and carry her away as the wolf does the lamb and leave them in possession of Rozloga, for Rozloga belongs to her, not to them, to the Prince Vasil. Bohun will also willingly do that, for he has in his hiding places more gold and silver than there is sand in Rozloga, but she hates him since the day when, in her presence, he beat a man's brains out with his pole axe. Blood fell between them and hatred grew out of it. La Allah!" The lieutenant could not close his eyes the whole night long. He walked up and down the room, gazed at the moon, and made several resolutions. Now he understood the Bulyhov's game. If a nobleman from the vicinity should marry the young princess he would demand Rozloga as her fortune, and would have a right to it for it belonged to her. Perhaps he would demand an account of their guardianship. That was why the Bulyhovs who had grown up entirely in a Cossack country had resolved to give the girl to a Cossack. When Skshetuski thought of this, he clenched his fist and felt for the sword at his side. He determined also to crush this intrigue and felt the power in him to do it. In the first place Prince Yeremi ought to be the guardian of Helena, because Rozloga was a gift from the Vishnovyetski to the old Vasil, and secondly because Vasil himself had written from Bar to the prince, begging him to be her guardian. Only the urgency of public business, of war, and great undertakings had prevented the Voyevoda from interesting himself in the guardianship. But it would be sufficient to remind him by a word, in order that justice may be done. Dawn was already gray when Pan Skshetuski threw himself upon his bed. He slept soundly, and awoke in the morning with a firm resolve. They dressed themselves quickly, he and Longin, for the carriage was already waiting for them, and Skshetuski's soldiers were already mounted and ready for the march. In the reception room the ambassador, in company with the old princess and her sons, was strengthening himself with a little soup; but Bohun was not there, so no one knew whether he still slept or had gone away. After he had refreshed himself Skshetuski said: "Lady, time flies. We must soon mount our horses. Before we express our gratitude to you for your hospitality, there is an important matter about which I would like to say a word to you and to your sons in private." In the features of the princess lively astonishment was depicted. She looked first at her sons, then at the ambassador and Pan Longin as if she would read from their faces what it was all about, and with a certain uneasiness in her voice, she said: "I am at your service, sir." The ambassador wanted to retire, but she would not hear of it. Instead of that, she led the way into the vestibule with its hangings and armor. The young princes rose and followed their mother, and after them came Skshetuski. She went up to him and asked: "What do you wish to talk to me about?" The lieutenant fixed an almost stern look upon her and said:
Pardon me, gracious lady, and you young princes, that, contrary to custom and good manners, I have undertaken to put this matter before you instead of entrusting it to a confidential messenger; but it cannot be done otherwise and, as no one can fight against fate, I will set before you without further delay my humble prayer that you as her guardians will give me the Princess Helena as my wife. If at this moment, in the middle of winter, a stroke of lightning had struck the courtyard in Rozloga, it would not have produced such an effect upon the princess and her sons as these words of the lieutenant. For a time they looked in astonishment at the speaker who stood before them, erect as a statue, calm and proud, as if he had no intention of begging, but rather of commanding. But they could find no words to reply. Instead, the princess began to ask: "What, she, Helena?" "Yes, gracious princess, and that is my unalterable intention." A short silence followed. "I am awaiting your answer, princess."
"Pardon me, worthy sir," answered the princess after she had calmed down a little, but her voice was dry and harsh. "It is no slight honor for us to receive this request from such a cavalier, but nothing can come of it, for I've already promised Helena to another."
"Consider, gracious princess, as a careful guardian, if that is not against the wish of the young lady, and if I am not better than he to whom you have promised her."
"Good sir, who is best is for me to judge. You may be the best, that makes no difference to us, we do not know you."
The lieutenant stood more proudly erect and his glances were like sharp knives and cold as steel.
"But I know you, you traitors," he thundered. "You want to give a relation of yours to a peasant, only in order that he may leave you in unlawful possession." "You yourself are a traitor," cried the princess. "Is that how you thank us for our hospitality? Is that the gratitude that dwells in your heart? Oh, viper, who are you? Whence do you come?"
The young Kurtseviches began to snap their fingers and glance at the weapons on the walls. The lieutenant, however, cried out: "You heathens, you have stolen the property of an orphan, but it will bring you no blessing; only one day more and the prince will hear of it." At these words, the princess darted into the back of the room, seized a javelin and made for the lieutenant. The young princes also seized whatever they could lay hold of, one a sword, another a spear, or knife, surrounded the lieutenant in a semicircle and sniffed like a pack of raging wolves.
"You will go and tell the prince?" screamed the princess. "How do you know you will get away from here alive? How do you know this is not your last hour?"
Skshetuski crossed his hands upon his breast and did not move an eyelash. "As the envoy of the prince, I am on my way back from the Crimea. If one drop of my blood is spilt here, within 3 days this house will be in ashes, and you will all rot in the dungeons at Lubni. Is there a power in the world that can protect you? Do not threaten, for I do not fear you."
"We shall perish, but you will perish first."
"Well, strike, here is my breast." The young princes, with their mother at their head, held their weapons pointed towards the lieutenant's breast, but it seemed as if invisible chains held their hands in bonds. Breathing heavily and grinding their teeth, they rose in impotent rage, but not one of them dared to strike. The dreaded name of Vishnovyetski had made them powerless. The lieutenant was master of the situation. The helpless anger of the princess exhausted herself in a torrent of abuse.
"Braggart! Miserable vagabond! Good for nothing! Princely blood do you wish? Nothing will come of it, we will give her to anyone, but not to you, and the prince himself cannot oblige us to do so."
Skshetuski answered: "This is not the time for me to prove my nobility to you, but I believe that your family would be glad to bear sword and shield after me. Besides, if the peasant is good enough for you, I am better. As for my property, it can well be compared with yours, and if you say that you will not give Helena to me, hear what I have to say. I would also let you remain in Rozloga and would demand no account of your guardianship."
"Do not give away what is not yours."
"I am not giving anything. I am only giving my promise for the future and confirm it with the word of a knight. Choose therefore: either you will give an account to the prince and leave Rozloga, or you will give me the girl and retain the property." The javelin slowly slipped from the hands of the princess and fell noisily to the ground. "Choose," repeated Skshetuski, "either peace or war."
"It is lucky," said Princess Kurtsevich, already in a milder tone, "that Bohun has ridden out with the falcon and does not see you, for he suspected you already yesterday. If he were here it would not end without bloodshed."
"And I do not carry my sword only that it may weigh down my belt."
"Consider whether you think it polite for a cavalier who has come into a house in friendship to overpower people like this, and to carry off a girl by force, exactly as if she were a Turkish slave."
"I think it is very appropriate since she is to be sold against her will to a peasant."
"Do not speak so of Bohun, for even though he does not know his parentage he is still a famous warrior and a brave knight, and we have known him from childhood and consider him as one of our own blood. To rob him of the girl or to stab him to death would be about the same thing to him."
"Gracious princess, time presses. I must go on my journey. Pardon me if I repeat once more, make your choice."
The countess turned to her sons. "What do you say, my sons, to the humble request of this cavalier?"
The Bulyovs looked at one another and nudged each other but were silent. Finally Simeon growled: "If you bid us fight, mother, we will fight. If you bid us give him the girl, we will give her to him."
"To fight is bad and to give is bad."
She then turned to Skshetuski.
"You have driven us so to the wall that we can hardly breathe. Bohun is a mad fellow who dares anything. Who will defend us from his vengeance? He himself will be ruined through the prince, but before that occurs he will destroy us. What shall we do?"
"That is for you to decide." The princess was silent for a moment.
"Listen, worthy cavalier, absolute secrecy must be preserved. We will send Bohun to Pereyaslav, and we ourselves will drive to Lubni with Helena. You will entreat the prince to send a guard to Rozloga. Bohun has in the vicinity 150 men, some of whom are here. One could not easily take Helena away, for he would try to get her back alive or dead. It cannot be otherwise. Go therefore, betray our secret to no one and expect us."
"In order that you may betray me?"
"We would if that were only possible, but we cannot do so as you see yourself. Give us your word that you will preserve our secret till that time."
"I give my word. Do you give me the girl?"
"We cannot do otherwise, even if Bohun should injure us."
"Tut tut, gentlemen," said the lieutenant suddenly, turning to the young princes. "Here are four of you like oaks, and you fear one Cossack and want to destroy him through treachery. Although I thank you, I must say that this is not worthy of honorable noblemen."
"Do not mix yourself up in this affair," cried the princess. "This is not your business. What shall we do? How many soldiers have you to pit against 150 men? Would you protect Helena when he comes to take her away by force? That is not your business. You go to Lubni, and whatever we do, let us alone, if we only bring Helena to you."
"Do as you will, but one thing I must say, if any evil happens to the girl, then woe to you."
"Do not talk thus and drive us to desperation."
"Yes, you did wish to use force, and even now when you are trying to sell her in exchange for Rozloga, it does not occur to you to ask her if she is favorably disposed towards my person."
"We will do so in your presence," said the old princess, suppressing the anger which began to rise anew in her breast, for she discerned perfectly the contempt that expressed itself in the words of the lieutenant. Simeon went to fetch Helena, and in a few moments appeared with her in the hall. Amid the ebullitions of rage and the threatenings which appeared still to rumble in the air like the echo of a passing storm, in the midst of those knitted brows, fierce looks, and unfriendly faces, her beautiful countenance beamed like the sun after a storm. "Young lady," said the princess sullenly, pointing to Skshetuski, "if you have no objection, there is your future husband." Helena grew pale as the wall. She screamed and covered her eyes with her hands. Then she suddenly stretched out her hands to Skshetuski and whispered rapturously: "Is it true?" An hour later the ambassador's train and that of the lieutenant were slowly wending their way along the forest highway, in the direction of Lubni. Skshetuski and Longin rode at the head of the cavalcade. Behind them came the long file of carriages belonging to the ambassador. The lieutenant was absorbed in thought, when, suddenly, there came to his ears snatches of the song:
"Alas, alas, how sore my heart!"
In the depth of the forest on a narrow footpath, Bohun appeared.
His horse was completely covered with dust and mud. The Cossack had evidently, as was his custom, been wandering about on the steppes, and in the forest, in order to breathe in the air, to forget the world and the sorrow that gnawed at his heart, to numb his pain. He was now just on his way to Rozloga. When Skshetuski saw the splendid knightly figure, that appeared and vanished, he could not help murmuring to himself: "What a fortunate thing it was that he clove a man's skull in her presence." Suddenly he had a feeling of compunction. It seemed to him as if he felt sorry for Bohun, more particularly because he was bound by his word to the princess and could not immediately, on the spot, ride after him and say: "We both love the same girl. One of us is superfluous in the world. Unsheath, Cossack, villain!"
End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Skshetuski did not find the prince at home when he reached Lubni. He had gone to attend a christening at the house of one of his old retainers, Pan Suwczynski at Siench, and with him went the princess, the two Princess Zbaraska, and many people of the court. Word was sent to Siench of the return of the lieutenant from the Crimea, and also of the arrival of the ambassador. Meantime Skshetuski was received with joy by his friends after his long journey, and especially by Volodiyovski, who, since his last duel with the lieutenant, had become his warmest friend. This knight was distinguished for one peculiarity, that he was always in love. After he had become convinced of Anusia Borzobahata's faithlessness, he had turned his sensitive heart over to Angelica Lenska, also a lady in waiting, and when she, a month ago, married Stanishevski, Pan Michael began to comfort himself by paying attentions to the elder Princess Zbaraska, Anna, the niece of Prince Vishnovyetski. He knew very well that he lifted his eyes too high and that he could not flatter himself with the smallest hope, especially as several suitors had pretended to the hand of the princess, among them Bodzinski, and Lasota, who, in the name of Pan Pshiyemski and of the Voyevoda of Lech were suing for her hand. The unlucky Pan Michael related his new sorrow to the lieutenant and initiated him into all the occurrences and secrets of the court. Skshetuski, however, listened with divided attention, for his mind and his heart were occupied with other matters. If that restlessness of the soul which is inseparable from love, even the happiest love, had not tortured him, Skshetuski would have felt happy after such a long absence on returning to Lubni. For here he was surrounded with friendly faces, and the noises of military life which was his favorite music. Now Lubni, although the fortified residence of the prince, might be compared favorably as regards magnificence with any of the courts of the petty kings. It was different from the others only in that a strict military discipline, as in camp, was observed. Anyone who did not understand the manners and regulations of the place might imagine, even if he came here in time of peace, that some kind of military expedition was in preparation. The soldiers here took precedence of the courtiers, steel above gold, the sound of the bugle above the sound of revels and enjoyment. Everywhere perfect order reigned, and remarkable discipline. Everywhere officers swarmed, belonging to the different regiments: cuirassiers, cavalry, heavy dragoons, Cossacks, Tartars, and Wallachs, among whom were not only representatives of the entire country of the Dnieper, but also volunteer recruits of the nobility from all parts of the Commonwealth. Whoever wished to educate himself in a truly knightly school, came to Lubni. Nobody was wanting there. Consequently, besides natives of Russia, there were a number of Masurs, Lithuanians, natives of Little Poland, and even Prussians. The foot soldiers of the artillery, the so-called fiery people, consisted principally of picked Germans who had enlisted for high pay. The dragoons were principally natives. The Lithuanians had entered the Tartar regiments; the Poles chose by preference to enlist in the cuirassier regiments. The prince did not let the knighthood remain idle, consequently there was constant stir in the camp.
Certain regiments went to relieve others at the posts and border garrisons, others came to the capital, whole days were taken up in mustering and drilling. At times, even when the Tartars were quiet, the prince would undertake distant military expeditions into the limitless steppes and deserts in order to accustom the soldiers to the march, to go to places that had never yet been visited, and to carry the fame of his name in all directions. The previous autumn he had followed the left bank of the Dnieper as far as Kudak where Pan Grodzitski, who was governor, received him like a sovereign; then he followed the Porog till he came to Khortytsa, and there upon the meadows of Kushkas he had caused to be erected an enormous pile of stones as a memorial, and also as a token that, as yet, no lord had travelled this road to such a distance. Pan Boguslav Mashkievich, a good though young soldier, and at the same time a man of learning, who described this journey, as also other expeditions of the prince, told Skshetuski wonderful stories about it. Volodiyovski confirmed everything he had said, for he also had been on this expedition. They also had seen the rapids and wondered at them, especially at the dreadful Nyenasitov which yearly, like the fabulous Scylla and Charybdis, swallowed up many human victims. They had then turned towards the east to the burnt up steppes, where the cavalry could make no progress on account of the stubs, and the horses were obliged to have their feet wrapped in leather. There were in that direction a quantity of otter, moles, gigantic snakes 10 yards long and as thick as a man's arm. Upon the way, to perpetuate the memory of the affair, they had carved the princely coat of arms on a solitary oak, and finally they arrived at such forsaken deserts that they couldn't find the slightest vestige of any human habitation. "I thought," said the learned Pan Mashkievich, "that like Ulysses we would also at last arrive in Hades." To which Pan Michael answered: "The men of Zamoyski's squadron, who were in the van, swear that they saw the boundary where the terrestrial orb ends." The lieutenant thereupon related to his companions stories of the Crimea, where he had passed almost half a year, waiting for the Khan's answer; of the towns there which remain from the earliest times; of the Tartars, of their military prowess; and finally of the terror which took possession of them when they heard of the great military expedition against the Crimea in which all the military powers of the Commonwealth were to take part. With such conversation they passed their evenings and awaited the return of the prince. The lieutenant introduced Longin Podbipyenta to his friends. His kindly disposition won all hearts, and his superhuman strength in sword exercises won him universal respect. He told one and all about his ancestor, and about the 3 decapitated knights, but he remained silent about his vow, for he did not wish to lay himself open to ridicule. A special friendship sprang up between himself and Pan Michael as they both had such soft hearts. Before many days had passed, they were taking long walks together upon the ramparts and sighing, one to the star that seemed so high above him that he could not reach it, that is the Princess Anna; the other to the unknown from whom he was divided by the 3 heads of his vow. Volodiyovski tried to persuade Longin to enter the dragoons. The Lithuanian however remained firm in his decision to enter the cuirassiers in order to serve under Skshetuski; for he had heard with delight in Lubni that he was considered by all a knight without blemish, and one of the prince's best officers. And just now a vacancy had occurred in Lieutenant Skshetuski's regiment as Pan Zakshevski, nicknamed Miserere Mei, had been dangerously and hopelessly ill for 2 weeks, in consequence of the damp weather which had caused all his wounds to open afresh. Added to the love sorrows of the lieutenant was now the threatened loss of his old comrade and trusty friend. For hours he remained daily at his bed, comforting him as well as he could, and cheering him with the hope that they would yet make many an expedition together. But the old soldier needed no comfort; he awaited death joyfully on his hard pallet that was covered with horses' hides. He looked at the crucifix that hung over his cot with an almost childlike smile, but to Skshetuski he said: "Miserere mei. Lieutenant, I am going to my heavenly rest. My body is so torn with holes that I fear that St. Peter who is God's steward and has to keep account of the order in heaven, will not let me into paradise in such a tattered garment. But I will say to him, 'Holy little Peter, I conjure you by the ear of Malchus, do not disgrace me so. It was the heathen that put my bodily garment in such a condition.'
Miserere mei, and should there be an expedition led by Saint Michael against the powers of hell, the old Zakshevski can yet be of some service." The lieutenant, although as a soldier he had so often gazed into the eye of death and had even been the cause of death himself, could not keep back his tears when he heard the old man talking, as if his departure were no more than a bright sunset. But one morning the bells in all the churches of Lubni tolled to announce the death of Zakshevski. On this day the prince arrived from Siench, and with him Pan Bodzynski and Pan Lasota and the whole court, and a number of the nobility, in several dozen carriages; for the journey to Pan Suffchynski was a long one. The prince arranged a splendid funeral to honor the dead soldier, and to show how much he loved a true knight. Consequently all the regiments stationed in Lubni took part in the funeral procession. From the ramparts salutes were fired from cannon and smaller arms. The cavalry marched from the castle to the parish church of the town, in order of battle, but with crape on their flags. The infantry followed with their muskets reversed. The prince himself took the lead in mourning apparel, riding behind the coffin which was borne in a gilded carriage drawn by 8 milk white horses, whose manes and tails had been dyed red, and who bore a bunch of black ostrich plumes on their heads. In front of the hearse walked a division of janissaries, who were the bodyguard of the prince, and immediately behind the hearse rode pages in Spanish dress, mounted on powerful horses; then came the high court officials, the unattached courtiers, the household, and finally the haiduks and pajuks, Turkish servants. The mourning procession halted at the door of the church, where the priest Yaskolski greeted the coffin with a speech beginning with these words: "Whither hastenest thou, Zakshevski?" Then several of his comrades spoke in his praise, among them Skshetuski, as his superior officer and friend. The coffin was then carried into the church, and the most eloquent orator of all, the Jesuit Mukhovietski, spoke with such fervor and impressive earnestness that the prince himself was moved to tears. He was indeed a man of exceedingly tender heart and a true father to his soldiers. He maintained a rigid discipline, but in point of generosity, kindly treatment of his men, and care for them, and not only for them but also for their children and wives, no one could be compared with him. Towards rebels he was terrible and pitiless, but he was a true benefactor not only to the nobility but to all his people. In '46, when the locusts had destroyed the crops, he remitted all the rents of his tenantry for a whole year, and commanded his subjects to give out grain from their stores. And after the great fire in Khorol, he maintained all the citizens for 2 months at his own charge. The farmers and vice starosts on the estates trembled lest the slightest rumor should come to the ear of the prince of any ill treatment or wrong that should happen to the peasants. He exercised such a watchfulness over orphans that in the Dnieper country they received the nickname of "the prince's children." They were the special care of Princess Grizelda, and Father Mukhovietski was her firm ally. Therefore all through the prince's territory, order, prosperity, justice, and peace reigned, but also terror; for at the least sign of rebellion the prince's anger and punishment were unbounded, so closely allied in his nature were broad-mindedness and severity. In those days and in those countries, it was only this severity that could diffuse and establish civilization, and, with its help, towns and villages arose; the former could get the upper hand of the robber Haydamak, the merchant could peacefully sell his wares, the bells could call the faithful peacefully to prayer. Only by its help could the enemy be prevented from crossing the borders, and could the multitude of robber bands be destroyed or turned into disciplined soldiers; only by its help could the desert lands be made to flourish. The wild territory and the wild inhabitants required just such a hand as that of the prince, for, in the Dnieper district, the most restless elements came from the Ukraine; colonists enticed thither by the fruitfulness of the soil, runaway peasants from all parts of the Commonwealth, criminals who had escaped from prison, in a word, as Livy says, "Pastorum convenarumque, plebs transfuga ex suis populis." To hold these elements in bounds, to transform them into peaceful settlers and to enchain them in the fetters of civilized life, a lion was needed at whose roar all trembled.
Pan Longin Podbipyenta, who saw the prince for the first time in his life at the funeral, could hardly believe his own eyes, for he had heard so much of his fame that he had imagined he must be a giant, who overtopped the rest of men by a head at least. But in fact, the prince was almost undersized and rather thin. He was still young, only in his 36th year, but his face bore traces of the hardships of war, for although in Lubni he lived as a veritable king, during his numerous military expeditions, he partook of the hardships of the simplest companion, ate black bread, and slept upon the ground on a felt rug, and, as he spent the greater part of his time in camp, the traces of his hardships were visible in his features. But his face, at first glance gave evidence of an extraordinary man. It portrayed an unyielding iron will and a majesty before which everyone involuntarily bowed his head. One could see that this man understood his power and his greatness, and if tomorrow a crown should be set on his head, he would neither be astonished nor feel oppressed by its weight. His eyes were large, peaceful, almost gentle, and yet fire seemed to sleep in their depths. One felt that it would go hard with him who should awaken that fire. No one could enter the flash of that glance; even ambassadors, experienced courtiers, when they came in Yeremy's presence, were confused and knew not how to begin their speech. He was really in this country of the Dnieper a true king. From his office, privileges and grants were sent abroad, headed, "We, by the grace of God, Prince and Hospodar, etc." He considered very few lords his equals. Princes of the blood of the old rulers were marshals at his court; such a one was in his time the father of Helena, Vasil Bulyhov Kurtsevich, whose race, as told before, took its origin in Koryat, and in truth, went back as far as Rurik. There was something about Prince Yeremy that, in spite of his natural benevolence, kept men at a distance. He loved his soldiers and treated them familiarly, but no one dared to treat him with it. And yet if he had commanded his officers to plunge on horseback into the Dnieper, they would have done it without hesitating. From his Wallachian mother, he had inherited his fair waxen complexion like iron at white heat, and hair black as the wings of a crow, which was shaven all over his head except above his brow, where it hung down in luxuriant locks. It was cut straight across the forehead which it half covered. He wore the Polish dress, but paid little attention to his apparel, and only on great occasions wore costly garments; but then, he glittered all over from head to foot in gold and precious stones. Pan Longin happened a few days later to be present on such an occasion, when the prince was giving audience to Rozvan Ursu. The ambassadors were always received in the Blue Hall, so called because on the ceiling was the firmament set with stars, painted by the brush of the Danzig artist, Helm. The prince took his seat under a baldachin of velvet and ermine, upon a raised seat similar to a throne, whose footstool was covered with gilded work. Behind the prince stood the priest Mukhovietski, the secretary, the marshal, Count Voronich, Pan Boguslav, Mashkievich, then came the pages, and 12 attendants in Spanish garb carrying their halberds. The background of the hall was filled with knights in glittering apparel and jewelry. Pan Rozvan entreated in the name of the Hospodar that the prince, through his influence and the terror of his name, might carry out in the Khan's dominions the ordinance against the Tartars of Budziak, that they should no longer be allowed to attack Wallachia, for they had been in the habit of perpetrating frightful damage and destruction each year. Thereupon the prince answered in excellent Latin that the Budziaks had no great respect for the Khan's authority, but that when Chauza Murza, the ambassador of the Khan, should arrive, as he expected, in April, he would, through him, make representations to the Khan regarding the Wallachian outrages. Pan Skshetuski had already given the prince a full report of his journey and his embassy, as well as all that he had learned about Hmyelnitski and his flight to Sich. The prince determined to send some regiments to Kudak, but he did not attach more importance to this matter. As peace reigned and nothing seemed to threaten the power of the Dnieper regions, all kinds of festivities and entertainments took place in Lubni both in honor of the presence of the ambassador Rozvan, as well as because Pan Bodzinski and Lasota had with due ceremony in the name of the Voyevoda's son Tsiemski made a formal request for the hand of the elder Princess Anna, and had received a favorable answer from the prince and the Princess Grizelda. Only little Volodiyovski suffered on that account no slight pain, and when Skshetuski sought to console him, he answered: It is all very well for you to talk. If you only wish it, you know Anna Borzobahata will not refuse you. She has thought frequently of you while you were away. At first I thought she pretended to like you in order to excite Bykhovyet's jealousy, but I see she was only quietly hanging him on the hook and feels a lively affection for you alone." "What is Anna to me? Turn to her, I don't forbid, but give up thinking about Princess Anna. It is exactly like trying to cover a phoenix's nest with a cap." "I know well that she is a phoenix and therefore I shall certainly die for sorrow." "You will live and soon fall in love again, but not with Princess Barbara, for the son of some other Voyevoda will carry her off from under your nose." "Is the heart a slave that can be commanded? Can you hinder your eyes from admiring such a wonderful being as Princess Barbara, the sight of whom is enough to move even wild animals?" "Devil, you have a covering," cried Skshetuski. "I see that you do not need me to comfort you. But I repeat, return to Anusia, I will not stand in your way." Anusia, however, gave no thought to Volodiyovski. Skshetuski's indifference on the contrary provoked her, made her curious, and annoyed her. After being away so long, he hardly glanced at her. In the evenings when the prince with the distinguished officers and courtiers came into the prince's sitting room, to pass the time in conversation, Anusia would look around the shoulders of her mistress, for the princess was tall and Anusia was short, her black eyes fixed inquiringly upon the face of the lieutenant, trying to solve this riddle. But Skshetuski's eyes, like his thoughts, were wandering, and if his eyes chanced to fall on Anusia, they were absorbed in thought and glassy, as though he hardly saw her, her to whom he once sang: "The Tartar makes captives of people, but thou makest captives of hearts." "What has happened to him?" the spoiled darling of the whole court asked herself, and stamping her little foot upon the ground she determined that she would get to the bottom of the matter. She did not really love Skshetuski, but she was so accustomed to homage that she could not endure that any one should not notice her, and for very pique she was ready to fall in love with the daring fellow. One day when she was taking a skein of thread to the princess she met Skshetuski, who was just coming out of the bedroom of the prince. She ran up against his breast like a storm and then suddenly recoiled and said: "Ah, what a fright I had! Good morning, sir." "Good day, Panna Anna. Have I done something monstrous to frighten Panna Anna?" The girl stood there with her eyes cast down, twisting the end of her long braid with the fingers of her empty hand, resting first on one foot and then on the other, and answered, with a smile as though confused: "Oh no, not that, not at all, as I love my mother." Then all at once she looked up at the lieutenant and immediately let her eyes fall again. "Are you angry with me?" "I, as if Panna Anna cared for my anger?" "Why no, in truth not. Why should I care? Or do you think perhaps I am going to cry? Pan Bykhovyets is more polite." "Well, there is nothing for it then but to give place to Pan Bykhovyets and to disappear from Panna Anna's sight." "Do I detain you?" Then Anusia placed herself right in his way. "You have just come back from the Crimea," she said. "From the Crimea?" "And what did you bring back from the Crimea?" "I brought Pan Podbipyenta back with me. You have seen him? He is an amiable and stately cavalier." "He might easily be more amiable than you. Why did he come here?" "In order that Panna Anna might have some one on whom she might try her power. But I would advise you to set about it carefully, for I know a secret about this gentleman that makes him invulnerable. Even Panna Anna will not be able to do anything with him." "Why is he invulnerable?" "Because he cannot marry." "What does that matter to me?" "Why can he not marry?" Skshetuski leaned over the maiden's ear, but said very loudly and impressively: "Because he has taken a vow of chastity." "You idiot!" said Anna, and disappeared in a moment like a frightened bird. But that very evening she observed Pan Longin attentively for the first time. There were many guests assembled on this day, for the princess was giving a farewell dinner to Pan Bodzynski. Our Lithuanian, carefully dressed in a white satin coat, and a dark blue velvet waistcoat, looked very stately, and more so, as instead of his cowl shearing sword he wore a light scimitar in a golden sheath at his side. Anna's little eyes were aimed at Longin somewhat intentionally to annoy Skshetuski. The lieutenant, however, would have paid no attention if Volodiyovski had not nudged him and said: "May I fall into the hands of the heathen if Anna is not beginning a flirtation with that Lithuanian hop pole." "Tell him that." "Certainly I will tell him. They would make a capital pair. He could wear her as the clasp of his coat, such is the proportion between them."
"Or instead of a tassel on his cap."
Volodiyovski stepped up to the Lithuanian. "You have not been here long," said he, "but I see that you are a lady killer."
"What is it, little brother?"
"You have caught the most beautiful lady in waiting in the whole court."
"But, sir,"
said Podbipyenta, folding his hands,
"what do you mean?"
"Just look at Panna Anna Bozobohata whom we are all in love with. How she is shooting at you with her little eyes. But beware that she does not lead you a dance as she has led many of us already." Volodiyovski turned away and went off, leaving Longin to his astonishment. He did not dare to look over in the direction where Anusia was. It was not for some time that he glanced over there, but he was fairly frightened. From behind the shoulders of Princess Grizelda looked two bright eyes, full of curiosity and interest.
"Get behind me, Satan,"
thought the Lithuanian and fled, blushing like a schoolboy, to the other end of the room. But the temptation was too great. The little minx who looked around the shoulders of the princess was so attractive and her little eyes shone so brightly that Pan Longin felt drawn somewhat in that direction, if to see her only once more. Then he thought of his vow. His ancestor Stoveyko Podbipyenta. The three trunkless heads stood before his eyes and a terror seized him. He crossed himself and did not look in her direction once again that evening. The following morning, however, he betook himself to Skshetuski's quarters.
"Lieutenant, are we soon going to march? What have you heard about the war?"
"Are you in such haste? Have patience until you get your commission." Pan Podbipyenta had in fact not yet replaced the late Zakshevski. He had to wait until 3 months had elapsed, and that would not be until the 1st of April; but he was really anxious to know, so he asked the lieutenant again.
"And has not his Excellency the prince said anything about this matter?"
"Not a word. The king will never, until he dies, give up the idea of this war. But the Commonwealth does not wish it."
"And in Chigrin they say a Cossack rebellion is threatened."
"It is easy to see that your vow bothers you a good deal. As far as the rebellion is concerned, you may as well know that it will not take place till spring. Even if winter is mild, winter is still winter. It is only February 15th. Any day we may have frost and the Cossack will never take the field unless he can throw up earthworks to protect himself, for behind the earthworks he can fight splendidly, but in the open field he cannot hold his own."
"So then we shall have to wait for the Cossacks."
"Consider besides that even if during the rebellion you should find your 3 heads, it is still a question whether you are free from your vow; for it is one thing to kill Crusaders or Turks, and another to kill, how shall I say it, your own, the children of the same mother."
"That's a knotty point. That is desperate. Father Mukhovyetski must solve these doubts for me, otherwise we shall not have a moment's peace."
"Certainly he will solve them, for he is a learned and pious man; but certainly he will not say otherwise. Civil war, that is a war between brothers."
"And if a foreign power should come to the assistance of the rebels?"
"Then you might have the field; but for the present, I can only advise you one thing: wait and be patient." Skshetuski could not, however, follow this advice himself. His longing increased more and more. The court festivities and the faces that he formerly looked at with pleasure were now wearisome to him. Pan Bodzynski and Pan Lasota and Pan Rozvan Ursu had at length gone away, and after their departure, everything was very quiet. Life began to flow along monotonously. The prince was occupied with making an inventory of his enormous possessions and shut himself up every morning with his commissioners who had come together from the whole of Russia and from the Sandomierski territory, so that even the military exercises now seldom could take place. The brilliant military festivities, at which the future war was discussed, were very distasteful to Skshetuski. Therefore he took his gun and escaped to the Solonits, where long years before Zolievski had so thoroughly beaten Nalevayka, Loboda and Krenski. The traces of that battle were already extinct in the memory of man, as well as the scene of the battle. From time to time, however, the earth threw up whitened bones and on the other side of the water, Cossack earthworks rose behind which Loboda's Zaporojians and Nalevayka's freebooters defended themselves so desperately; but now, on the entrenchment grew luxuriant brush. Thither Skshetuski went to seek refuge from the stir of the court life, and instead of shooting birds, he gave himself up to meditation. There, before the eyes of his soul, stood the form of his beloved, brought there by remembrance and by the wish of his heart. There, amid the mists, the rustling of the reeds, and the melancholy of the surroundings, he found an alleviation for his longings. Soon, however, rains that announced the spring began to pour down. The Solonits changed to a swamp. One dared not to put his head out of doors and the lieutenant was deprived of the consolation of his wanderings. His restlessness increased meanwhile and not without cause. He had hoped in the beginning that the Princess Kurtsevich and Helena, as soon as the princess was able to send Bohun away, would come to Lubni. Now, however, this hope was extinguished. The wet weather had destroyed the roads. The steppes on both sides of the Suli for several miles were an enormous swamp that could only be crossed by wading, until the warm spring sun had absorbed the water and the dampness. All this time, Helena was obliged to remain in the care of those whom Skshetuski did not trust, in a veritable wolf's den, among uncultivated, wild people, whose feelings were hostile to Skshetuski. For their own good indeed they were obliged to keep their word, and they had no other way, but who could say what they might plan, what they might dare, especially as that terrible Cossack chief, whom they evidently loved and at the same time feared, was in their neighborhood. It would not be difficult for him to oblige them to give him the girl. Such cases were not rare. Years before, Loboda, the comrade of the unfortunate Nalevayka, had obliged Panna Poplinska to give him her ward as a wife, although the girl was of noble birth and hated the rebel leader with her whole heart. And if it were true that Bohun possessed such immense treasures, he could pay them not only for the girl, but also for the loss of Rozloga, and what then? Then thought Skshetuski, they will inform me contemptuously that the hunt is over, and they themselves will hide in the Lithuanian or Mazurian deserts, where even the mighty hand of the prince could not reach them. Skshetuski shuddered at this thought as if he had a fever, raged like a wolf at his chain, regretted that he had given his knightly word to the princess, and knew not what he should do. And he was a man who did not easily let chance lead him by the beard. In his nature he had great enterprise and energy. He did not wait for what fate might have in store. He preferred to take fate by the neck and oblige it to bring him fortune. Therefore it was harder for him than for another to sit in Lubni with his hands folded. He resolved therefore to act. He had a serving boy, Zhinzhan, an impoverished noble Podlasian. He was only 16, but he was a rascal who could not be surpassed by any old fox. Skshetuski resolved to send him to Helena and to obtain at once information about her. February had come to an end, the rains were over. March appeared to promise milder weather and the roads were somewhat improved. Zhinzhan set out, therefore, on his way. Skshetuski provided him with a letter, with paper, pen, and a bottle of ink, which he commanded him to treasure as the eye in his head, for he remembered that these things were not to be had in Rozloga. He also warned the boy not to say from whom he came, but to say that he was traveling to Chigrin and to carefully note all that he saw, and especially to get exact information about Bohun, where he was, and what he was doing. Zhinzhan did not need to have the instructions repeated, but, setting his cap on one side of his head, whirled his whip in the air and rode off. Skshetuski had now passed weary days of expectation. In order to kill time he took up fencing with Pan Volodiyovski, who was a great master of the art, or threw javelins at a mark. An event took place in Lubni by which the lieutenant nearly lost his life. One day a bear broke loose from his chain, wounded two of the stablemen of the court, frightened the Commissioner Klebovski's horse, and sprang on the lieutenant as he was coming out of the armory on his way to see the prince, without his sword at his side, and only a light pole axe with a brass head in his hand. The lieutenant would assuredly have been killed if Longin, who saw everything from the armory window, had not seized his cowl trencher and hastened to his assistance. Pan Longin showed himself a worthy descendant of his ancestor Stoveyka. Before the eyes of the whole household, with one stroke of his sword he cut off the bear's snout as well as his paws. This proof of extraordinary strength astonished the prince who was looking out of a window. He conducted Pan Longin to the room of the princess where Anna Borzobohata fascinated him so with her little eyes that the following day he did not let himself be seen, in order by earnest prayer to resist all temptation. Meanwhile 10 days had elapsed and Jendzian had not yet returned. Skshetuski began to grow thin from suspense and to look so ill, that even Anusia sent a messenger to ask what ailed him, and Carboni, the court doctor, prescribed him some kind of draught against melancholy. But he needed something more than this potion. Day and night he thought of his princess, and felt more than ever that it was not a passing emotion that had taken possession of him, but a great love which must be satisfied, or it would break his heart like a fragile vessel. His joy therefore could easily be imagined when, one day, Jendzian stepped into his quarters, covered with mud, weary and bedraggled, but with good news written on his brow. The lieutenant sprang out of bed, ran to meet him, seized him by the arm and shouted: "Have you a letter?" "I have, sir. Here it is." The lieutenant snatched it quickly from his hand and began to read. He had long doubted whether, even if things were favorable, Jendzian would bring him a letter, for he was not certain that Helena could write. Women in the border lands were not learned, and Helena, besides, had grown up among uneducated people; but her father had evidently taught her this art, for she had written a long letter, covering 4 pages of the paper. The poor little woman could not indeed express herself with rhetorical grace, but she wrote from her heart as follows: "I will never forget thee, but you may soon forget me, for I hear that there are flirts among you; but if thou hast sent thy boy so many miles on purpose, I see that I am dear to thee as thou art to me, for which I thank thee gratefully. Do not think, sir, that it is contrary to modesty if I write to thee of my love. But is it not better to speak the truth than to lie, or to conceal it, if one has anything else in their heart? I also asked Jendzian what is doing in Lubni and what are the manners of the great court, and when he told me of the beauty and the graceful manners of the young ladies there, I cried for sadness." Here the lieutenant interrupted his reading and asked Jendzian: "What did you tell her, you idiot?" "Everything, good sir," answered Jendzian. The lieutenant read on: "How shall I, a simple maiden, compare myself with them? But the boy told me that thou dost not look at any of them." "You said well," remarked the lieutenant. Jendzian did not know what Skshetuski was talking about, for he read the letter to himself; but he looked very knowing and cleared his throat meaningly. Skshetuski continued to read: "So I was immediately comforted and prayed God to continue to keep thee in such an affectionate disposition towards me, and to bless us both. Amen. I have longed for thee as for my mother, for me, an orphan, the world is sad, but not for thee. God looks in my heart and sees that it is pure, and thou wilt pardon my lack of education." Then the pretty little princess told him that she was going to Lubni with her aunt, as soon as the roads became passable, and that the princess herself wished to hurry the journey, as news of a Cossack rebellion had come from Chigrin. She was waiting only the return of the young princes who had driven to Boguslav to the horse fair. "You are a real magician," continued Helena, "to have won my aunt over." The lieutenant smiled when he remembered by what means he had won her aunt. The letter closed with the assurance of steadfast, faithful love, such as a betrothed owes to her future husband. The whole letter revealed a pure, true heart, and the lieutenant read this dear letter several times from beginning to end, and he repeated in his soul: "My darling girl, may God forsake me if I ever fail you." Now he began to question Jendzian about everything. The sly fellow gave him an exact account of his journey. They had received him well. The old princess had inquired about the lieutenant and after she learned that he was a distinguished knight and the confidant of the prince, and, besides that, a man of means, she appeared satisfied. "She also asked me," said Jendzian, "if the lieutenant, when he promised anything, was sure always to keep his word, and I answered her, 'Gracious lady, if the little Wallach pony upon which I rode here were promised me I should be sure that he would not escape me.'" "You're a rascal," said the lieutenant, "but as you did me such good service, you shall have him. You did not conceal your identity then, but said who sent you?"
I said so because I saw that I might venture to do it, and they received me all the more kindly, especially the young lady, who is so beautiful that she has not her superior in the whole world; and when she heard that I had come from your honor, she did not know what she could do for me. If it had not been a fast day, she would have loaded me with everything as in heaven. She wept with joy as she read your Excellency's letter." The lieutenant was silent from joy, and presently he asked again: "Did you hear nothing about Bohun?" "It did not appear wise to ask the young lady or the old princess anything about him, but I made friends with old Chekhly. He is a heathen, but yet a faithful servant of the young lady. He told me that they had grumbled at first about your Excellency, but afterwards they appeared to be satisfied, and the reason was that they had learned that all that had been told about Bohun's treasures was a fable."
"And how did they become convinced of this?"
"See here, your Excellency, this is how it was. They had a feud with the Sivinskis to whom they had bound themselves to make a payment. When the money was due they said to Bohun, 'Lend us some money.' He answered, however, 'Turkish property I have a certain amount of, but treasure I have none, for what I once possessed I have run through.' As they heard this he seemed to decrease in value in their sight, and they turned their love over to you."
"I have nothing to say but that you made all the inquiries I wanted."
"My lord, if I had inquired after one thing and not after another, you would have said to me with justice, 'The horse thou mayest have, but the saddle I shall keep back.' What would my master do with a saddle without a horse?"
"Well, well, take the saddle too."
"I thank my master most humbly. They sent Bohun immediately to Pereyaslav. When I learned that, I thought to myself, 'Why should I not go to Pereyaslav? If my master is satisfied with me, I shall more readily receive my colors.'"
"You shall have them at the next quarter. So you went to Pereyaslav?"
"I did, but I did not find Bohun there. The old Colonel Loboda is ill. They say he will not last long and Bohun will become colonel. But there is something strange going on there. Of all his Semenovs, it is said that only a handful remain under his colors. The rest of them they say have gone over to Bohun, or have fled to Sich, and that, gracious sir, is a serious matter. There must be a rebellion under consideration there. I absolutely insisted upon learning something about Bohun, but all they could tell me was that he had gone over to the Russian bank of the Dnieper. So I think if that is the case, our young lady is safe from him, and then I came home."
"You have done well. Did you have any adventures on your journey?"
"No, gracious sir, but I am frightfully hungry." Jendzian went out and the lieutenant who was left alone began to read over Helena's letter and to press those characters that were not as graceful as the hand which had formed them to his lips. His heart was full of hope and he thought to himself: "The roads will soon be dry if God gives us fine weather. The Kurtseviches then, who have now found out that Bohun is a beggar, will not care to betray me. I will leave them Rozloga and give them some of my own property, if I can only attain that beloved star." He dressed himself and went, with beaming face and joyful heart, into the chapel, to give humble thanks to God for the good news. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Over the whole Ukraine and the country beyond the Dnieper, mutterings were heard as of an approaching tempest. Strange reports and tidings flew from village to village, from farm to farm, like those plants which the wind in autumn carries across the steppes and which the peasants call Perikotopol. In the towns there were rumors of an approaching great war, although no one knew who would lead it, or against whom it would be undertaken. Something must come, however. The faces of men became anxious. The farmer went reluctantly to plough his fields, although an early, peaceful, warm spring had come, and over the breadth of the steppes the larks were singing. In the evenings, the men in the villages gathered in crowds, stopped in the middle of the road and gossiped in low tones about terrible rumors. The blind beggars who travelled with lyres and songs were eagerly asked for news. To many it seemed as if they saw a glow in the heavens at night, and as if the moon rose more red than usual behind the forests.
Calamities were prophesied, and the death of the king, and it was all the more wonderful as, in this part of the country which, from time immemorial, had been accustomed to unrest, wars, invasions or fear, did not easily find an entrance. There must therefore be evil omens in the air, as the alarm was universal. It was all the more oppressive, all the more terrifying, as no one could point out the danger. But among the signs of threatening danger, two, especially, seemed to be of prime importance. First, an unheard of crowd of traveling, blind singers were seen in every village and town, and among them were strangers, unknown forms, and it was whispered that they were pretended beggars. They traveled everywhere and prophesied mysteriously that the day of judgment and of divine wrath was at hand. Then the Nijovs began to drink as if to excess. The second sign was even more ominous. Sich, which was enclosed in narrow boundaries, could not support all its inhabitants. Warlike expeditions did not always take place and in their absence the steppes did not give bread to the Cossacks. Consequently a great number of the Nijovs scattered abroad in times of peace in the inhabited districts. Numbers of them were in the Ukraine, yes, even in the whole of Russia. Some of them joined the following of the Starosta, others dispensed vodka in the street, others occupied themselves in the villages and small towns with commerce and professions. In almost every village there stood not far from the other dwellings a cabin in which lived a Zaporojian. Some of them had a wife and kept house in these cabins, and such a Zaporojian, one who was generally capable, was in some respects a benefit to the villages in which he lived. There were no better smiths, wheelwrights, tanners, wax bleachers, fishermen and sportsmen than they. The Cossack understood everything, could make anything. He could build a house and could sew a saddle. Usually, however, the Cossacks were not permanent settlers, for they always lived for the moment. Whoever desired to execute the law with the might of arms, to attack his neighbors, or fearing their attack, wished to defend himself, such a one needed only to shout and the Cossacks came flying to him like crows to their prey. The nobility, those landed proprietors who were continually at feud with one another, made use of them. When the Cossacks had no such services to perform, they remained quietly in the villages, and earned with the severest toil, and by the sweat of their brow, their daily bread. This lasted sometimes for a year, 2 years, until suddenly news would be spread of some great military expedition, either between an ataman against the Tartars or against the Poles, or by the petty lords of Poland against Wallachia, and, quick as a flash, these smiths, wheelwrights, tanners and wax bleachers cast aside their quiet occupations and began first of all to drink unto death in all the wine shops of the Ukraine. When they had drunk up all their money, they drank on credit, not on what it is, but on what it will be. The future booty would pay for the revel. This happened so regularly that, in later times, people who knew the Ukraine well were accustomed to say, "Aha! The wine shops are packed full of Nijovs, something must be preparing in the Ukraine." And then the starostas would strengthen the fortifications of their castles and watch all signs carefully, the lords gathered together their retainers, the nobility sent their wives and children into the towns. This spring the Cossacks began to drink harder than ever, to dissipate blindly every hard-earned possession, and this not only in one district, in one province, but in the whole length and breadth of Russia. So there really was something on foot, although the Nijovs did not know what it was. Men began to speak of Hmyelnitski, of his flight to Sich, of the people from Cherkass, Boguslav, Korsun and other towns that had gone over to him; they also told other stories. For many years rumors had been spread of a great war with the heathen, which the king favored in order to provide booty for his good Cossacks, but which the Poles did not desire; and now all these rumors were mixed up in people's heads, and caused excitement and the expectation of something unusual. This alarm had also pierced through the walls of Lubni. It was impossible to shut one's eyes and ears to all these signs, and Prince Yeremi, especially, was the last man to do such a thing. In his dominions, it is true, the restlessness did not go beyond bounds. Fear held everyone in check. but after a time news came from the Ukraine that here and there the peasants were beginning to raise opposition to the nobility, that they were killing the Jews, that they were seeking earnestly to enlist in the war against the heathen, and that the number of deserters to Sich was growing daily. The prince therefore sent out messengers, to Pan Krakovski, to Pan Kalinovski, to Loboda in Pereyaslav, and he even recalled the herds from the steppes, and his forces from his outposts. All this time quieting news was coming in. The chief hetman told the prince all that they knew about Hmyelnitski, but did not believe that any storm could result. The grand hetman wrote, "The people riot every spring like swarms of bees." The old standard bearer Zatsvilikhovski alone conjured the prince in a letter not to take matters too lightly. A great storm was brewing in the direction of the Wild Lands. He announced that Hmyelnitski had hastened from Sich to the Crimea to beg the Khan for assistance. "And as friends from Sich have told me," he wrote, "that there the Koshov commander has gathered together from all the rivers and hiding places infantry and cavalry, without saying a word to anyone about it; and the reason he does it, in my belief, is that this storm is going to break on us in all its fury, and if the Tartars are called in to assist, may God grant that it does not bring destruction to all the territory of Russia." The prince trusted Zatsvilikhovski even more than the hetmans. He knew well that in the whole of Russia no one knew the Cossacks and their ways so well as he did. He resolved therefore to gather together as many soldiers as he could and at the same time to learn the truth. One morning he sent for Colonel Bikhovyets, the commander of the Wallach regiment, and said to him: "You will go in my name and as ambassador to Sich to the ataman of Koshovs and take him this letter with my princely seal. In order, however, that you may know what course you must take, I will tell you this much: the letter is a pretext, and the whole responsibility of the embassy depends on your adroitness. You must observe everything that is going on there; how many men they have called to arms and how many they are still calling. One thing I specially command you: to obtain the confidence of some of the people and find out everything about Hmyelnitski, where he is, and if it is true that he has gone to the Crimea to ask for assistance from the Tartars. Do you understand?" "As though it were written on my hand." "You will go by way of Chigrin. Do not stay anywhere longer than one night. As soon as you reach Chigrin, go to the standard bearer Zatsvilikhovski and ask him to give you letters to his friends in Sich, which you will give to them privately. They will tell you everything. From Chigrin you will go to Kudak by boat. Salute Pan Grodzitski for me and hand him this letter. He will see to it that you get through the Porog, and will send the necessary escort with you. Do not stop in Sich. Look, listen and return if you are alive, for this is no easy expedition." "Your Highness is the ruler of my life. How many men shall I take with me?" "You will take 40 men. To day, towards evening, you will set out. Before that time, come to me again for instructions. I am entrusting you with an important mission." Pan Bikhovyets went out full of joy. In the anteroom, he met Skshetuski with some artillery officers. "What's up?" they asked him. "I am going away to day." "Where to? Where to?" "To Chigrin, and from there elsewhere." "Then come with me," said Skshetuski, and he led him into his quarters, and began to beg him to let him take his place on this mission. "As true as you're my friend," he said, "ask what you will, a Turkish horse, a Spanish horse, you shall have it. Nothing would be too costly if I could only get in your place, for my soul longs intensely for those countries. Do you want money? You have it if you will let me go. It cannot bring fame, for, if there is to be a war, it will come in the meantime, and you may leave your life on the field. I know also that Anusia loves you as much as others. If you go away, they will lure her away from you." This last argument weighed more with Bikhovyets than any of the others, but he withstood it nevertheless. What would the prince say if he should withdraw? Would he be angry? Was not such a commission a special mark of the prince's favor? When Skshetuski heard this, he hastened to the prince and had himself at once announced by a page. The page returned with the command for the lieutenant to enter. Skshetuski's heart thumped like a hammer for fear he should receive a curt "No" in reply, and then there would have been nothing for him to do but to give up everything. "Well, what have you to say to me?" began the prince as he received the lieutenant. Skshetuski made a low bow. "My prince, I came here to beg in all humanity that you would entrust me with the embassy to Sich. Bikhovyets would probably withdraw for he's my friend, and my very life depends on this matter. Bikhovyets fears only that your Prince's Highness might be annoyed with him." "By God," said the prince, "I would rather have sent you than anyone; but I thought you would not wish to go, as you had so recently returned from such a long journey." "My prince, if I was sent there every day, I would willingly go to that region." The prince looked at him earnestly with his black eyes and presently asked: "What have you over there?" The lieutenant stood embarrassed as if he were guilty and could not endure the searching glance. "I see that I must tell the truth," he began, "for no secret can withstand your Highness's penetration; but I do not know if I shall obtain a favorable hearing from your Highness." And then he went on to tell how he had made the acquaintance of Prince Vasil's daughter, had learned to love her, and how he now yearned to see her, and on his return from Sich would bring her back to Lubni with him, to save her from the Cossack rebellion and from Bohun's persistent attentions. But about the old princess's machinations he was silent, for his word bound him; but he entreated the prince so earnestly to entrust him with the mission that he had given to Bikhovyets, that the prince said: "I would like you to go in any case and would also give you an escort; and as you have already arranged everything so cleverly in combining your own love affairs with this undertaking, I suppose I must do this for you." Then he clapped his hands and commanded the page to call Bikhovyets. The lieutenant kissed the prince's hand for joy. Prince Yeremy, however, placed both hands on Skshetuski's head and advised him to be calm. He loved him as a valiant soldier and officer on whom he could always depend. Besides this, there existed between them the union which arises between an inferior who trusts those above him with his whole soul and the superior who appreciates that feeling. A crowd of courtiers surrounded the prince who served him and flattered him for their own interests, but the penetrating eye of Prince Yeremy judged well what he might expect from such. He knew that Skshetuski was genuine. He valued him therefore and was grateful to him for his devotion. He also heard with pleasure that his favorite loved the daughter of Prince Vasil, the old servant of the Vishnovyetskis whose memory was all the more dear to the prince from the fact that it had such sad associations. "It is not from ingratitude to Prince Vasil," said the prince, "that I have neglected to inquire for his daughter; but as her guardians never came to Lubni, and I heard no complaints against them, I took it for granted that they were good people. As you have brought her to my remembrance, I will think of her as of a blood relation." Skshetuski, hearing this, was lost in admiration of the kindness of the prince, who seemed to reproach himself that among his manifold affairs, he had not interested himself in the fate of the child of his old soldier and courtier. Meanwhile Bikhovyets had entered. "Listen," said the prince, "I gave you my orders. If you want to go you may do so, but if you will oblige me, give up your mission to Skshetuski. He has very particular reasons for asking this, and I will think of some other recompense." "My prince," answered Bikhovyets, "it is a great favor of your Highness, who may command what he will, to allow me to make a choice. And I were not worthy of this honor, did I not accept your wishes with a grateful heart." "Thank your friend," said the prince, "and you," turning to Skshetuski, "prepare for the road." Skshetuski fervently thanked Bikhovyets and in a few hours he was ready. He could not have stayed much longer in Lubni, and this expedition accorded with all his wishes. First he would see Helena, and then he must be separated from her for a long time; but just so much time as was necessary, for the roads were almost impassable on account of the great rains. Until they were in better condition, the princess could not come to Lubni with Helena. Skshetuski would have had, therefore, to wait in Lubni or in Rozloga, which latter was contrary to his agreement with the princess, and what was still worse, would awaken Bohun's suspicions. It was certain that Helena would not be safe from his attentions until she reached Lubni. Therefore, as she had to remain some time longer in Rozloga, Skshetuski judged it best to leave Rozloga, and on his return, to take her away under the protection of the prince's soldiers. The lieutenant had weighed all these things and this hastened his journey. After he had arranged his own affairs, received his letters and instructions from the prince, and the money for the expedition from the treasurer, he set out on his journey long before nightfall, taking with him Jendzian and 40 Semenovs from the prince's Cossack regiment. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was already the latter half of March. The grass grew luxuriantly, the buttercups were in flower, and life was awakening in the steppes. As the lieutenant the following morning rode at the head of his men, it seemed as if he were on an ocean whose waves were swaying the undulating wind-blown grass of the steppes. In all directions sounded the joyful voices of spring and of happiness, the calls and clucking and twittering of birds, whistling, flapping of wings, the joyous humming of insects. The sounds of the steppes were like a lyre played by the hand of God. Above the heads of the horsemen flew hawks who seemed to be fixed immovably in the blue sky, like suspended crosses. Triangular flights of wild geese, strings of cranes, and on the earth herds of wild horses moving here and there. Look there! A herd of horses of the steppes, see how they beat back the grass with their breasts. They rush by like a storm, and then suddenly stand still like statues, and surround the riders in a semicircle, their manes floating in the wind, their nostrils distended, their eyes wide open in astonishment as if they would drive away the unwelcome guests. But in a moment, they take to flight and disappear as quickly as they came. Only the grass rustles, only the flowers gleam. The tramping of hoofs is silent, one hears nothing now but the cries of birds. Gaiety and joy seem paramount and yet there is a sad strain through all the gladness of this land, inhabited and yet so desolate, so limitless, so immense. No horse can traverse it, no thought can span it. One must learn to love this sadness, this wilderness, these steppes, and with yearning soul cleave to them, rest on their grave mounds, listen to their voices, and answer. It was morning. Heavy dewdrops glistened on the herbs and meadows, a refreshing morning wind swept over the ground which after a heavy rain was full of large puddles, that looked like little lakes in the sunlight. The lieutenant's train moved slowly forward, for they could not hurry, as the horses often sank up to their knees in the soft earth. But Skshetuski gave them little time to rest on the high mounds, for he was hastening forward at once to a welcome and to a farewell. On the second day at noon, just as he was riding out of a wood, he saw in the distance the windmills of Rozloga scattered about the surrounding hills. His heart beat like a hammer. No one there expected him, no one knew that he was coming, what would she say when she saw him? And there already were the cabins of their neighbors almost hidden in the young cherry orchards. Then the straggling village of the serfs, and farther in the distance the crane of the well in the courtyard of the castle. The lieutenant put spurs to his horse and rode on at a gallop, his attendants following him. In this manner they passed through the village with noise and clatter. Here and there a peasant stepped out of his cabin, looked after them, and crossing himself, said: "Are those devils or not, Tartars or not Tartars?" The mud splashed from their horses' hoofs so that one could hardly see who the riders were. Meanwhile they had reached the courtyard of Rozloga and had come to a halt before the open gate. "Hey there! Open the gate, whoever is there!" The noise, the knocking, and the barking of the dogs had called the people out of the house. They hastened in terror to the gate, expecting an attack. "Who's there?" "Open the gate." "The princes are not at home." "Open the gate, you son of a heathen. We are from the prince in Lubni." Finally the servants recognized Skshetuski. "Ah, that is your grace! Immediately, immediately!" The gate was opened and the old princess herself stepped out into the hall, put her hand up to shade her eyes and peered at the new arrivals. Skshetuski sprang from his horse, approached her and said: "Gracious princess, do you not recognize me?"
"Ah, it is you, lieutenant. I thought it was a Tartar attack. I greet you and beg you to come into the house."
"Perhaps you are surprised, gracious princess," said Skshetuski as they entered the room, "to see me in Rozloga, and yet I have not broken my word, for the prince is sending me to Chigrin, and still further. He commanded me to stop over in Rozloga and inquire after your welfare."
"I thank his highness as my gracious lord. Does he think of sending us away soon from Rozloga?"
"He has no idea of it, for he knows no reason for sending you away, and what I told you will come true. You will remain in Rozloga. I have all I need myself." When the princess heard this, she regained her cheerfulness and said: "Sit down and be as happy as I am to see you." "And is the young princess well? Where is she?"
"I am well aware that you did not come to see me, cavalier. She is well, she is indeed. The girl has grown fat upon all these love affairs. But I will call her now and will go and change my dress, for I am ashamed to receive guests in this attire."
The princess wore a dress of colored chintz with a fur cape and calfskin shoes. At this moment Helena came bounding into the room, for she had heard from the Tartar, Chekhly, who the arrival was. She ran in, out of breath, and red as a cherry. It was some moments before she recovered her breath enough to speak, but her eyes were bright with happiness and joy. Skshetuski sprang towards her to kiss her hand, and as the old princess had discreetly left the room, he also kissed her on the mouth, for he was a passionate lover. She did not make much resistance, for she felt overcome with joy. "I did not expect you," she said softly, closing her pretty eyes. "But do not kiss me so much, it is not proper." "How can I help kissing you?" answered the knight, "for honey is not as sweet to me as your lips. I had begun to think that I should die without you before the prince sent me here." "Then the prince knows?" "I told him everything, and he was even delighted, and remembered Prince Vasil. Ah, you naughty girl, you must have bewitched me, for I see nothing but you in the whole world." "Your blindness is a divine favor for me." "Do you still remember the omen that the falcon gave us when he dragged our hands together? It was a prophecy." "I remember it well." "When, out of sheer longing, I walked from Lubni to the Solonits, I saw you there plainly as if you were standing before me, but when I stretched out my hand you disappeared. But now you shall not escape me any more, for I think that nothing can any longer stand in our way." "If anything stands in our way, it will not be my fault." "Tell me once again that you love me." Helena cast down her eyes, but said earnestly and gravely: "As no one else in the world." "If anyone would load me with gold and high honors, I would count it as nothing against your word, for I feel that you are speaking the truth, although I do not know how I have deserved such great favor from you." "You had compassion on me. You protected me. You took my part and talked to me as I had never been spoken to before." Helena paused from emotion, and the lieutenant began afresh to kiss her hands. "You shall be my ruler, as well as my wife." They were silent a while. He could not take his eyes off her, as though he would compensate himself for his long absence. She appeared to him more beautiful than before. In fact, in this dim light, in the play of the sunbeams, which painted rainbow colors on the window panes, she looked like one of those pictures of the Holy Virgin in the twilight of a side chapel. And at the same time, so much warmth and life seemed to radiate from her, and so much delightful womanly and witchery was painted in her face and in her whole being, that one might lose his head and love her till death, and forever. "I shall yet be blinded by your beauty," said the lieutenant. The little white teeth of the young princess gleamed in a joyous smile. "Panna Anna Borzobohata is sure 100 times more beautiful than I." "You and she are as much alike as the moon's disk to a tin platter." "Jendzian told me differently." "Jendzian deserves a punch in the mouth. What do I care for that young lady? Let other bees draw honey from that flower. There is no lack of bees there." Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of old Chekhly who came to salute the lieutenant. He looked upon him already as his future master, and therefore, he bowed low on the threshold and made him a salaam in Oriental fashion. "Well, old Chekhly, I will take you along with the young lady. You are willing to serve her until your death?"
"It will not be long before that time comes, but as long as I live I will remain in her service, the one God knows it."
"In a month's time, when I return from Sich, we will go to Lubni," said the lieutenant, turning to Helena. "Father Mukhovyetski is waiting for us at the altar." Helena exclaimed in a terrified voice: "Are you going to Sich?" "The prince is sending me there with letters. But fear nothing, the person of an ambassador is sacred, even to the heathen.
I would have preferred to have taken you and the princess at once, believe me. But the roads are so dreadful. I saw myself that it was hardly possible even for the horses to travel." "Are you going to stay long in Rozloga?" "This evening I am going to Chigrin, and the sooner I take leave, the sooner I will see you again. And besides, the prince's mission hurries me. My time is not my own, nor my will." "I want you to take some refreshments if you've had enough billing and cooing," said the old princess, entering. "Aha! The girl has red cheeks. You did not waste time, cavalier. Well, I do not wonder." Then she gave Helena a friendly slap on the shoulder and they went in together to luncheon. The princess was in an excellent humor. She had long ceased to feel worried about Bohun, and now, thanks to the generosity of the lieutenant, things had been so arranged that Rozloga with its forests, fields, and inhabitants could be considered absolutely as her property and that of her sons. And they were not insignificant possessions. The lieutenant inquired after the princes, if they would soon return. "I await them daily. At first they were angry with you, but then after they appreciated your behavior, they began to love you as a future relation, for they thought that it was not easy to find a cavalier of your character in the present degenerate times." As soon as luncheon was over, the lieutenant and Helena went into the cherry orchard, which reached to the moat beyond the courtyard. The garden was white with blossoms like snow, while behind it rose an oak forest, in which a cuckoo was calling. "That is a happy omen," said Skshetuski, "but we must question him." And turning to the oak wood, he asked: "Poor little cuckoo, tell me how many years I shall live in union with this young lady." The cuckoo began to call again and again. They counted 50 and more. "God grant it may be so." "The cuckoo always tells the truth," said Helena. "If that is so, I will ask him another question," said the lieutenant gaily. And he asked: "Tell me, poor little cuckoo, how many boys shall we have?" As if he knew all about it, the cuckoo immediately began to answer and called neither more or less than 12 times. Skshetuski was beside himself with joy. "Oh, as I love God, I shall become a starosta. Did you hear him, lady, "I heard nothing at all," answered Helena, getting red as a cherry. "I do not even know what you asked him." "Shall I repeat it?" "That is not necessary." With such chatter and pastime the day passed like a dream, and with evening came a moment of lingering, touching farewell. Then the lieutenant started for Chigrin. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Chigrin, Skshetuski found old Zatsvilikhovski in a state of the greatest feverish excitement. He was awaiting impatiently the prince's messenger, for threatening news was coming daily from Sich. He had no longer any doubt that Hmyelnitski was ready to take up arms to avenge his wrongs, and to try and regain the old privileges of the Cossacks. Zatsvilikhovski had received news that he had been in the Crimea and had implored the Khan for some Tartar troops, with which he expected to arrive any day in Sich. Consequently a general expedition was expected to set out from Sich for the Commonwealth which, with the help of the Tartars, might prove destructive. The approaching storm was perceived every day drawing ever nearer, ever more distinct, ever more terrible. It was no longer gloomy, uncertain fear that spread over the Ukraine. It was the certainty of a war and of carnage. The Grand Hetman, who, at first, had not attached much importance to the whole affair, drew nearer with his forces to Cherkass. The advance posts of the king's army reached as far as Chigrin mainly that they might prevent the defection of any regiments, for the Cossacks and the inhabitants of the towns began to fly in crowds to Sich. The nobility collected in the towns. It was said that in the southern principalities, the militia would be mustered. Many, without waiting for orders, sent their wives and children to fortresses, and themselves went to Cherkass. The unhappy Ukraine was divided in two halves, the inhabitants of one half swarmed to Sich, the others into the royal camp. One party held to the conservative order of things, the other desired the wildest freedom. One side strove to maintain the fruits of centuries of toil, the other wished to steal those possessions from them.
Both would, ere long, stain their hands in the blood of their brethren. The dreadful feud resolved itself into a social war before it had taken up the religious war cries that were absolutely foreign to Nij. But, although heavy clouds gathered on the horizon of the Ukraine, although everything seemed wrapped in fatal darkness, although discord worked and fermented inwardly, and thunder rolled from one end to the other, men did not yet realize what havoc the storm would cause. Perhaps Hmyelnitski himself did not realize it, for he sent, in the interim, letters to the nobles of Cracow, to the Cossack commissioners and to the commander of the king's forces full of complaints, as well as of assurances of loyalty to Vladislav IV and the Commonwealth. Was he seeking to gain time, or did he believe that negotiations might yet hinder the outbreak? There were different opinions about it. Two men only were not deceived for a moment. These were Zatsvilikhovski and old Barabash. The old colonel had also just received a letter from Hmyelnitski, full of scorn, full of threats and insults. "With the whole army of the Zaporojians," wrote Hmyelnitski, "I pray and beseech that those privileges be restored which your Grace has confiscated; and because you have kept them back for your own advantage and profit, the whole army of Zaporojians consider you worthy to rule sheep or swine, but not men. I, however, ask your Grace's pardon if, in any particular I failed in courtesy in my poor house at Chigrin on St. Nicholas's day, and because I rode away without permission to Zaporoj."
"See, worthy sirs," said Barabash to Zatsvilikhovski and Skshetuski, "see how he insults me, and it was I who taught him the art of war, and was as quite a father to him." "So he announces that he will demand his rights with the whole army of Zaporojians at his back," said Zatsvilikhovski. "That is, in fact, a civil war, the most dreadful of all wars."
"I see I must hasten. Give me, good sirs, the letters to those with whom I must confer," said Skshetuski.
"Have you one to the Koshov ataman?"
"Yes, from the prince himself."
"Well, then I will give you one to the commander in chief; and you, Colonel Barabash, have also a relation there by the name of Barabash. From him you can find out all you want to know. But who knows if it is not already too late for such an expedition? Does the prince want to know what is really going on there? The answer is simple: crooked dealing is going on. And if he wishes to know what is best to be done, the advice is short: gather together as many soldiers as possible and join forces with the hetman."
"Well, dispatch at once a messenger to the prince with the answer and with the advice," said Skshetuski. "I must go to Sich for I was sent there and cannot change the will of the prince."
"And do you know that it is a frightfully dangerous journey?" said Zatsvilikhovski. "The people here are already so excited that one hardly dares to remain here. If the king's forces were not near, the people would throw themselves upon us, and there, you are running into the jaws of the dragon."
"Lieutenant, Jonah was in the belly of the great fish, not only in his jaws, but with God's help he came out whole."
"Well, then, travel on. I admire your determination. You can ride safely as far as Kudak, but there you must look round you and see what is best to do. Grodzitski is an old soldier, he will give you the best instructions, and I myself will go to the prince. If I have to fight in my old age, I would rather fight under him than any other man. Meanwhile I will prepare a boat and a boatman for you who will take you to Kudak."
Skshetuski went out and betook himself speedily to his quarters on the market place, in the house of the prince, in order to make his final preparations. In spite of the dangers of the journey, of which Zatsvilikhovski had told him, the lieutenant could not think of it without a certain satisfaction. He would see the Dnieper in its whole length, as far as Nij and Porog, which for the knights of those days was a land full of enchantment and of mysterious adventure, that which attracted every enterprising spirit. Many a man had passed his whole life in the Ukraine and could not boast that he had seen Sich. Skshetuski felt therefore as if he had joined the brotherhood and not many of the nobility ventured to do that at this time. The days of Lamka Zborovski were past and would never return. The enmity between Sich and the Commonwealth which had arisen in the time of Nalevayka and Pavluk had never ceased, but had increased every year, and the influx of the nobility, Poles as well as Russians, to Sich, people who resembled the Nijovs both in language and in faith, had become much smaller. Men like Bulyhov Kurtsevich had not many imitators. What now impelled the nobles to seek brotherhood in Nij was chiefly misfortune, banishment, in one word, crimes that could not be pardoned. Therefore an impenetrable secrecy, dense as the mist over the Dnieper, covered the robber land of Nij. Wonders were told of it, and Skshetuski was curious to see it with his own eyes. He did not surmise, what is true, that he would be detained there. An ambassador was an ambassador, especially when he came from Prince Yeremy. These thoughts filled his mind as he looked out of the window of his quarters upon the market place. Thus he passed hour after hour when it suddenly seemed to him that he saw two well known figures going directly towards the alley where the Wallachian Dopula had his shop. He looked more closely, it was Zagloba and Bohun. They walked arm in arm, and disappeared behind the dark door above which hung a sign, showing that it was a drinking place. The lieutenant was astonished, both at the presence of Bohun in Chigrin, and also at his friendship with Zagloba. "Jendzian, come here," he called to his servant. The boy appeared in the doorway of the adjoining room. "See here, Jendzian, go into the wine shop with the sign on it over there. You will see there a fat nobleman with a hole in his forehead. Tell him that somebody wishes to see him about a matter of great importance. If he asks who it is, however, do not tell." Jendzian hastened away, and in a few minutes the lieutenant saw him returning with Zagloba. "Well met," said Skshetuski, as the nobleman appeared at the door of the room. "Have you forgotten me?"
Forgotten you? May the Tartars melt me down to tallow and make candles out of me for their mosques if I have forgotten you. Only a few months ago you and Chaplinski opened the door at Dopula's which I was very glad to see, because I had escaped from prison in Stambul in the same manner. And what is Pan Podbipyenta, Povsinoga of the coat of arms torn breeches doing now, with his innocence and his sword? Are the sparrows still perching on his head, mistaking him for a withered tree?"
"Pan Podbipyenta is well and sent you his regards."
"He is a very rich nobleman, but frightfully stupid. If he should cut off 3 such heads as his own, they would only amount to 1.5. Whew, how warm it is, although it is only March. One's tongue cleaves to the palate."
"I have an excellent brand, take a glass."
"A fool refuses when a wise man offers. The army barber surgeon has just advised me to drink mead, to drive melancholy from my brain; for bad times are coming to the nobility, days of wrath and calamity. Chaplinski has perished from fear; he no longer comes to Dopula's because the Cossack veterans drink here. I alone carry a brave front and am good friends with several officers, although the command stinks of tar. The mead is good, excellent. Where did you get it?"
"In Lubni. Are there many veterans here?"
"Who is not here? Fedor Yokupovich is here, the veteran Philon Dzyedziala, Daniel Niche, and with them the eye in their head, Bohun, who has been my friend since the time when I drank with him till he fell under the table, when I promised him that I would adopt him. Chigrin stinks of them while waiting to see which side they shall take, for they do not dare to go over openly to Hmyelnitski. If they do not do it, it will be due to me."
"How's that?"
"When I drink with them I entice them over to the Commonwealth and persuade them to be faithful. If the king does not give me a starostaship for that, then there is no justice left in the Commonwealth, no reward for services, and it would be truly better to hide behind the stove than to sacrifice one's head pro bono publico."
"You would do better to sacrifice your head in fighting against them. It seems to me that you are throwing away your money. You will not gain them this way."
"I throw my money away? What do you take me for? Is it not enough that I associate with fools without paying for them too? I consider it a favor when I allow them to pay for me."
"And Bohun, what is he doing here?"
He listens to hear what is being said about Sich just like the rest. That is why he came here. He is the spoiled darling of all the Cossacks. They flatter him like monkeys. One thing is sure, the regiment of Pereyaslav follows him, and not Loboda. And who knows whom Kshechovski's troops will follow? Bohun is on intimate terms with the Nijovs when he fights with the Turks or the Tartars, but now he is making other calculations, for he confessed to me, when we were carousing, that he loves a noblewoman and is going to marry her. That is why it does not suit him, just before his marriage, to be on too friendly a footing with the peasants. That is why he wishes me to adopt him and to bring him into the nobility. Your wine is excellent."
"Take some more, do."
"I will, I will. One does not find such a brand at ordinary inns."
"Did you not ask what the young lady's name was whom Bohun wishes to marry?"
"Good sir, what do I care about her name? I only know that when I put horns on Bohun's head, she will be the doe."
The lieutenant could scarce restrain himself from giving Zagloba a blow in the mouth with his fist. The latter, however, noticed nothing and continued speaking.
"In my young days I was a great lady killer. Shall I tell you how I came to receive the palm in Galatz? Do you see this hole in my forehead? Enough if I tell you that it was made by the eunuchs in the seraglio of a pasha there."
"You told me it was made by the bullet of a robber."
"Did I say that? Well, I was right. Every Turk is a robber, so help me God."
Their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Zatsvilikhovski.
"Well, lieutenant," said the old standard bearer, "the boats are ready, the boatmen are trusty people. Get away in God's name and at once. Here are the letters."
"I will give my orders for my men to go to the shore at once."
"And where are you going?" asked Zagloba.
"To Kudak."
"It will be pretty warm for you there."
But the lieutenant did not hear the prophecy, for he had left the room and stepped out in the market place, where his men were standing by their horses ready to start.
"To horse and down the river," commanded Skshetuski. "Get the horses on board and wait for me."
Meanwhile the old standard bearer was saying to Zagloba:
"I hear that you are now making up to the Cossack officers and drinking with them." "Pro bono publico, lieutenant." "You have a versatile genius and truly more wit than sense of shame. You wish to bind the Cossacks to you in their cups in order that they may be your friends in case of war." "And if I, the martyr of the Turks, have no wish to become a martyr of the Cossacks, it would not be strange, for two mushrooms spoil the best larsh. And as for the feeling of shame, I invite no one to drink with me. I enjoy it alone and God grant that it tastes no worse than this mead. Merit like oil must always rise to the top."
At this moment Skshetuski returned.
"The men are already gone," said he.
Zatsvilikhovski poured out some wine.
"Here's to a happy journey," he said. "And a safe return," added Zagloba. "You will have a pleasant voyage, for the water is remarkably high." "Sit down, good sir, let us drink the rest, the tankard is not large."
They sat down and drank.
"You will see a remarkable country," said Zatsvilikhovski, "and greet Pan Grodzitski in Kudak. Ah, what a soldier that is! He lives at the end of the world, far away from the eyes of the hetman, and yet maintains perfect order. Would to God it was so in the whole Commonwealth. I know Kudak and the Porog. In the old times I often went there and it makes me sad at heart to think that has all passed, disappeared, and now."
The ensign here leaned his milk white head upon his hand and fell into deep thought. There was silence. One heard only the stamping of the horses' hoofs in the yard, for the last of Skshetuski's men had ridden to the river to go on board the boat.
"Good God!" said Zatsvilikhovski, rousing himself from his reverie, "and yet there used to be better times, even when there was fighting. I remember it as if it were to day, but it is 27 years ago that we were at Khotsim as the hussars under Lubomirski went to attack the Janissaries. The Cossacks, behind their earthworks, threw their caps up in the air and cried to Sahaidak that the ground trembled under their feet. 'We will go to death with the Poles!' And to day, Nij, which ought to be the bulwark of Christianity, lets the Tartars into the boundaries of the Commonwealth, only in order to attack them when they are on their return home with booty. To day it is worse. To day Hmyelnitski unites with the Tartars, and together with them will murder the Christians." "Let us drink to these sorrows," interrupted Zagloba. "This is an excellent brand." "God give me a speedy death that I may not see the civil war," continued the old ensign. "The universal sin shall be washed clean in blood, but it will not be the blood of redemption, for here brother will put brother to death. Who are the inhabitants of Nij? Russians. And who those in the army of Prince Yeremy, and those in the service of the lords? Russians. And how many of them are there in the royal camp? And I myself, what am I? Oh, unhappy Ukraine! The heathens of the Crimea will place chains on thy neck. In the Turkish galleys thou wilt row."
"Do not mourn so, ensign," said Skshetuski, "or our eyes will overflow. Perhaps we may yet have bright sunshine."
The sun just went down and its last beams fell with a ruddy glow on the white hair of the ensign. In the town the bells were ringing for the Angelus. They went out. Skshetuski went into the Roman Catholic church, Zatsvilikhovski to the Greek church, and Zagloba to Dopula's in the Bell corner. It was already dark when they met again on the shore of the Tasmania. Skshetuski's people were already sitting in the boats, the men still carrying things on board. A cold wind came from the mouth of the Dnieper near by and the night did not look promising. In the reflection of the fire that burned on the shore, the water appeared blood red, and seemed to flow past with extraordinary swiftness toward an unknown darkness. "Well, a happy journey," said the ensign, and shook the young man's hand heartily. "Be on your guard." "I will omit nothing. With God's help we shall soon see each other again." "Certainly, in Lubni, or in the prince's camp." "Then you are positively going to the prince?" Zatsvilikhovski raised his hands in the air. "What else can I do? If there is war, well then let it come." "Farewell, ensign." "God be with you." "Viva Velique!" cried Zagloba, "and if the water doesn't take you to Stambul, you must take the Sultan to task, or drive a knot in his head. That was excellent wine. Brr, how cold it is!" "Goodbye." "Hope to see you soon again." "God guide you." The oars creaked and splashed in the water. The boats floated away. The fire that burned on the shore was soon lost in the distance. For a long time Skshetuski watched the noble form of the ensign, lighted up by the reflection from the fire, and a sudden sadness took possession of his heart. The water was bearing him away, far from the hearts of his friends, and of his beloved; far from a known country, carrying him away mercilessly, like fate, into a wild region, into the dark future. The boat followed the course of the river till united with the Dnieper. The wind whistled, the oars plashed monotonously and sadly, the sailors began to sing: "O ye banks, O ye waves, With mist and clouds o'erspread." Skshetuski wrapped himself in his woolen cloak and lay down on the pallet which his soldiers had prepared for him. His thoughts were about Helena, that so far she was not in Lubni, that Bohun remained, and he was departing. Fear, presentiments, care, gnawed at his heart like crows. He tried to put them away from him till he was tired, and his thoughts grew confused and blended weirdly with the sounds of the wind, the splash of the oars and the songs of the boatmen, and he fell asleep. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The following morning Skshetuski arose fresh and bright and in a happy mood. The weather was glorious. The water's wide expanse were wrinkled by the light warm wind. The shores were enveloped in mist and blended in the surface of the water in a boundless plain. Jendzian was fairly frightened when he awoke, and rubbed his eyes to see more clearly. He looked about him in astonishment and as he could see no sign of the shore he cried: "Great God! My master, are we already at sea?" "The river is swollen but it is not the sea," answered Skshetuski, "and you will see the shore as the mist clears away." "I think we shall soon see the Turkish territory." "That we shall if we are ordered there; but you see we are not rowing alone." In fact, as far as the eye could see, were several baydaks, domzes, or tumbases, and narrow black Cossack canoes, made of woven reeds, and were usually called caiques. A few of these canoes were floating down the river, carried by the strong current. Others were working their way bravely against the stream, assisted by oars and sails. They were taking fish, wax, salt, and dry cherries into the towns on the shore, or they were coming back from the towns, laden with provisions for Kudak, and with wares in which the bazaars of Sich found a ready sale. The banks of the Dnieper, from the mouth of the Pshol on were a perfect desert only here and there whitened by the Cossack winter quarters. But the river formed a highway which connected Sich with the rest of the world, and hence the traffic was pretty considerable, especially when the increase in the volume of water made it easier for the sailing craft, when even the Porog beyond Nyenashyts was navigable for boats sailing with the stream. The lieutenant observed with curiosity this life upon the river as his boats floated swiftly towards Kudak. The mist had cleared, the shores were distinctly visible; above the heads of the travellers circled millions of aquatic birds, pelicans, wild geese, cranes, ducks, plover, curlew, and tern. From the reeds on the bank there came a gabble, the bubbling of water and the rustling of wings. that it seemed as if the birds were holding a diet, or were undertaking a bird war. Behind Kremenchuk the banks grew lower and more open. "Look there!" cried Jendzian suddenly, "there is the sun and there lies snow on the fields." Skshetuski looked where he pointed. Truly, as far as the eye could see, gleamed a white covering in the sunlight on both sides of the river. "Hallo, old man, what is that white that shines over there?" asked the lieutenant. "Cherries, sir," answered the old man. In fact, both banks of the river beyond the mouth of the Pshol were overgrown for quite a distance with forests of dwarf cherry trees. The sweet, luscious fruit afforded nourishment in spring to birds, animals, and to men who had lost their way in the desert. And they also formed an article of commerce which was carried in boats to Kiev and farther. At this time the trees were full of blossoms and when they approached the shore in order to rest the oarsmen, the lieutenant and Jendzian went ashore to look more closely at these woods. A powerful perfume filled the air so that they could hardly breathe. A mass of white blossoms lay on the ground. In many places the little trees formed an impenetrable thicket. Between them grew luxuriant, wild, dwarf almond trees, which were covered with pink blossoms, that emitted a still more powerful fragrance. Millions of bumblebees, honey bees, and variegated butterflies flew in and out of this sea of blossoms, which extended farther than the eye could reach. "Wonderful, sir, wonderful," said Jendzian. "And why does nobody live here? There is plenty of game about, I see." Indeed, in among the cherry trees darted gray and white hares, and numberless flocks of falcon and quail, several of which Jendzian killed with his gun, but he learned to his sorrow, from the old sailor, that their flesh was poisonous. In the soft earth might be seen tracks of deer and antelope, and from the distance came sounds like the grunting of wild boar. After the voyagers had taken in this wonderful sight and rested awhile, they continued their journey. The banks rose higher, then became level, disclosing to the view beautiful meadows, woods, groves, hills, and extensive steppes. The neighborhood was so entrancing that Skshetuski involuntarily repeated to himself Jendzian's question: "Why does no one live here?" But it would be necessary for a second Yeremi Vishnovyetski to take possession of this wilderness, to organize it and protect it against the attacks of the Tartars and of the Nijovs. In many places, the river formed lagoons, curves, swampy thickets, beat with foaming waves upon the rocks by the shore, and filled the dark rocky clefts with water. In such hollows and crevices the Cossacks used to hide their treasures and conceal themselves. The mouths of the rivers, which were covered with a perfect forest of reeds, moss, and rushes, were black with swarms of birds. In one word, it was a wild world, desolate and mysterious, which spread itself before the eyes of our voyagers. The sailing was wearisome, for, as the weather was warm, swarms of poisonous mosquitoes and various insects, unknown on the barren steppes, annoyed our travellers. Many of them were as thick as a finger, and their bite caused the blood to flow freely. Towards evening they arrived at the island of Romanov, the fires of which they had seen from afar, and they put up here for the night. The fishermen who had crowded to the spot in order to see the escort of the lieutenant had their shirts, faces, and hands completely smeared with tar as a protection against bites. They were rough men of coarse manners. In the spring they came in crowds to catch fish which they smoked, and then took to Chigrin, Cherkass, Pereyaslav, and Kiev. Their labor was hard but remunerative on account of the immense numbers of fish which, in summer, were actually a pest to this neighborhood, for, on account of the drying up of the water in the lagoons and in the so called quiet corners, they died and poisoned the air. The lieutenant learned from the fishermen that all the Nijovs who were engaged here in catching fish, had left the island a few days before, and had gone to Nij at the call of Koshov Ataman. All night long one could see from the island the fires which the refugees on their way to Sich lighted in the steppes. The fishermen knew that an expedition against the Poles was being arranged, and made no secret of it before the lieutenant. Skshetuski now saw that his expedition had been delayed a little too long. The regiments of the Cossacks would have already marched north before he could reach Sich. But he had received the command to go and therefore, as a true soldier, he did not hesitate, but resolved, if necessary, to force his way even into the camps of the Zaporojians. On the following day, early in the morning, they continued their journey. They rounded the wonderful Tarin Rog, the Suka Gora, and the Konski Ostrog, which was celebrated for its bogs and for the quantity of snakes that were found there, rendering it unfit for human habitation. Everything, the wildness of the scenery and the increasing swiftness of the stream, announced the vicinity of Porog. Finally, the tower of Kudak appeared in sight. The first part of the journey was ended. The lieutenant could not however enter the castle that evening, for Pan Grodzitski had commanded that after the bugle blew for roll call, no one should be allowed to leave or enter the castle. Should the king himself seek entrance, he would be obliged to stay overnight in Slobotka, which adjoined the ramparts of the fortification. The lieutenant did likewise. His quarters were not exactly comfortable, for the cabins in Slobotka, of which there were about 60, were made of clay and were so small that in many of them one could only enter by going on all fours. It did not pay to build better ones, for at each invasion of the Tartars the garrison reduced everything to ashes, and they did this that their assailants might find no shelter or hiding place in the neighborhood. In this hamlet of Slobotka lived foreigners, i.e., adventurers who came hither from Poland, Russia, the Crimea, and from Wallachia. Each one belonged to a different faith, but that made no difference to anyone. The ground was not cultivated on account of the danger, which was threatened by the Tartars. The inhabitants lived on fish, and wheat brought from the Ukraine. They drank palanka made from millet, and occupied themselves with mechanical work that was valued in the fort. The lieutenant could not close an eye on account of the intolerable smell of horses' hides, from which they made straps in Slobotka. The following morning before daybreak after the reveille had sounded, he sent word to the fort that an ambassador from the prince had arrived and requested an audience. Grodzitski, whose remembrance of the prince's visit was still fresh, went out himself to meet him. He was a man of about 50, with one eye like a cyclops, gloomy, for as he lived at the end of the world in the wilderness, and saw no one, he had become somewhat savage, and as he had unlimited power in his hands he had taken on an earnest and severe expression. His face was besides disfigured by pockmarks and sword cuts, and wounds from Tartar arrows, which gave a variegated appearance of white spots on the darker skin. He was, however, a brave soldier and watchful as a stork. He kept his eyes continually fixed in the direction from which the Tartars and the Cossacks would come. He drank only water and slept but 7 hours a day. Frequently at night he would spring from his couch to see if the sentries on the ramparts were keeping their watch, and he punished the slightest dereliction of duty on the part of the soldiers with frightful severity. But he was kind towards the Cossacks although he was feared. In this manner he had gained their respect. When there was scarcity of food in Sich, he supplied the inhabitants with grain. He was a Russian of the stock of those who, years before, had gone into the steppes with Shetslov, Landskoronski, and Samka Zborovski. "So you are going to Sich?" he asked Skshetuski, after he had taken him into the castle and welcomed him hospitably. "That is what I am going to do. What news have you from there?" "War! The Koshov ataman has called the Cossacks from all the caves, rivers, and islands. Fugitives are coming from the Ukraine and I am trying to stop them as well as I can. There are over 30,000 men gathered together, and if they go to the Ukraine and there gather to them the Cossacks from the small towns and the peasantry, they will number 100,000 men."
"And Hmyelnitski?"
"He is daily expected from the Crimea with the Tartars. Perhaps he has already returned. To tell you the truth, your journey to Sich is a waste of time, for you may expect them here shortly; for that they will come through Kudak and that they will not leave it standing after them is certain."
"And you will defend yourself, sir?"
Grodzitski looked at the lieutenant darkly and said calmly and emphatically: "I will not defend myself."
"What?"
"I have no powder. I sent more than 20 canoes with requests for some, but I have received none. I do not know if they have any themselves, I only know that they have so far sent me none. My supply will last 2 weeks, no longer. If I had enough I would blow up Kudak and myself rather than that one foot of a Cossack should enter here. I have been commanded to remain here, I remain. I have been commanded to watch, I watch. I have been commanded to show my teeth, I have shown them. And should death come, we are born but once, I know how to die."
"And could you not make powder yourselves?"
For 2 months the Zaporojians have sent me no saltpeter, for it has to be brought from the Black Sea. It is all the same to me. I will await death."
"We might learn something from you old soldiers. And could you not go for powder yourself?"
"My good sir, I would not leave Kudak and I can't leave. I have lived here, I will die here. And don't think that you have fine banquets and splendid receptions in store for you after the manner in which ambassadors are received elsewhere, or that your ambassadorial dignity will be any protection to you. Why, they kill their own atamans. Long as I have been here I cannot remember that one of them has died a natural death. You too are going to your death."
Skshetuski was silent.
"I see that your courage is growing weak, then do not go."
"Commandant," said Skshetuski angrily, "think of something better with which to frighten me, for what you have told me I have already heard 10 times, and if you advise me not to continue my journey, I see that it is because you would not go were you in my place. Perhaps too it is not only powder but courage that prevents you from defending Kudak." Grodzitski did not seem annoyed; on the contrary, he looked with clear eyes at Skshetuski.
"A biting pike," he growled in Russian. "Pardon me, sir, I see from your reply that you can maintain the dignity of the prince and of the nobility. I will therefore give you a couple of caiques, for you cannot sail the Porog on boats."
"That is what I come here to ask for."
"At Nyenashyts you must drag them over the ground, for even when the river is high one can never get through there. Even the smallest canoe hardly dares venture. And if the water is low, be on your guard, and remember that iron and lead are more trustworthy than words. Brave men alone are prized there. The caiques will be ready to morrow. I will have double rudders brought, for single oars are not enough on the Porog."
Then Grodzitski led the lieutenant out of the room in order to show him the fort and its arrangements. Everywhere exemplary order and discipline reigned. The sentries watched day and night on the ramparts, which the Tartar prisoners were unceasingly mending and fortifying.
"Each year I add a yard to the height of the rampart," said Grodzitski, "and it is already so high that if I only had enough powder, they could do us no harm with 100,000 men; but without ammunition I cannot defend myself if I am outnumbered."
The fortifications, in truth, were impregnable, for besides the cannon, the high banks of the Dnieper and the inaccessible rocks, which rose perpendicularly up out of the water, protected it. It did not even need a large garrison. There were in fact not more than 600 men in the fort, but they were picked troops, armed with muskets and guns. The Dnieper at this spot flowed in a small channel and was so narrow that an arrow let fly from the ramparts flew far away across the other shore. The cannon of the castle commanded both shores and the whole country around. Besides that, half a mile from the castle stood a high tower, from which one could see for a radius of 8 miles. In this tower were 100 soldiers, whom Pan Grodzitski daily inspected. If they saw any signs of men in the neighborhood, they sent word immediately to the fort. The bells were rung, and the whole garrison immediately took up arms.
"Hardly a week passes," said Grodzitski, "without an alarm, for the Tartars come frequently like wolves, in packs of several thousand at a time. We cover them with the cannon as well as we can, but sometimes the sentries take the herds of wild horses for Tartars."
"And is it not most disagreeable to live in such a desert?" asked Skshetuski.
"If I was offered a place in the king's chambers I would rather remain here. I see more of the world from this spot than the king sees from his window in Warsaw."
It was really a fact. From the ramparts one looked down on an immense surface of steppes, which at the present moment looked like a sea of green; towards the north, one saw the mouth of the river Samara; towards the south the whole course of the Dnieper, with its rocks, precipices, and forests as far as the foaming waves of the second rapid at Sursk. Towards evening they again visited the tower, for Skshetuski, who now saw for the first time this out of the way fortification in the steppes, was curious to see everything. Meanwhile the caiques had been got ready for him in Slobotka, and had been provided with rudders at both ends which made them easier to handle. The following day, in the early morning, he was to take his departure. But he hardly took any rest this night for he thought over what he should do in the face of the inevitable destruction which threatened him in consequence of his embassy to that terrible Sich. Life was dear to him, for he was young and in love, and he wanted to live beside his loved one, but honor and fame were more to him than life. Then he realized that war was at hand, that Helena, who was expecting him in Rozloga, was surrounded by terrible dangers, that she might be given over, not to Bohun's violence alone, but to that of the wild unrestrained multitude, and sorrow and pain took possession of his soul. The steppes must now be dry; one could certainly travel from Rozloga to Lubni. Meanwhile he had asked Helena and the princess to wait for his return, for he could not surmise that the storm would so soon break. He did not know that the journey to Sich was so dangerous. He paced up and down the room with quick steps, tugged at his beard and wrung his hands. What should he do? How manage? In his mind's eye he saw Rozloga in flames, surrounded by a black, howling mob, more like devils than human beings. He heard the echo of his own steps which resounded through the vaults of the castle. But to him it seemed as if he heard evil powers who were surrounding Helena. Upon the ramparts, the bugle sounded for curfew, and it seemed to him like the sound of Bohun's horn, and he ground his teeth and clutched convulsively at his sword. Ah! why had he forced himself into this expedition instead of leaving it to Bykhovyets? Jendzian, as he lay on the threshold, noticed his master's unrest. He rose therefore, rubbed his eyes, lighted the torches, which had been stuck in iron and walked about the room and tried to attract his master's attention. But the lieutenant was completely lost in his painful thoughts and continued to pace up and down, waking the slumbering echoes with his steps. "Master! Hey, master!" said Jendzian. Skshetuski looked at him with glassy eyes. At length he awoke from his reflections. "Jendzian, do you fear death?" he asked. "Who? How? What do you say, sir?" "Whoever goes to Sich never returns." "And why do you go, sir?" "I wanted to go, never mind about that; but I am sorry for you, you are a child, and though you are a rogue, you will not escape with all your cunning. Go back to Chigrin and then to Lubni." Jendzian scratched his head. "Certainly I fear death, master, for who does not fear death does not fear God. It is His will that we live or die, but if you go voluntarily to death, it will be your sin and not mine, for you are the master and I the servant. I will not leave you on that account, for I am not a peasant of no family, but a noble, and even if I am poor, I am not without a sense of honor."
"Oh, I knew that you were a good fellow, but I want to tell you that if you will not go of your own accord to Lubni you must do it at my command, for it cannot be otherwise."
"If you were to kill me I would not go. What do you think, that I am a Judas or that I would betray you to death?" Jendzian here covered his face with his hands and began to cry aloud. Skshetuski saw that he could do nothing with him in this way, and he did not want to treat him too harshly, for he was sorry for the boy.
"Listen," he said, "you cannot be of any assistance to me and you may depend upon it that I will not voluntarily give up my life. But you will take some letters for me to Rozloga, to those whom I love better than my life. You will say to the princess and to the princes that they shall immediately, without the slightest delay, take the young lady to Lubni. Otherwise the rebellion will take them unawares. And see that they do it. I am entrusting you with an important mission, one worthy of a friend, not of a servant." "Well then send someone else, anyone can carry a letter." "And whom have I here that I can trust? Are you mad? I repeat, if you were to save my life twice over, you could not render me such a service as this; for I live in torment when I think what may happen, and my skin is wet with perspiration."
"Oh God, I see I must go, although it makes me so sad that even this bright sash would not comfort me if your lordship should give it to me."
"You shall have the sash, but attend to the matter properly."
"I do not care for the sash, permit me only to go with you."
"Tomorrow you will return with the caique, which Commandant Grodzitski is sending to Chigrin, without delay and without resting. You will go straight to Rozloga. Do not tell the princes nor the young lady anything about what threatens me, only beg that they will immediately go on horseback to Lubni, if necessary even without taking any baggage. Here is a money belt for you for the journey. I will soon have the letters written."
Jendzian threw himself at Skshetuski's feet. "Master, shall I see you no more?"
"As God wills, as God wills," replied the lieutenant, and lifted him up. "But at Rozloga you must look cheerful. Now go to sleep." The rest of the night was spent by Skshetuski in writing letters and in fervent prayer, after which the angel of rest came to him. Meanwhile the dawn began to break and the light shone through the narrow windows. It was dawn, rosy beams stole into the room. Upon the tower and on the fort the reveille was sounding "Get up!" Shortly after Grodzitski appeared in the room. "Lieutenant, the caiques are ready," he said. "And I am ready," said Skshetuski quietly. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The light canoes floated down the stream like swallows and bore the young knight to his fate. As the waters were very high, the rapids offered no danger. They arrived safely at Sursk Porog and passed Lokhan. A favorable current took them through the Raven Narrows. At Prince and Shooter Rapids the canoes grated a little, but they got in safely. Finally they saw in the distance the foaming torrent of the Nyenashyts. Here they had to go ashore and pull up their boats and drag them over the ground, a long, tedious business which usually took a whole day. Fortunately there lay along the entire bank of the river, evidently left there by previous travelers, a quantity of blocks of wood which our travelers placed under their canoes to draw them more easily. In the whole region and across the steppes, one saw not a living soul and not a canoe on the river, for no one else could go to Sich but those whom Pan Grodzitski permitted to pass through Kudak, and Grodzitski had intentionally cut off the Zaporojians from the rest of the world. The stillness was only broken by the thundering roar of the waves, as they dashed on the rocks of Nyenashyts. When the men rolled the canoes along, Skshetuski observed this natural wonder. It was a frightful scene. Across the whole breadth of the river in a diagonal line, were 7 rocky mounds which were raised above the water. They were black and worn in clefts by the waves which had worn holes in them that looked like gates or entrances. The stream beat with the whole force of its waters on these rocks, and was thrown back by them so that it rose in its raging fury in white foaming mist, and sought to spring over them like a spirited steed. But it was thrown back again before it could find its way through the openings. It would seem as if it bit the rocks, that in impotent rage it stirred the mighty whirlpool, that it rose in columns in the air, and then, exhausted, sank down seething and bubbling, like a wild beast. And then again came a noise of thunder as of 100 cannons, a howling as of whole packs of wolves, a rasping and struggling, and at each rocky prominence this struggle was repeated with its eddying and its wild whirling of water. Above the abyss screamed birds as if they were terrified at the sight. Between the clefts hovered dusky shadows that seemed like evil spirits. Although the men who were dragging the canoes were accustomed to this sight, they crossed themselves reverently and warned the lieutenant not to go too close to the edge. For there was a saying, that if one looked too long at the rocks of Nyenashyts, he would finally see something that would make his head grow dizzy. It was also said that at times, long black hands were stretched up out of the whirlpool, and seized the unwary one who ventured too near, and that then frightful laughter would be heard in the hollow of the rocks. At night even the Zaporojians did not dare to take their canoes that way. Among the brotherhood in Nij, no one could be received as an initiate who had not once in his life crossed the Porog alone in a canoe. But an exception was made in the case of Nyenashyts as its rocks were never covered by the water. The blind singers told about Bohun that he had ventured through Nyenashyts, but no one believed this story. The portage of the canoes took almost a whole day, and the sun was setting when the lieutenant got into his boat again. But to make up for it, they sailed easily down the rest of the Porog, for it was swollen with water, and at length arrived in the quiet Nij water. Upon the journey Skshetuski saw the Kuchaks, giant heaps of stone, and the white stone which the prince had commanded to be raised in remembrance of his stay there, and of which Pan Boguslav Mashkievich had told him in Lubni. It was not far from here to Sich. As the lieutenant, however, did not wish to enter at dark into the labyrinth of Chertomelik, he resolved to pass the night at Khortyts. He wished also to come across some Zaporojians and to send word before he arrived, that they might know that an ambassador and no other was coming. Khortyts seemed to be deserted, which somewhat surprised the lieutenant, for he had heard from Grodzitski that it always contained a Cossack garrison to repel Tartar invasions. He even undertook to go quite a distance into the country with some of his men to try and get some information, but he would not traverse the whole island for it was over a mile along, and a dark, threatening night was already beginning to close in on them. He returned therefore to the canoes which had been dragged up on the sand and near which fires had been built to keep away the mosquitoes. The greater part of the night passed quietly. The soldiers and guides had fallen asleep around the fire, only the sentries watched, and with them the lieutenant who, since his journey from Kudak, had suffered terribly from sleeplessness. He felt also that a fever was consuming him. Presently he seemed to hear steps approaching from the recesses of the island, then he thought he heard strange sounds like the distant bleating of goats. But he thought his ear must deceive him. Suddenly, it was just before dawn, a dark form stood before him. It was a messenger from the sentry. "Master, they're coming," he said hurriedly. "Who?" "Why, the Nijovs, there are about 40 of them." "Well, that is not many. Wake the men, rake the fires." The men sprang quickly to their feet. The awakened fires shot up flames in the air and lighted up the caiques and the soldiers of the lieutenant. The sentries ran up together at the same moment. The irregular tread of men could be heard. They were halted at a certain distance. Presently a voice asked in a threatening manner: "Who is on the shore?" "And who are you?" replied the sentry. "Answer, you son of an enemy, if not I will question you with my musket." "His Highness, the ambassador from His Excellency Prince Yeremi Vishnovyetski, Koshov to the ataman in command," answered the sergeant in a ringing voice. The voices in the approaching crowd were silent. Apparently they were holding a brief council. "Come here," cried the sergeant. "Do not be afraid. One does not fight ambassadors, but then ambassadors do not fight." Footsteps again were heard approaching, and in a few minutes a few dozen forms stepped out of the darkness. By their complexion and their low stature and the furs which they wore, skin outwards, it was evident to the lieutenant at first glance that they were for the most part Tartars. Only a few Cossacks were among them. The thought flashed through Skshetuski's mind that Hmyelnitski must have already returned from the Crimea if there were Tartars in Khortyts. At the head of the gang stood an old Zaporojian of gigantic stature, and savage, frightful countenance. He stepped nearer to the fire and asked: "Who is the ambassador here?" A strong odor of gorzalka was spread abroad. The Zaporojian was evidently drunk. "Who is the ambassador here?" he repeated. "I am the ambassador," said Skshetuski proudly. "Thou?" "Am I your brother that you should call me thou?" "First learn politeness, you boor," interrupted the sergeant. "You should say your Highness Ambassador." "To destruction with you, devil's spawn! May you die like Serpyahov, Excellency's sons! What are you going to see the ataman about?"
"That is not your affair. It is sufficient for you to know that your life depends upon my reaching the ataman as quickly as possible." At this moment another Zaporojian stepped forward from the throng. "We are watching here at the command of the ataman," said he, "to see that none of the Poles approach and if anybody comes along, we are to bind him and bring him to the ataman, and that's what we are doing." "You will not bind anybody who goes there of his own accord."
"I will, for so we are commanded."
"And knowest thou, peasant, what is due to the person of an ambassador, and whom I represent?"
The old giant interrupted.
"We will lead the ambassador thither, but by the beard, look, like this."
With these words he reached out his hand to seize the lieutenant's beard. But in the same moment he screamed aloud and fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. The lieutenant had split his head open with his poleaxe.
"Fight! Fight!"
howled enraged voices in the crowd. The princes Semenovs sprang to the help of their leader. Shots were fired. The cry "Strike! Strike!" mingled with the clash of weapons. A disorderly fight commenced. In the confusion, the fires were trampled on and extinguished and they were obliged to fight in the dark. They had soon become so crowded together, that there was no room left to strike a blow. Knives, fists and teeth took the place of swords. Suddenly, from the farther part of the island came new shouts and cries. Assistance was coming to the assailants. In another moment they would have been too late, for the practiced soldiers had already gained the advantage over the untrained crowd. "To the boats!" cried the lieutenant with a voice like thunder. In a moment his command was carried out. Unfortunately, the canoes which had been drawn up too far on the shore could not be pushed back into the water. Meanwhile, the enemy started wildly for the shore. "Fire!" commanded Skshetuski. A salvo of bullets brought the assailants immediately to a halt. They became confused and drew back in disorder. Some of them remained lying on the sand; many of these were writhing convulsively, and looked like fish that had been drawn from the water and thrown on the shore. The boatmen, assisted by some of the soldiers of the escort, set the oars against the ground and exerted their utmost strength to push the boats into the water, but as the rudder was fast in the ground, it was too late. The enemy began the attack from a distance, the plashing of bullets in the water mingled with the swish of arrows, and with the groans of the wounded. The Tartars cried out ever more imploringly to Allah and tried to cheer up each other. They were answered by the cry of the Cossack, "Fight! Fight!" and the quiet voice of Skshetuski repeating more frequently the command, "Fire!" The first grey of dawn cast a dim light on the camp. On the land side were groups of Cossacks and Tartars, some with their faces at the butt end of their muskets, the others bent backwards drawing their bows. On the water side were two caiques that were smoking and flaming from the constant salvos from the guns. And in the midst lay the bodies of those who had been killed, now lying peacefully in the sand. In one of the canoes Skshetuski stood overtopping the rest, proud, calm, with his lieutenant's staff in his hand and his head bare, for a Tartar arrow had taken his cap off. The sergeant approached him and whispered: "Sir, we cannot hold out, the crowd is too great." But the ambassador was all the more determined to seal his embassy with blood, not to suffer his office to be insulted, and not to die ingloriously. Therefore he stood up while his men formed a sort of barricade with the sacks of provisions, from behind which they shot at the enemy, who were to be seen for quite a distance. "Well," said he, "we will die to the last man." "We will die, sir!" cried the Semenovs. "Fire!" The canoes were again enveloped in smoke. Fresh crowds came from the island armed with spears and scythes. The assailants divided themselves into two parties; one division continued the fire; the other, consisting of more than 200 Cossacks and Tartars, waited for an opportune moment for a hand to hand encounter. At the same time, 4 canoes came out of the reeds on the island, to attack the lieutenant from the rear and on both sides. It was already broad daylight. The smoke rose in columns in the motionless air and clouded the field of battle. The lieutenant commanded the 20 Semenovs to go towards the approaching canoes which, propelled by oars, flew like birds on the quiet surface of the water. In this way the firing, which had been directed towards the Tartars who came from the depths of the island, became much weaker. They appeared to be waiting for that. The sergeant stepped up to the lieutenant again. "Sir, the Tartars are placing their daggers between their teeth. They will soon make a rush." Indeed, more than 300 of the horde, with swords in their hands and knives between their teeth, were preparing for an attack, and with them a number of Zaporojians armed with scythes. The attack was to be made from all sides, for the canoes had already got to within arrow shot distance. They were enveloped in smoke; bullets fell like hail upon the lieutenant's men; groans were heard in both boats. In the course of a few minutes half the men had fallen; the rest defended themselves with the energy of despair. Their faces were black with smoke; their hands had become powerless, their glance unsteady, their eyes bloodshot; the barrels of the muskets had begun to burn their hands, and the greater number of them were wounded. At this moment a frightful noise and howling shook the air. The horde were rushing to the attack. The smoke, driven away by the movement of the crowd, disappeared and one could see the 2 canoes of the lieutenant overrun by a dark mass of Tartars, like the corpses of 2 horses torn by packs of wolves. The crowd pushed, surged and howled. They appeared to be fighting with one another and then seemed to disappear. A few Semenovs resisted still and at the mast stood Skshetuski, his face all bloody, an arrow sunk to the shaft in his left arm while he defended himself with the rage of despair. His form appeared gigantic among the surrounding crowd; his sword flashed like lightning. With every stroke were heard groans and howls. The sergeant and another soldier defended him on both sides, and the crowd drew back again and again with terror before these 3. But pushed forward from behind, they came within reach of the sword and fell to the ground. "Let us take him alive to the ataman!" screamed voices in the crowd. "Surrender!" But Skshetuski only surrendered himself to God, for he suddenly grew pale, trembled, and fell to the bottom of the boat.
"Farewell, little father!"
cried the sergeant in despair. But he soon fell also. The surging crowd of the assailants completely filled the caicques. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Book 1, Chapter 11 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the cabin of the Kantarz, in the suburb of Hassan Pasha at Sich, two Zaporojians sat at table and refreshed themselves with millet brandy, which they continually dipped out of a wooden keg that stood in the middle of the table. One of them, an old man, nearly grey, was Philip Zakhar, the Kantarz himself. The other was Anton Tatarchuk, the ataman of the camp at Chigrin, a man of about 40 years, tall, powerful, with a savage expression of countenance, and the almond eyes of a Tartar. They were talking softly as if they feared that someone might be listening. "Today, then?" asked the Kantarz. "If not sooner," answered Tatarchuk. "They are only waiting for the Koshov and for Tukhay Bey, who has ridden to Bazavluk with Hmyelnitski himself, because the Tartar horde is there. The peasantry have already collected in the square and the field commanders will assemble before evening to take counsel. Before nightfall all will be ready." "It may be bad," grunted old Philip Zakhar. "Listen, Kantarz, you saw that I received a letter?" "Certainly I saw it, for I myself carried the letter to the Koshov, and I am educated. They found 3 letters with the Poles. One to the Koshov himself, another for you, the third to the young Barabash. This is already known to everyone in Sich." "And do you know who wrote them?" "The prince wrote to the Koshov, for his seal was on the letter. Who your correspondent was, I do not know." "God preserve us! If they do not point you out openly as a friend of the Poles, nothing will happen." "God preserve us!" repeated Tatarchuk. "You appear to have a guilty conscience." "Pooh! I have no reason to have a guilty conscience." "Perhaps the Koshov will destroy all the letters, for he himself is concerned. He received a letter as well as you." "Perhaps." "If you are guilty, then—" Here the old Kantarz lowered his voice. "Fly." "But how? Where? Whither?" asked Tatarchuk uneasily. "The Koshov has placed guards on all the islands that no one may go over to the Poles and tell them what is going on. In Bazavluk the Tartars are keeping watch, no fish can swim past, no bird fly across." "Well then hide yourself in Sich as well as you can." "They will find me. My only chance is for you to hide me under the barrels in the bazaar. You will pretend you are my relation." "I would not hide my own mother's son. If you are afraid of death, get drunk. When you are drunk you will not feel it." "And perhaps there is actually nothing in the letters." "Perhaps." "Alas! Alas!" said Tatarchuk, "I feel I am not guilty. I am a good Cossack and an enemy of the Poles, but even if there wasn't anything in the letter, the devil knows what the Pole might say about it. He can destroy me." "He is a shrewd Pole, he will say nothing." "Did you go to see him today?" "Yes, I smeared his wounds with tar. I poured gorzalka and ashes down his throat. He will get well. He is a shrewd Pole. They say that before he was taken prisoner he cut up the Tartars like swine at Khortyts. Have no uneasiness about the Pole." A muffled sound of kettle drums beating in the Koshov square interrupted the conversation. When Tatarchuk heard them, he sprang up startled. An unusual restlessness found expression in his face and movements. "That is the call for the council to assemble," said he, trying painfully to catch his breath. "God help me! You, Philip, say nothing about what I told you. God be with me." Then Tatarchuk seized the keg containing the gorzalka, carried it to his mouth with both hands, and drank as if he would drink himself to death. "Let us go," said the Kantarz. The sound of the kettle drums grew louder. They went out. The quarter Hassan Pasha was separated from the square only by a wall which surrounded the camp proper and by the gate with a high bastion from which the mouths of the cannon looked forth. In the middle of the quarter stood the house of the Kantarz and the cottages of the market atamans. Around the tolerably extensive square stood booths, in which were articles for sale. These were mostly miserable structures hammered together out of oak planks, such as abounded about Khortyts, and were covered with branches and rushes. The cottages themselves, not excepting that of the kantarz, looked more like arbors, for only their roofs rose above the ground. These roofs were black and smoky, for when they made a fire in the cottage, the smoke escaped not only by an opening in the roof, but also through the whole thatch, and one might have imagined that it was not a cottage but a pile of branches and rushes in which tar was being burned. It was perfectly dark in these cabins and that was why a fire, made of oak shavings and pine pitch was kept continually burning. There were some dozens of these shop booths. They were divided into camp booths, i.e., those that belonged to the camp, and booths for strangers in which, in times of peace, the Tartars and Wallachs sometimes carried on business, the first trading in furs, oriental stuffs, weapons, and every kind of booty, the others chiefly in wine. But the booths for strangers were seldom occupied, for business frequently changed into robbery in this wild nest, and neither the kantarz nor the market atamans could restrain the crowd. Between the booths stood 38 camp wine shops, and before them lay constantly in the midst of mud, shavings, litter and horse manure, Zaporojians, dead drunk, some in a dead sleep, others foaming at the mouth in convulsions or attacks of delirium. Others again half drunk, howled Cossack songs, fought or kissed each other, cursing the fate of the Cossacks, or weeping about the Cossack misery and treading on the heads and bodies of those who were lying around them. It was only when an expedition against the Tartars or against Russia was determined upon, that abstinence was enjoined, and then, drunkenness among the soldiers was punished with death. But in ordinary times almost everybody got drunk, the kantarz, the market ataman, the buyer and the seller. The sour smell of impure vodka in conjunction with the odors of pitch, fish, smoke and horse hides filled the air of the entire suburb, which by the varied colors of its little shops reminded one of the wretched Turkish or Tartar villages. In these booths could be found all kinds of things that had been stolen in the Crimea, or Wallachia, or on the coast of Anatolia. Oriental stuffs of gay colors, trimmings, gold embroidered stuffs, gold lace, cloth, lace, ticking and linen, guns, bits of iron, skins, furs, dried fish, cherries, and Turkish sweetmeats. Church vessels, brass crescents, that had been stolen from the minarets, and gilt crosses snatched from church altars, powder, firearms, spears and saddles, and among this confusion of objects and colors men moved hither and thither, clothed in the remains of the most varied of garments. In summer perfectly naked, always half savage, blackened by smoke, covered with mud, full of dripping wounds from the bites of the huge mosquitoes which flew in myriads over the Chertomelyk, and as already said, always drunk. At this moment the whole of Hassan Pasha was more crowded with people than usual, booths and wine shops were closed, everyone hastened to the public square of Sich upon which the council was to be held. Philip Zakhar and Anton Tatarchuk went with the rest, but the latter hesitated, walked slowly and let the crowd get ahead of him. An ever increasing unrest showed itself upon his countenance. Meanwhile they crossed the bridge over the moat, then through the gate they passed by 38 large wooden buildings. These were storehouses, a sort of military barracks, in which the Cossacks lived. These barracks, all of the same size and width, differed in nothing but in names which they had borrowed from different towns of the Ukraine, from which regiments also took their names. In one corner of the square was the town hall where atamans held meetings under the direction of the Koshov. The crowd however, or the so called community, held council in the open air, sending deputations continually to the atamans, and even sometimes forging their way into the town hall, and terrorizing the assembled councillors. A great crowd had already gathered on the square, for shortly before the Koshov ataman had called together to Sich all the warriors that were dispersed over the islands, streams and pastures. The community of members was therefore larger than usual. As the sun was declining several of the barrels were set on fire; here and there were kegs of vodka which each camp had caused to be distributed, and which added no little energy to the councils. The Esauls watched over the discipline in the two camps. They were provided with stout iron sticks to keep the members of the councils within bounds, and carried pistols to defend their own lives which were often in danger. Philip Zakhar and Tatarchuk went straight to the town hall, for the one as kantarz and the other as camp ataman had the right to sit among the elders. In the council chamber was only a small table before which the military secretary sat. The atamans and the Koshovs took their seats on the skins by the walls. At that time the places were not all occupied. The Koshovs were striding up and down the room, the camp generals however stood in small groups and spoke in low tones, often interrupting their conversation by loud curses. Tatarchuk noticed that even his acquaintances and friends acted as if they did not see him, and he stepped over to young Barabash who was in about the same position as he was. Others looked at them askew, which made no great difference to young Barabash as he did not rightly understand what the whole business meant. He was a man of remarkable beauty and extraordinary strength, to which attributes he owed his position as camp ataman, for otherwise he was noted in Sich for his stupidity. It had won him the name of the "silly ataman," and the privilege of arousing the ridicule of the elders at every word that he spoke. "Only a little while and then we shall perhaps be thrown into the water with a rope around our necks," whispered Tatarchuk. "And why?" asked Barabash. "Then you don't know anything about the letters?" "What in thunder? What letters have I written? See how they are looking askew at us. Oh, if I could only get at one of them by the throat then he would not be able to either see or hear." The cries were heard from the outside; something must have happened. The door of the council room opened wide, Hmyelnitski and Tukhay Bey stepped in. They were both greeted heartily. Only a few months before Tukhay Bey as the fiercest of the Murzas and the terror of the Nijovs, was the object of the most furious hatred in Sich. Now the brotherhood threw their caps in the air at the sight of him, and looked upon him as a good friend of Hmyelnitski and of the Zaporojians. Tukhay Bey stepped in first, Hmyelnitski following, with his baton in his hand as hetman of the Zaporojian forces. He had been clothed with all his dignity from the time when he went to the Crimea and demanded the assistance of troops from the Khan. The crowd upon his return had enthusiastically carried him on their shields, and breaking open the army treasury, had brought him the staff of commander, also the colors and seal which were usually carried before the hetman. He had changed very much. One could see that he bore in himself the terrible power of the whole of Zaporoj. He was no longer the injured Hmyelnitski who fled to Sich across the Wild Lands; he was Hmyelnitski the hetman, the sanguinary spirit, the giant who wished to revenge his own injuries on millions. And yet he had not broken his chains; he had only laden himself with new and heavier ones, as was evident by his relations with Tukhay Bey. This Zaporojian hetman occupied in the hearts of his soldiers a secondary position to the Tartar. He bore the latter's overbearing manner with humility, and endured his unspeakably contemptuous treatment. It was the relation between a vassal and his lord. But it could not be otherwise. Hmyelnitski owed his whole importance among the Cossacks to the Tartars, and to the favor of the Khan whose representative was wild, unbridled Tukhay Bey. But Hmyelnitski understood how to combine the pride which threatened to burst its bounds with humility, as he knew how to combine courage and cunning. He was both lion and fox, eagle and snake. For the first time since the Cossack kingdom had arisen, a Tartar played the part of master in Sich. Evil times had come. The commune threw their caps in the air at the sight of a pagan. Such times had come. The council began. Tukhay Bey took his seat in the midst of a high heap of furs. He crossed his legs, tailor fashion, and began to munch dried sunflower seeds and to spit the husks before him over the floor. At his right sat Hmyelnitski with his field marshal's baton. At the left the Koshovs and the atamans, and farther off, about the walls the deputation from the commune. The conversation ceased. Only from outside, like the noise of waves, sounded the dull murmur of the crowd which was conferring in the open air. Hmyelnitski arose and said: "Worthy sirs, with the permission, with the favor and aid of the illustrious Czar of the Crimea, of the lord over many peoples, of the relative of the heavenly bodies, with the permission of the gracious King of Poland Vladislav, our master, and with the trusty assistance of the valiant army of the Zaporojians, confiding in our innocence and the justice of God, we desire to avenge the frightful and cruel dishonor that we suffered like Christians and as long as we were able, from the dishonorable Poles, the commissioners, the starosts, and the landed proprietors.
from the entire nobility and from the Jews. On account of this dishonor you, worthy sirs, and the whole of the army of the Zaporojians have already wept many tears, and for that reason you have placed the commander's staff in my hand, that I may the more readily undertake to vindicate our innocence, and to obtain privileges for the whole army. I consider it a great privilege, my worthy sirs, and on that account I went to the illustrious Czar to implore his assistance, which he has granted us. Joyful, and confident of better things, I was not a little saddened when I was told that there were traitors among us, in communication with the dishonorable Poles, and giving them information about our preparations for war. If this is true, they shall be punished according to your good will and pleasure, worthy sirs, and we pray you to listen to these letters which a messenger from our enemy, Prince Vishnovyetski, has brought, not as an ambassador but as a spy, who seeks to spy upon our preparations for war and betray them to the Poles as well as the fact that we have Tukhay Bey's assistance. You must also be the judges whether he shall be punished in the same manner as those to whom he brought the letters, about whom our Koshov, as my faithful friend, and the friend of Tukhay Bey and of the whole army, gave us immediate information." Hmyelnitski stopped speaking. The noise outside gradually increased. The military secretary began to read aloud the letter of the prince to the Koshov ataman, which began with these words: "We, by God's grace, Prince and Lord in Lubni, Khorol, Shilots, Hadziats, etc., Russian Voyevoda, etc., Starosta, etc." The letter was purely official. The prince, having heard that forces had been gathered together from the caves, etc., asked the ataman if it was true and demanded him at once, for the sake of the peace of Christendom, to put a stop to it, and should Hmyelnitski stir up Sich he wished him to be delivered up to the commissioners upon their demand. The second letter was from Pan Grodzitski, also to the chief ataman; the third and fourth from Zatsvilikhovski, the old Cherkass colonel, to Tatarchuk and Barabash. In all these letters there was nothing which could lay the persons to whom they were written open to suspicion. Zatsvilikhovski only requested Tatarchuk to receive the bearer of this letter, and to give him every assistance in fulfilling his mission. Tatarchuk breathed freely. "What say you, worthy sirs, about this letter?" asked Hmyelnitski. The Cossacks were silent. All councils began this way, before the vodka had warmed their intellects, and not one of the atamans cared to speak; being uncultivated and crafty men they kept silent, chiefly for fear they might break out with some foolish speech which would render them ridiculous, or make them forever after the object of contemptuous nicknames; for so it was in Sich here, in the midst of the greatest boorishness, the fear of ridicule and dread of sarcasm strongly developed. The Cossacks maintained silence. Hmyelnitski began to speak again. "The Koshov ataman is our brother and our true friend. I trust the atamans as I would my own soul, and whoever says otherwise is a traitor. The ataman is my old friend and soldier." Then he rose and kissed the Koshov ataman. "Worthy sirs," now said the Koshov, "I called the forces together, the hetman shall lead them. As regards the ambassador, he belongs to me as he was sent to me, and as he is mine I will give him to you." "Worthy Lord deputies, bow yourselves before the ataman," said Hmyelnitski, "for he is a just man; and go outside and say to the commune that, if there is a traitor, it is not he. He was the first one to station guards; he was the first to command that the traitors who wished to go over to the Poles should be arrested. Go, my lord deputies, say that he is not a traitor, that the Koshov ataman is the best of all of us." The deputies bowed low, first to Tukhay Bey, who during the whole meeting had chewed his sunflower seeds with the greatest indifference; then to Hmyelnitski, the commander in chief, and then to the Koshovs, and left the room. Immediately glad cries from the outside showed that the deputation had carried out the order. "Long live our Koshov! Long live our Koshov!" cried the hoarse voices, with such power that the walls of the building seemed to tremble to their foundations. At the same time, the sound of firing was heard from muskets and mortars. The deputation returned and took their place again in the corner of the room. "Worthy sirs," said Hmyelnitski as it grew a little quieter outside the windows, "you have decided wisely that the Koshov ataman is an upright man, but if the ataman is not the traitor, who is the traitor? Who has friends among the Poles? With whom are they in communication? To whom do they write letters? To whom do they recommend the person of the ambassador? Who is the traitor?" Hmyelnitski's voice rose louder and his eyes glittered ominously in the direction of Tatarchuk and young Barabash, as if he would clearly point them out. A noise arose in the room. Several voices began to cry: "Barabash and Tatarchuk!" Several colonels rose from their places, and from the deputies rose cries of "To the gallows!" Tatarchuk turned pale and the young Barabash looked with astonished eyes at those around him. His slow intellect appeared to be studying for a time as to why he should be punished. At length he said: "The dog won't eat meat." With these words he broke into an idiotic laugh, in which others joined, and all at once, the greater number of the commanders began to laugh wildly without knowing wherefore. From outside the noises grew louder, the vodka had evidently begun to heat their heads. The noise of the surging crowd increased more and more every moment. But Anton Tatarchuk arose and turning to Hmyelnitski began to speak. "What have I done to you, Hetman of the Zaporojians, that you should demand my death? What is my crime against you? The commissioner Zatsvilikhovski has written me a letter. Well? Has not the prince also written to the Koshov? And did I receive the letter? No. And if I had received it, what would I have done? I should have gone to the secretary and asked him to read it to me, for I can neither read nor write. Thus you would have known in any case what was in the letter. And I have never seen the Pole. How am I a traitor? Brother Zaporojians? Tatarchuk went with you to the Crimea, and when you went to Wallachia he went with you there. When you went to Smolensk he went also to Smolensk, he fought with you good Cossacks, lived with you good Cossacks, shed his blood for you good Cossacks. He has suffered hunger in your company good Cossacks, therefore he is no Pole, no traitor, but a Cossack, your brother, and if the hetman demands my death, let him say why he demands it, what have I done to him? Let him say in what way I have shown myself dishonorable. And you, brothers, think of heaven and give a just judgment." "Tatarchuk is a good Cossack. Tatarchuk is an upright man," was heard from several voices. "Thou, Tatarchuk, art a good Cossack," said Hmyelnitski, "and I will not denounce thee, for thou art my friend, no Pole, but a Cossack, our brother. For if a Pole were a traitor I would not be worried and would not weep, but when a brave Cossack proves a traitor, when my friend proves a traitor, I am heavy at heart, and I mourn for the good Cossack. And if you were in the Crimea, and in Wallachia, and at Smolensk, your sin is still greater, if you now dishonorably wish to betray our preparations for war, and the army of the Zaporojians, to the Poles. They have written to you. You were to assist their envoy, to get what he should demand and tell me, worthy atamans, what can the Pole have demanded? Was it not my death and that of my dear friend, Tukhay Bey? Was it not the ruin of the Zaporojian forces? You are guilty, Tatarchuk, and you cannot disprove it. And to Barabash, he received a letter from his uncle, the Cherkass colonel, a friend of Chaplinski, a friend of the Poles, who hid away the documents granting privileges, in order that the Zaporojian forces should not get them. If this be true, and I swear to God that it is true, you are both guilty. Therefore pray for the ataman's mercy and I will implore it with you, although your crime is great and your treachery manifest." The noise outside kept increasing. It sounded like the roar of a hurricane. The people wanted to know what was going on in the council chamber, and sent a fresh deputation. Tatarchuk felt that he was lost. He now remembered that a week before, in a meeting of atamans he had counselled against giving Hmyelnitski the baton of a commander and against joining forces with the Tartars. A cold perspiration broke out on his forehead. He understood that there was no hope for him. As for young Barabash, it was clear that Hmyelnitski, in destroying him, wished to revenge himself on the old Cherkass colonel, who loved his nephew dearly. But Tatarchuk did not want to die. He would not have flinched before the sword, before a bullet, even before a stake; but a death like that which now awaited him struck terror to his marrow. Therefore he made use of the short interval of silence which followed Hmyelnitski's speech and cried in terror: In the name of Christ, brother atamans, my dear friends, do not destroy an innocent man. I have not even seen the Pole, not spoken to him. Have mercy, brothers, I do not know what the Pole wanted from me. Ask him yourselves. I swear by Christ the Redeemer, by the Holy Virgin, by Saint Nicholas the miracle worker, by the Holy Archangel Michael, that you seek to destroy an innocent man." "Let the Pole be brought in," cried the oldest kantarz. "The Pole! The Pole!" cried the atamans. A great commotion arose. Some rushed into the adjoining room, in which the prisoner was shut up, in order to drag him before the council; the others approached Tatarchuk and Barabash in a threatening manner. Hladki, the ataman of the camp of Mirgorod, cried first, "To the gallows!" The deputies repeated the cry. Charnota, however, sprang towards the door, tore it open and cried to the assembled crowd: "Good sirs, good people, Tatarchuk is a traitor and Barabash is a traitor! To the gallows with them!" The crowd assembled with a frightful yell. In the room, confusion arose; all the atamans rose from their places; some cried, "The Pole! The Pole!" Others tried to quiet the disturbance. Then the door opened under the crush and the crowd outside plunged into the middle of the room. Frightful forms, mad with rage, filled the room, screaming, waving their hands, grinding their teeth, and spreading abroad the odor of gorzalka. "Death to Tatarchuk! To the gallows with Barabash! Give us the traitors! To the square with them!" cried the drunken voices. "Kill them! Beat them to death!" And 100 hands were stretched out for the unhappy victims. Tatarchuk offered no resistance. He only groaned horribly. Young Barabash, however, began to defend himself with terrific strength. He finally understood that they wished to kill him. Fear, despair, mad rage were expressed in his features. He foamed at the mouth. The roar of a beast issued from his throat. Twice he tore himself from the hands of his executioners, and twice those hands seized his arms, and his beard. He threw himself this way and that, bit, bellowed, fell upon the earth and rose again bleeding, dreadful to look at. His clothes were torn, his hair was pulled out by the roots and an eye was gouged out. Finally he was forced to the wall and his arms broken. Then he sank down. The murderers seized him by the feet and dragged him and Tatarchuk out on the square. Here, by the light of the tar barrels and bonfires, the real execution began. Several thousand men threw themselves on the victims and literally tore them to pieces. Yelling, they fought to get near the objects of their fury. They were trampled on, pieces of flesh were torn from them, the crowd thronged around them with that frightful convulsive movement of maddened human masses. Soon two shapeless bits of human flesh that hardly reminded one of a human form were raised in the air by bloody hands. Then they were thrown again to the ground. Those at a distance raised a frightful cry; some demanded that they should throw the victims into the water; others that they should put them into the burning tar barrels. The drunken men began to quarrel among themselves. In their madness they had set fire to 2 barrels of vodka which lighted up this hellish scene with a flickering blue flame. From heaven, the calm, clear, kind moon looked down on the scene. This was the way the commune punished traitors. Silence had fallen in the council chamber. From the moment that the Cossacks had dragged Tatarchuk and the young Barabash out, the atamans had taken their old place along the walls, for a prisoner had been led out from the neighboring alcove. A shadow fell on his face, for the fire in the chamber was smouldering, and in the half light, one could see only a stately figure, proud and erect although the hands were bound with a cord. But Hladki threw a log of pitch pine on the fire and before long a brilliant flame rose in the air and lighted up the face of the prisoner which turned toward Hmyelnitski with a calm glance. Hmyelnitski started when he saw him. The prisoner was Pan Skshetuski. Tukhay Bey spat out the sunflower seeds, and growled in Russian: "I know this Pole, he was in the Crimea." "To the gallows with him!" cried Hladki. "To the gallows!" repeated Charnota. Hmyelnitski had recovered himself. He let his glance wander across to Hladki and Charnota, and they were mute under the influence of his eye. Then he turned to the Koshov and said: "I know him too." "Whence came you?" asked the Koshov of Skshetuski. "I came as an ambassador to you, Ataman of the Koshovs, when robbers attacked me at Khortyts and in spite of custom, which even the most barbarous people respect, they killed my servants, and disregarding my dignity as ambassador, and my birth, they have ill treated me and brought me here as a prisoner, on which account my master, the illustrious Prince Yeremi Vishnovyetski will demand an account from you, Ataman of the Koshovs." "And why did you show yourself a traitor? Why did you strike down with your axe a good Cossack? Why did you kill 4 times as many men as you had yourself? And you came here with a letter to me to spy out our preparations for war, and give information of them to the Poles. We know also that you had letters to traitors in the Zaporojian forces to form a conspiracy, to plan with them for the ruin of the whole army. Consequently you are not an ambassador but a traitor, and will be punished as you deserve." "You are mistaken, Koshov Ataman, and you too, Hetman, who have plotted this whole thing," said the lieutenant, turning to Hmyelnitski. "If I had letters with me, so has every ambassador who travels to a strange country. He takes letters from friends to their friends, in order that they may thus have communication with them, and I came here with a letter from the prince, not in order to conspire against you, but in order to warn you against deeds which would bring frightful evil to the Commonwealth and to yourselves, and would completely annihilate the whole Zaporojian army. Against whom do you lift your godless hand? Against whom are you entering into a compact with the heathen, you, who call yourselves defenders of Christianity? Against the king, against all the nobility and against the entire Commonwealth. You therefore are the traitors, not I, and I tell you this, that if you do not by humility and obedience atone for your crimes, woe unto you! Are the times of the Pavluks and the Nalevaykas remote? Have you already forgotten their punishment? Ponder well. The patience of the Commonwealth is exhausted and above your heads hangs a sword." "You are barking, son of the enemy, in order to talk yourself out of punishment and to escape death," cried the Koshov ataman, "but neither your threats nor your Polish Latin will help you." The other atamans then began to grind their teeth and to clash their swords. Skshetuski however raised his head still more proudly and said: "Think not, Koshov Ataman, that I fear death, or wish to protect my life or to prove my innocence. I am a nobleman and can only be judged by my equals, and I am not standing here before judges, but before murderers; not before noblemen, but before peasants; not before knights, but before barbarians. I know well that I shall not escape the death with which you will complete the measure of your injustice. Before me are death and torture, but at my back is the might and the vengeance of the whole Commonwealth, before which you will all tremble." His majestic figure, the distinction of his speech and bearing, and the name of the Commonwealth, made a powerful impression. The atamans looked at one another in silence. For a moment it seemed to them as if there stood before them, not a prisoner, but the threatening ambassador of a mighty people. Tukhay Bey however murmured: "A daring Pole." "A daring Pole," repeated Hmyelnitski. A violent knocking at the door interrupted the conclave. The remains of Tatarchuk and Barabash had been disposed of. The people were sending in a fresh deputation. A number of bloody, fierce eyed, drunken Cossacks, dripping with perspiration, entered the room. They remained standing at the door, stretched out their hands, still reeking with blood, and began to speak. "The commune greets the elders." Here all bowed low, "and pray that you will deliver over to them this Pole in order that they may do to him as they have done to Barabash and Tatarchuk." "Give them the Pole," cried Charnota. "Do not give him up," cried another, "they must wait, he is an ambassador." "To the gallows with him," cried a number of voices. Then they all became silent, waiting to hear what the commander and Hmyelnitski would say. "The commune requests and, if that is not sufficient, will demand it," repeated the deputies. Skshetuski appeared to be irretrievably lost. Hmyelnitski bent over to Tukhay Bey's ear. "He is your prisoner," he said in a low tone. "The Tartars brought him here, he is yours. Will you let him be taken from you? He is a rich nobleman and in any case Prince Yeremy will pay a sum in gold for his ransom." "Give us the Pole!" screamed more loudly the threatening voices of the Cossacks. Tukhay Bey gathered himself together and stood up. His face changed in an instant; his eyes dilated like those of a wild cat; his teeth gleamed. Suddenly he sprang like a tiger toward the Cossacks who were demanding the prisoner. "Begone, you oxen, you unbelieving dogs, slaves, eaters of swine!" bellowed he, and seizing two Zaporojians by the beard he dragged them madly back and forth. "Begone, drunkards, unclean cattle, loathsome brood! You come to take away my booty? Well, I will treat you thus!" He seized the beards of some other Cossacks and finally threw one to the ground and trampled on him. "Down on your knees, slaves, or I will drive you forth in chains! I will trample the whole of Sich as I trample you! I will let it consume in smoke! I will cover it with your carcasses!" The deputies retreated in terror. The terrible friend has shown what he could do. And strange to say in Basavluk were only 6,000 men of the horde. It is true that at their back was the Khan with his whole Crimean forces, but in Sich itself were about 10,000 Cossacks, besides those which Hmyelnitski had already sent to Tamakova, and yet not a voice of opposition was raised against Tukhay Bey. It appeared that the manner in which the threatening Murza had protected the prisoner was the only effectual way, for it at once had its effect upon the Zaporojians, to whom the help of the Tartars was at this moment indispensable. The deputies plunged out into the square and shouted to the crowd that they could not have the Pole to play with, for he was a prisoner of Tukhay Bey, and Tukhay Bey had given orders and was in a rage. "He pulled our beards!" they cried. Upon the square the crowd began to repeat: "Tukhay Bey is in a rage! He is in a rage! He is in a fury! He is in a fury!" And a few minutes later they began in plaintive voices to sing around the fires: "Hey, hey, Tukhay Bey is in a rage! Hey, hey, Tukhay Bey, don't be angry, dear!" Soon thousands of voices repeated: "Hey, hey, Tukhay!" And thus one of those songs took its origin which later echoed like a storm wind across the whole Ukraine, and resounded from the strings of every lyre, and upon every lute theorbo. Suddenly the song was interrupted for, through the gate leading into Hassan Pasha, plunged a swarm of people, who forced their way among the crowd and cried: "Woe unto us! Woe unto us!" and hastened at a quick pace in the direction of the courthouse. The atamans were already preparing to leave when these new arrivals broke into the room. "A letter to the hetman!" cried an old Cossack. "Whence come ye?" "We come from Chigrin and have ridden day and night with the letter. Here it is." Hmyelnitski took the letter from the hand of the Cossack and began to read. His features suddenly changed their expression. He stopped reading and said in a clear voice: "Worthy sirs and atamans, the chief hetman is sending his son Stephen against us with an army. War!" A strange murmur arose in the room. It was hard to say whether it was a murmur of joy or of horror. Hmyelnitski stepped into the middle of the room, placed his hands on his hips, his eyes flashing fire, his voice threatening and commanding: "Let the field officers go to the camp, get ready the cannons on the tower, destroy the barrels of vodka. Tomorrow at daybreak we will set out." From this moment the assembling together, the councils, the rule of the atamans, the Diet, and the power of the commune came to an end. Hmyelnitski took possession of absolute authority. A moment before he was obliged, for fear his voice should not be heeded by the crowd, to defend the prisoner with cunning and by craft, to suppress dissatisfaction. Now he was lord of the life and death of all. It was always thus before and after warlike expeditions. Even if the hetman had already been chosen the multitude would endeavor to force their will on the atamans and the Koshovs, and it was dangerous to oppose them. As soon, however, as war was declared, the commune became an army who submitted to military discipline, the Koshovs became officers, and the hetman became a general and a dictator. For this reason therefore the atamans, as soon as they heard Hmyelnitski's command, started for their camps without delay. The council was at an end. In a little while, the roar of cannon thundered down from the gate which led from Hassan Pasha to the public square of Sich. The walls of the council chamber trembled with the sound, and dismal echoes were spread over the whole Chertomelik, proclaiming war. A new epoch was begun in the history of the two peoples, but of that, neither the drunken men of Sich, nor the hetman of the Zaporojians was aware. End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Book 1, Chapter 12 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Hmyelnitski and Skshetuski went over to the Koshov ataman's camp for the night, and with them also Tukhay Bey, for whom it was too late to return to Basavluk. The wild Bey treated the lieutenant as a prisoner who was to be ransomed for a large sum, therefore not as a slave, but with more respect than he showed to the Cossacks; for he had seen Skshetuski at the time he was sent as the prince's ambassador to the court of the Khan. When the Koshov saw this he invited him into his hut and altered his behavior towards him. The old ataman was devoted heart and soul to Hmyelnitski, who had made him completely his own and dominated him, and he had observed during the council that Hmyelnitski seemed quite anxious to rescue the prisoner; but he was still more astonished when Hmyelnitski, who had hardly sat down in the tent, thus addressed Tukhay Bey: "Tukhay Bey, how much ransom do you think of demanding for this prisoner?" Tukhay Bey looked at Skshetuski and said: "You told me he was a distinguished man and I know that he is the ambassador of the terrible prince and the terrible prince loves his own. Bismillah! One pays and the other pays together." Here Tukhay Bey reflected. $2,000. Hmyelnitski answered: "I will give you $2,000." The Tartar was silent a while, his almond eyes seemed to pierce Hmyelnitski through and through. "You will give 3," he said. "Why should I give 3 when you only asked 2?" "If you want him there must be something behind it and, if it is important to you, you will give 3." "He saved my life." "Allah, that is worth 1,000 more." Here Skshetuski interfered in the transaction. "Tukhay," said he angrily, "from the prince's coffers I can promise you nothing, but if I have to draw upon my own fortune I would myself give you 3. I have almost as much as that as commission from the prince, and a nice property besides. That will be sufficient, but I do not wish to owe my life and my freedom to this hetman." "And how do you know what I am going to do with you?" said Hmyelnitski. Then turning to Tukhay Bey he said: "The war has begun, you may send to the prince, but before the messenger returns, the water of the Dnieper will be swollen, and I can bring you the money myself tomorrow at Basavluk." "Give me 4 and I will not speak a word to the Pole," answered Tukhay Bey impatiently. "I will give 4 on thy word." "Sir Hetman," began the Koshov, "if you wish, I can count out the money here. I have it here behind the wall, perhaps even more." "You will take it tomorrow to Basavluk," said Hmyelnitski. Tukhay Bey stretched himself and yawned. "I am sleepy," he said. "Tomorrow before daybreak I must go to Basavluk. Where shall I sleep?" The Koshov pointed to a heap of sheepskins beside the wall. The Tartar threw himself upon this couch; after a while he began to snort like a horse. Hmyelnitski walked up and down the small room several times and said: "Sleep has forsaken my eyelids, I cannot sleep. Give me something to drink, good Koshov." "Gorzalka or wine?" "Gorzalka, I cannot sleep." "There are already streaks in the sky," said the Koshov. "It is late, you go to sleep, old friend, drink and sleep." "Here's to success and happiness." "Here's to success." The Koshov wiped his mouth with his hand; then holding out his hand to Hmyelnitski, he went to the other end of the room and fairly buried himself in sheepskins, for his blood was getting thin from age. Before long his snoring made an accompaniment to that of Tukhay Bey. Hmyelnitski sat at the table, buried in silence; then he awoke, looked at Skshetuski and said: "Lieutenant, you are free." "I am grateful to you, Hetman of the Zaporojians, although I will not conceal from you that I would rather thank anyone, rather than you, for my liberty." "You do not need to thank me, you saved my life; I simply repaid you; so we are quits. But I must tell you this, that I cannot let you go until you have given me your knightly word of honor that, when you get home, you will not betray by a single word our preparations, our strength, and above all anything that you have seen in Sich." "I see only this, that you have bought my liberty in vain, for I will not give you such a promise. If I did so I should be acting like those who go over to the enemy." "My neck, and the whole welfare of the Zaporojian army depend upon this that the Chief Hetman should not attack us with all his military forces, which he will infallibly do if you give him any knowledge of our strength. I know what I have dared to undertake, I know what a terrible power is opposed to me; the 2 hetmans, your terrible prince, who alone is worth a whole army, the Zaslavski, the Konyetspolski and all those petty kings who have their foot on the neck of the Cossacks. My
God, I have not had an easy task, have written not a few letters before I was able to lull their watchfulness. How could I now permit you to arouse them? If the entire people, if the Cossacks, and all those whose faith and freedom is oppressed, place themselves under my lead, as the Zaporojian army and the good Khan of the Crimea have done, I hope to overpower the enemy, for I shall have immense strength. But before all I trust in God who has beheld the injustice and who knows my innocence." Here Hmyelnitski dashed down a glass of vodka and began restlessly to walk round the table. Skshetuski however took his measure with his eyes and said: "Hetman of the Zaporojians, do not blaspheme by calling upon God and his mighty protection, for truly you will only call down upon you God's anger and a speedy punishment. Does it become you to call upon the highest for protection, you who by reason of the injustice and intrigues that you have personally carried on, have aroused such a frightful storm, lighted the torches of a civil war, and united with the heathen against the Christians? For what will happen whether you conquer or are overcome? A sea of human blood and tears will be poured out. You will lay waste the land worse than a season of locusts. You will give your people in slavery to the heathen. You will shatter the Commonwealth. You will raise your hand against the majesty of the throne. You will insult the altars of God. And all for what? Because Chaplinski robbed you of your country seat, and in his drunkenness threatened you? What are you undertaking? What are you not sacrificing to your selfishness? You call on God? Truly I say to you, although I am in your power, although you can rob me of life and freedom, I say to you, call on the devil for help, not on God, for hell alone can second you." Hmyelnitski grew red as fire. He seized his sword and looked at the lieutenant like a lion who is just about to roar and pounce on his prey. But he soon calmed down. Fortunately he was not yet drunk. Perhaps also he was uneasy, perhaps a voice from his conscience called to him "Turn back!" For suddenly, as if he wished to protect himself from his own thoughts, or to persuade himself, he said: "From no one else would I have tolerated such words, but be careful that your boldness does not exhaust my patience. You seek to frighten me with hell. You reproach me with selfishness and treachery, but how do you know that I am only seeking to avenge my own injuries? Where should I find assistance but in those thousands who have already come over to my side, and who will yet take my part? Who have promised if I only wish to avenge my own wrong? Look around you and see what is going on in the Ukraine, eh? This fruitful land, this land that is our mother, this land that has borne us, who is safe in it at any time? Who is happy here? Who is there whose faith is not oppressed, whose freedom is not taken from him, who does not mourn and sigh here? Only the Vishnovyetskis, the Pototskis, the Zaslavskis, the Kalinovskis, the Konyetspolskis and a handful of the nobility. For them are the starostships, the dignities, the land and the people. For them happiness and gold and freedom, and the rest of the nation in tears lift their hands to heaven and wait patiently for the mercy of God, for that of the king is of no avail. How many of the nobility themselves were not able to endure this unbearable yoke, but fled to Sich, as I myself have done. I do not desire war with the king, nor with the Commonwealth. She is my mother, the king my father. The king is a merciful lord, but the petty kings under him we cannot tolerate. To them belong corruption, the farms, the taxes on water and on land, to them the tolls on flour and cattle. Their tyranny and their oppression, which they practice through the medium of the Jews, cry to heaven for vengeance. What gratitude has the Zaporojian army experienced for the great services that it has rendered in numerous wars? Where are the rights of the Cossacks? The king granted them, but the petty kings have taken them away. Nalevayka was quartered. Pavluk was burned inside a brazen ox. The blood is not yet dry in the wounds made by the sword of the Zolkievski and Konyetspolski. The tears are not yet dry that we have wept, for the slain, the decapitated, the impaled, and now, look here, what is shining yonder in the sky? Here Hmyelnitski pointed through the tiny window to the shining comet. The wrath of God! The scourge of God! If I then am to be this scourge upon the earth, the will of God be done. I take this burden upon my shoulders. Then he stretched out his hand towards heaven and appeared to glow like a huge torch of vengeance. He began to tremble and then fell his full length upon a bench as though he were overcome with the weight of his resolution. A silence followed that was broken only by the snoring of Tukhay Bey and of the Koshov, and in one corner chirped a cricket. The lieutenant sat with bowed head as if he was seeking an answer to Hmyelnitski's words that were as heavy as blocks of granite. Finally he said in a gentle, calm voice: "Even if this were true, whom art thou, Hetman, that thou shouldst set up thyself as a judge and an executioner? What cruelty, what pride carries you away? Why dost thou not leave judgment and punishment to God? I would not defend the bad, I would not uphold oppression, I would not call wrong right, but turn your eyes into your own soul, Hetman. You complain of the oppression of the petty kings, you say that they obey neither the king nor laws. You scorn their pride, and are you free from pride yourself? Are you not raising your own hand against the Commonwealth, against law, against right, and against royal authority? You behold the tyranny of the petty kings and of the nobility, but one thing you do not see, that were it not for their breasts, for their coats of mail, for their strength, for their castles, their cannon and their armies, this country that flows with milk and honey would groan under the 100 times more heavy yoke of the Turks and the Tartar. For who would protect it? To whose protection, to whose strength do you owe it, that your children are not serving under the janissaries? That your women are not despoiled in disgraceful harems? Who peopled the wilderness, founded villages and towns, and erected temples to God?" Here Skshetuski's voice grew louder and Hmyelnitski fastening his eyes gloomily upon the bottle of vodka, brought his clenched fist down upon the table, but remained silent as if he were carrying on an inward struggle. "And who are they?" added Skshetuski. "Are they from Germany or from Turkey? Are they not blood of your blood, bone of your bone? Is it not your nobility? Are they not your princes? And if this be so, then woe to you, Hetman, for you are arming the younger brother against the elder brother, and making parricides. Oh God! Even if they were wicked, if they all, as they have not done, have trampled the law under foot, had taken away the rights, let God in heaven and the law on earth judge them, but not you, Hetman. Can you say that all among you are upright? Have you never committed crimes? Have you a right to throw stones? And as you have asked me where are the rights of the Cossacks, I will answer you. It is not the petty kings that have betrayed you, but the Zaporojians, Loboda, Sasko, Nalevayka, and Pavluk, of whom you have falsely said that he was burned to death inside a brazen ox. For you know well that it is not true. They betrayed your insurrections, your restlessness, and your expeditions, which you have carried on after the manner of Tartars. Who let the Tartars into the boundaries of the Commonwealth, in order to attack and plunder them when they were returning home laden with spoils and booty? You! Who, by the living God, brought his own Christian brethren under the yoke of the heathen? Who set on foot the greatest conspiracy? You! With whom is neither nobleman, nor merchant, nor peasant secure? With you! Who set on foot the civil war? Who laid the villages and towns of the Ukraine in ashes? Who plundered the temples of God? Who violated women? You, and again you! What do you want then? Shall the privilege of civil war, of plunder and robbery be given to you? Truly you have been indulged rather than oppressed. We desire to heal and not to amputate the putrid members, and I doubt if, outside the Commonwealth, there is in the world a power that would suffer such an ulcer on its body politic, and would exercise so much patience and gentleness. And as a reward for that long suffering, what is your gratitude? Look over there. There is your sworn companion, the bloodiest enemy of the Commonwealth, your friend, but the enemy of the cross and of Christianity. No petty king of the Ukraine, but a Crimean Murza. With his assistance you wish to set fire to your own nest. With him sit in judgment on your brethren. But from this out he will be your master. You will hold the stirrup and submit." Hmyelnitski tossed down another glass of vodka. "When I was with Barabash at the court of the great king," he answered gloomily, "and when we wept on account of the injustice and oppression that we suffered, the king said to us, 'Have you not guns and swords by your sides?' If you were to stand before the King of Kings he would say, 'Hast thou forgiven thine enemies as I forgave mine?' I am not seeking any war with the Commonwealth." "Yet you are putting your knife to her throat." "I wish to free the Cossacks from your fetters." "And to fasten on them the fetters of the Tartars." "I wish to defend the faith." "With the assistance of the heathen?" "I tell you, you are not the voice of my conscience. Silence, I say!" The blood that is shed will weigh upon you. The tears of men will be your accusers. Death awaits you. Judgment stands ready for you. Stop!" cried Hmyelnitski in a towering rage, and flourished his knife before the breast of the lieutenant. "Kill me!" cried Skshetuski. And again silence ensued. Again one heard nothing but the snoring of the sleepers, and the plaintive chirping of the insects. Hmyelnitski stood a moment, holding his knife at Skshetuski's breast. Then he gathered himself together, threw himself back, let fall the knife, seized instead a huge bottle of vodka and began to drink. He emptied it to the last dregs, and sank heavily down upon the bench. "I cannot run him through," he cried. "I cannot do it. It is already late, day is breaking, but it is too late to turn back. What can you judge about blood and justice?" He had drunk enough before, now the vodka mounted to his head and little by little he was losing consciousness. "What kind of justice? The Khan has promised me troops, Tukhay Bey is asleep here. Tomorrow the Cossacks march and by the help of Saint Michael the victor, and if, then I have bought your freedom from Tukhay Bey, remember and say, oh that pain, that pain! To turn back would be too late. Justice, Nalevayka, Pavluk." He finally stretched himself out at full length, rolled his eyes horribly and screamed, "Who is there?" "Who is there?" repeated the Koshov, half awakened. But Hmyelnitski's head sank on his breast, he nodded once or twice and murmured, "What kind of tribunal?" and then fell asleep. Skshetuski had grown so exhausted and weak from his late wounds and from the excitement of the conversation, that he thought he was near death and began to pray aloud. End of Book 1, Chapter 12. Book 1, Chapter 13 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Very early next morning, the Cossack forces, infantry and cavalry, marched out of Sich. Although the steppes were not yet stained with blood, the war had begun. Regiment followed regiment. They seemed like grasshoppers awakened by the spring sun as they crept out of the reeds of the Chertomelik and marched away over the meadows of the Ukraine. In the forest beyond Basavluk, 6,000 picked Tartar warriors were already prepared to march, incomparably better armed than the usual robber mob of Stambul. These formed the allies which the Khan had sent to the Zaporojians and to Hmyelnitski. At sight of them the Cossacks threw their caps in the air and saluted them with musket and gun. The shouts of the Cossacks mingled with the "Allah" of the Tartars and echoed in the air. Hmyelnitski and Tukhay Bey both beneath their banners rode to meet each other and saluted each other formally. The order of march was arranged with the quickness peculiar to Tartars and Cossacks, and then the forces began their maneuvers. The mounted Tartars enclosed both wings of the Cossacks, the center was formed by Hmyelnitski's cavalry, and behind them marched the dreaded Zaporojian infantry. Then came the gunners with the cannon, then the military wagons, the baggage masters, the commissariat, and finally the herders with the reserve stock and the cattle. After the regiments had crossed the forest of Basavluk they dispersed on the steppes. The weather was beautiful, not a cloud to be seen in the sky. A gentle wind blew from the north towards the sea, the sun played on the spears and on the flower of the wilderness. The wild lands stretched out like a limitless sea before the troops, and joy filled the hearts of the Cossacks at this sight. The great red flag with the archangel displayed on it was repeatedly dipped to greet the native steppes, and following this example the bunchuks and the regimental standards were lowered. A shout of joy rose from each breast. The regiments separated, the drummers and the buglers placed themselves at the head of the army, the kettle drums rattled, the bagpipes and the theorbos sounded and to this accompaniment arose a song which sung by thousands of voices echoed through the air and over the steppes. O ye steppes, O land of home, in flowery garments robed, and boundless as the ocean. The pipers let go the reins, bent back on their saddle cloths and struck the strings of their lutes, their eyes raised heavenward.
The bell players raised their hands above their head and struck the bells, the drummers tattooed on their kettle drums and all these sounds blended with the monotonous words of the song and the shrill tone of the Tartar pipes in a strange, wild music, sad as the wilderness itself. All the regiments became intoxicated with delight, their heads moved in time to the melody of the song, and finally it seemed as if the whole steppes were being stirred by the music, men, horses, and flags. Flocks of frightened birds flew above and accompanied the army like a second army in the air. At times the song and music were silent and then could be heard the fluttering of the flags, the trampling and snorting of horses, the creaking of the wagons, the screaming of swans or cranes. At the head of the column, beneath the great red flag and the bunchuk, rode Hmyelnitski clothed from head to foot in red, seated upon a white horse, holding the glittering gold field marshal's staff in his hand. The whole train moved slowly forwards in the direction of the north like a threatening ocean wave covering untilled woods and hills, and filling the desert of the steppes with noise and bustle. And from Chigrin, from the northern boundary of the wilderness, another great wave came from the opposite direction, the king's forces under the command of the young Pototski. Here the Zaporojians and Tartars marched as if they were going to a wedding with a song on their lips; yonder the earnest hussars proceeded in grim silence, as if they were marching reluctantly to an inglorious war. Here beneath the red flag an old, experienced leader carried the field marshal's baton, as if he were confident of a victory and vengeance. There, at the head of his forces sat a youth with thoughtful countenance, as though he realized his sad, inglorious destiny. The immense steppes lay between them as yet. Hmyelnitski did not hurry, he calculated thus: the farther the young Pototski penetrated into the desert, the farther he separated himself from the two hetmans, the easier it would be to conquer him. Meanwhile the forces of the Zaporojians were augmented from day to day by fresh fugitives from Chigrin, Porlots, and from all the border towns of the Ukraine, and these brought news from the enemy's camp. From them Hmyelnitski learned that the old hetman had sent his son with only 2,000 horsemen by land, and 6,000 men and 1,000 soldiers of the German infantry in boats down the Dnieper. Both divisions had distinct orders to keep within touch of each other, but this command was disobeyed on the first day, for the boats were carried down by the strong current of the Dnieper and had got in advance of the division on the coast whose progress was still more delayed by having to ford the small rivers that flow into the Dnieper. Hmyelnitski hoped that this separation would become even greater, and that was why he did not hurry. The third day after they set out he struck camp in the vicinity of Komysha Voda and rested. Meanwhile Tukhay Bey's spies brought informants, two dragoons who had escaped from Pototski's camp immediately beyond Chigrin. They had galloped day and night, and so were in advance of their division. They were at once brought before Hmyelnitski. Their story confirmed what Hmyelnitski already knew of the fighting strength of the young Stephen Pototski. They however brought the new information that the leaders of the Semenovs, who came with the German infantry on the boats, were no other than old Barabash and Kshechovski. When Hmyelnitski heard this last name he sprang into the air as if he had been bitten by a tarantula. "Kshechovski, the colonel of the Pereyaslav line regiment?" "The very same, illustrious hetman," answered the dragoon. Hmyelnitski turned to the officers who surrounded him. "March!" he commanded in a voice of thunder. Within an hour later the train moved forward although the sun was going down and the night was threatening. Dreadful reddish clouds were grouped together in the west in the shape of dragons and leviathans, and approached each other as if they would enter into a combat. The army moved to the left towards the bank of the Dnieper. Now it moved silently without song and without the sound of the kettle drums, or bells, and as quickly as the grass would allow; for it grew so tall that the regiments, as they walked through it, sometimes lost sight of each other and the bright flags appeared to be floating along the steppes. The cavalry and the wagons trod down a path for the infantry, who moved forward with difficulty and were finally left a considerable way behind. Meanwhile darkness fell over the steppes. The immense red gleaming moon broke slowly through the clouds, but was ever again hidden. It shone brightly for a few moments and went out again like a lamp which is blown by the wind. It was already getting towards midnight when to the eyes of the Cossacks and Tartars there became apparent black gigantic masses which were distinctly seen against the dark background of the sky. They were the walls of Kudak. The advance guards, hidden by the darkness, crept carefully and gently forward like wolves or night birds. Perhaps it would be possible unexpectedly to attack the fortification which was buried in sleep. But suddenly a flash of light was seen on the ramparts, a terrific roar shook the rocks of the Dnieper, and a fiery ball described an arc in the sky and fell into the grass of the steppes.
"The gloomy Cyclops Grodzitski wishes to let us know that he is awake. The one-eyed dog," Hmyelnitski said to Tukhay Bey, "sees in the night."
The Cossacks avoided the fortress, they could not think of attacking it now that the king's forces were approaching, and so continued their march. But Colonel Grodzitski continued to fire after them so that the walls of the citadel trembled, not in order to kill anyone, for they were too far off, but to warn the regiments on the Dnieper and those that might be in the neighborhood. The sound of the cannon of Kudak, however, echoed in the heart and ears of Skshetuski. The young knight who, at Hmyelnitski's command, had been carried along in the army of the Cossacks had become very ill the following day. In the fight at Khortyts he had indeed received no deadly wounds, but he had lost so much blood that his life was in danger. His wounds, which the old kantarz had bound up, Cossack fashion, had reopened. A fever seized him, and the whole night long he lay half unconscious upon a Cossack telega. The cannons of Kudak awoke him. He opened his eyes, sat up in the wagon, and let his glance wander around him. The Cossack train marched through the darkness like a ghostly procession, and the fortress roared and flashed in the red smoke. The fiery cannon balls rolled through the steppes, crackling and snarling like maddened dogs. At this sight such an intense sadness took possession of Skshetuski, such a longing, that he was ready to die if only his soul could fly to those he loved. War! War! And here he was in the camp of the enemy, unarmed, sick, and chained to the wagon. The Commonwealth in danger and he not able to fly to her assistance, and in Lubni the forces were already under marching orders. The prince with his flashing eyes is moving from rank to rank, and when he beckons with his princely staff 300 spears clash like thunder. Here, several well-known faces appeared to the vision of the lieutenant. The little Volodiyovski is flying at the head of his dragoons with his small sword in his hand, but he is an incomparable fighter and whoever interferes with him is as good as dead. Over there Pan Podbipyenta seems to raise his executioner's sword. Will he cut off the 3 heads or not? The priest Yaskulski consecrates the colors and prays with uplifted hands, but he is an old soldier, and when he cannot stand it any longer, he calls out from time to time, "Kill! Kill!" Armed riders bend forward to their horses' ears. The regiments ride forward, separate, run hither and thither. There is a battle, war, tempest. Suddenly the scene changes. Helena appears, pale, with dishevelled hair, and cries, "Help! Help! Bohun pursues me!" Skshetuski sprang up in the wagon, but a voice, this time a real voice, said to him: "Lie still, child, or I will tie you down." It was the Zakhar, to whom Hmyelnitski had given the commission to watch the lieutenant as the eye of his head. He laid him down again in the wagon, covered him with horses' hides and asked him: "What is the matter?" Skshetuski, at this question, came to himself. The visions vanished. The wagons were approaching the banks of the Dnieper. A cool gust came from the river, and the night grew clearer. Water birds were beginning their morning chatter. "Listen, Zakhar, have we already passed Kudak?" asked Skshetuski. "Yes," answered the Zaporojian. "Where are we going?" "I do not know. There will surely be a fight, but I do not know." At these words, Skshetuski's heart beat joyfully. He had thought that Hmyelnitski would besiege Kudak and thus begin the war, but the haste with which the Cossacks moved forward made him surmise that the royal forces were already near, and that Hmyelnitski had intentionally passed by the fortress in order not to be obliged to fight beneath its cannon. "Today I may be free," thought the lieutenant, and raised his eyes gratefully to heaven. End of Book 1, Chapter 13. Book 1, Chapter 14 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The thunder of the Kudak cannon was heard also by the forces which under the command of old Barabash and Kshechovski were sailing down the Dnieper. They consisted of 6,000 Cossacks of the line and a regiment of picked German infantry, commanded by Hans Flick. Pan Nicholas Pototski had long hesitated whether he should send the Cossacks against Hmyelnitski. As Kshechovski however had a great influence over them, and the hetman had absolute confidence in him, he merely made the men take the oath of fealty, and sent them against the enemy in God's name. Kshechovski, a soldier of full experience and rich in military laurels, was a client of the house of Pototski to whom he owed everything: his position as commander, his nobility, which they had obtained for him in the Diet, and last of all, the enormous possessions which lay at the junction of the Dniester and the Ladava, which he had received for his use as long as he lived. So strong were the ties which bound him to the Commonwealth and to Pototski that not a shadow of doubt could arise in the soul of the hetman. He was, besides, a man in the prime of life, for he was hardly 50 and in the service of this country a great future lay before him. Many thought they saw in him the successor of Stephen Hmyelnitski who had begun as a simple knight of the steppes, and had risen to be Voyevoda of Kiev, and Senator of the Commonwealth. It depended on Kshechovski himself, whether he would follow the same road, upon which courage, a wild energy, and a boundless ambition impelled him, equally hungry for wealth as for honors. This ambition it was that had induced him a short time before to seek to attain the dignity of Starosta of Lityn, and when, finally, Korbut had received this post Kshechovski buried his disappointment in his own bosom, although he was almost ill from envy and anger. Now fate appeared once more to smile on him for, as the chief hetman had given him such an important military position, he was able to reckon with some certainty that his name would come to the ears of the king. And that was very important, for then it would only be necessary to put forward a request in order to obtain the privilege, with these words so dear to a nobleman's heart: "He has made obeisance to us and prayed us to reward him, and we, in memory of his faithful service, grant him, etc." By this means one obtained wealth and honors in Russia. By this means the immense surface of desert steppes, which had formerly belonged to God and to the Commonwealth, went into private hands. In this manner a pauper became a lord and could comfort himself with the hope that his heirs might one day take their place among the senators. One thing only grieved Kshechovski, that he must share his important office with Barabash. But this division was only nominal. In truth, the venerable Cherkass colonel had become so old and weak, especially in later years, that he belonged only with his body to this earth. His soul, his mind were constantly in a state of semi unconsciousness as is usually the case before the death of the body. At the beginning of the expedition, he had gathered himself together and began to work actively. One might have believed that the old soldier's blood flowed more quickly at the sound of the trumpets. In his time he had been a famous knight and leader of the steppes. But soon after setting out, the plashing of the oars had soothed him; the songs of the soldiers and the movement of the boats had sent him to sleep, so that he forgot the God's world. Kshechovski ordered and managed everything. Barabash awoke only to eat, and when he had finished he asked from habit about one thing and another. They gave him any suitable answer, and then he would sigh and say: "I would willingly march to the grave in another war, but God's will be done." Meanwhile the conjunction with the crown forces, which marched under the command of Stephen Pototski, was broken at once. Kshechovski complained that the hussars and the dragoons marched too slowly, that they also, when crossing the river, took matters too leisurely; that the young son of the hetman did not possess sufficient military experience, but in spite of all this, he continued his journey. The boats floated down the Dnieper towards Kudak and distanced the royal forces more and more. At length one night, was heard the thunder of cannon. Barabash slept and did not awake. Flick, however, who had sailed ahead, got into a small boat and went to Kshechovski. "Colonel," he said, "those are the cannons of Kudak. What shall we do?" "Anchor the boats. We will remain all night in the rushes." "Hmyelnitski is doubtless besieging the forces. According to my opinion we ought to hasten to its relief." "I do not ask you for your opinion, I only give my orders; the command belongs to me." "Colonel!" "Anchor and wait," said Kshechovski. As he saw however that the energetic German was tugging at his yellow beard and had no idea of giving in without very good reasons, he added somewhat less sternly: "The Castellan may arrive to morrow with the cavalry, and the fortifications cannot be taken in one night." "But if he should not arrive?" "Well, then we will wait even 2 days. You do not know Kudak; you would break your teeth against its walls, and I will not move to the relief without the Castellan for I have no right to do so; that is his affair." Kshechovski appeared to be absolutely in the right, therefore Flick did not insist any longer, and went back to his Germans. After a while the boats began to approach the right bank of the river and make their way to the reeds that covered the edges of the river for over 100 feet on either side. The plashing of the oars ceased. The boats were completely hidden in the reeds, and the river appeared to be perfectly still. Kshechovski forbade the men to sing, to light a fire, or to carry on any conversation, so that deep silence prevailed, which was only interrupted by the echo of the cannon from Kudak. But no one on the boats, except old Barabash, closed their eyes. Flick, a knightly and warlike man, would have preferred to fly like a bird to Kudak. The soldiers asked each other in whispers: What would happen to the fortress, could it hold out, would it hold out? And the thunder of the cannon grew more frequent. All were convinced that the fortress was repelling a determined assault. "Khmyelnitski is not joking, but Grodzitski also is not joking," whispered the Cossacks, "and what will to morrow bring?" The same question presented itself also to Kshechovski who sat in the prow of his boat, buried in deep thought. He had known Khmyelnitski well, and for a long time; hitherto he had always considered him a man of remarkable ability, who only needed a field for his energy to soar upwards like an eagle. Now, however, Kshechovski doubted his ability. The cannon thundered uninterruptedly. Khmyelnitski must be besieging Kudak. "If it is true," thought Kshechovski, "he is a lost man." How was it that after he had incited the Zaporojians to rebel, after he had assured himself of the Khan's assistance, after he had gathered forces such as no Cossack leader ever commanded, how was it that Khmyelnitski, instead of marching to the Ukraine with all speed, instead of arousing the people and gaining the towns over to him, in order to destroy the hetmans as speedily as possible, and to bring the whole country into his power before fresh defenders and fresh forces arrived, how was it that Khmyelnitski, the old soldier, should be so mad, as to storm an impregnable fortress that could hold out for a year? Was he going to allow his best fighting men to be dashed to pieces against the walls of Kudak like the waves of the Dnieper that dashed themselves upon the rocks of the rapids? Would he wait near Kudak till the hetmans gathered their forces and surrounded him, as they did Nalevayka at Solonits? "He is a lost man," repeated Kshechovski. "His own Cossacks will deliver him up. An unsuccessful attack will only breed discontent and insubordination. The spark of the rebellion will be extinguished. Khmyelnitski will not inspire any more terror than a sword with a broken hilt. He is a fool." Consequently, thought Kshechovski, "tomorrow I will take my soldiers and Germans on shore, and the following night I will unexpectedly attack his forces, weakened as they are by the assault. I will hew down the Zaporojians to the last man, and cast Khmyelnitski, bound, at the feet of the hetman. It is his own fault. He might have prevented it." Here Kshechovski's ambition took a higher flight. He knew right well that the young Pototski could not in any case arrive until the following night. Who then would cut off the head of the hydra? Who would crush the rebellion which, with its frightful torch, might consume the whole Ukraine? The old hetman will perhaps look a little blank to think that this should have all happened without his son's assistance, but he will soon recover himself and, meanwhile, all the rays of glory and of the royal grace will fall upon Kshechovski's victorious brow. "And yet I shall have to divide the glory with old Barabash and with Grodzitski." Kshechovski looked very gloomily before him but he soon became cheerful again. That old fossil Barabash may be laid in the earth any day, and Grodzitski asks nothing better than to remain at Kudak, and from time to time frighten the Tartars with his guns. So Kshechovski would remain alone. If he could only become hetman of the Ukraine! The stars twinkled in the sky, and to the colonel they appeared like the gems in his field marshal's baton. The wind stirred the reeds, and to him it seemed as if it were the rustle of the hetman's bunchuk. The cannons at Kudak continued to thunder. "Khmyelnitski is offering his throat to the sword," thought the colonel, "but that is his own fault. It might have been different. If he had only pushed forward to the Ukraine! It might have all been different." There everything is bubbling and raging, there is powder only waiting for the spark. The Commonwealth is mighty, but in the Ukraine she has no power, and the king is old and sick. A victory by the Zaporojians might have incalculable results. Kshechovski buried his face in his hands and sat immovable. The stars continued their course towards their setting, and gradually settled over the whole steppes. The blackbirds hidden in the grass began to call to one another. It would soon be day. At length the thoughts of the colonel resolved themselves into a firm determination. To morrow he would attack Hmyelnitski and grind him to dust. Across his corpse he would attain wealth and dignity. He would be the instrument of punishment in the hands of the Commonwealth. He would be her defender, and in the future her honored citizen and senator. After the victory over the Zaporojians and Tartars they could deny him nothing. And yet they had not given him this starostaship of Lityn. At this recollection Kshechovski clenched his fist. He had not received the starostaship, in spite of his military service. Only because he was an upstart, because his rival derived his descent from princes. In this Commonwealth it was not enough to be a noble, one must wait until one's crest was covered with mildew, like wine, until it was as rusty as iron. Hmyelnitski alone was able to introduce a new order of things which the king himself would gladly favor, but the unlucky fellow would rather smash his head on the stones of Kudak. By degrees the colonel became calmer. They had denied him the starostaship, what was the consequence? They would be all the more anxious to reward him, especially after the overthrow of the rebellion, especially after he had delivered the Ukraine. Yes, the entire Commonwealth from the civil war. Then they would not refuse him anything. Then he would no longer need Pototski. His drowsy head sank on his breast, and he fell asleep and dreamed of starostaships, of castellans, of grants from the king and from the Diet. When he awoke, day was breaking. In the boats all were asleep. In the distance the waves of the Dnieper gleamed in the pale uncertain light. All about reigned absolute silence. This silence had awakened him. The cannons of Kudak had ceased to thunder. "How is that?" thought Kshechovski. "Is the first attack repulsed or Kudak taken? But that could not be, no!" The defeated Cossacks were probably halting somewhere far from the fortress and dressing their wounds, and the one-eyed Grodzitski was looking after them through the loopholes, and was loading his guns again. Tomorrow they would return to the attack, and again run their heads against the walls. Meanwhile the day had come, Kshechovski wakened the people in his boat and sent a boat to Flick. Flick came without delay. "Colonel," said Kshechovski to him, "if the Castellan does not come this evening, and if the storming is continued during the night, we will go to the relief of the fortress." "My men are ready," said Flick. "Then give them powder and bullets." "That has been done." "We will land at night and advance as quietly as possible through the steppes. We will attack them unexpectedly." "Gut, sehr gut," said Flick, "but should we not rather get a little nearer in the boats? It is about 4 miles to the fortress, somewhat far for the infantry." "The infantry can take the horses of the Semenovs."
"Sehr gut."
"The men must lie still in the reeds, not go ashore, and make no noise, light no fires, for the smoke might betray us. We must not be discovered."
"The fog is so thick that they would not see the smoke."
In fact the river, and the little bay overgrown with rushes, in which stood the boats, and the steppes, as far as the eye could reach, were covered with a white, impenetrable mantle of fog. As it was, however, still early in the morning, the mist might rise and reveal the expanse of the steppes. Flick paddled away. The people on the boats moved slowly. Kshechovski's commands were announced that they should keep quiet, therefore the men went to their morning meal without the usual noise made by soldiers. No one passing by the shore or sailing down the middle of the stream would have believed that, in the reeds near by, some thousands of men lay hidden. The horses were fed by hand that they might not neigh. The boats lay hidden in the mist in the thicket of reeds. Here and there a small 2-oared boat went back and forth bringing biscuits and orders from the commander, otherwise all was as still as the grave. Suddenly there were heard in the grass, in the rushes, in the reeds, and in the river marshes around the whole inlet, various strange sounds. "Pugu, pugu." Then silence. "Pugu, pugu." And again all was still, as if those voices that called from the shore were awaiting an answer. But no answer came. For the third time cries were heard but quicker and more impatiently. "Pugu, pugu." Then sounded from the boats Kshechovski's voice, through the mist. "Who goes there?" "A Cossack from Lug." The hearts of the Semenovs who were in the boats beat restlessly. That mysterious call was familiar to them. In this way the Zaporojians signaled to each other in winter quarters. In this way also, in times of war, they invited their brothers of the regular regiments and the Cossacks of the towns to a conference. Many of these Cossacks belonged secretly to the brotherhood. Again sounded Kshechovski's voice. "What do you want?" "Bogdan Hmyelnitski, the hetman of the Zaporojians, announces that the cannon are trained on the poles." "Tell the hetman of the Zaporojians that ours are directed towards the shore." "Pugu, Pugu." "What more do you want?" "Bogdan Hmyelnitski, the hetman of the Zaporojians, writes his friend Colonel Kshechovski to a conference." "He must give hostages." "10 kurzens." "Agreed." At this moment, alongside the poles, the Zaporojians sprang up like flowers. They rose up out of the grass in which they had lain hidden. Far away across the steppes, their cavalry and cannon came marching on, and hundreds of flags and banners and bunchuks appeared. They marched with songs and the beating of kettle drums. All this seemed like a greeting rather than a meeting of hostile forces. The Semenovs on the boats answered with loud shouts. Meanwhile the boats came along commanded by the Kurzen atamans. Kshechovski boarded one of them and went ashore. There they brought him a horse and immediately led him to Hmyelnitski. When Hmyelnitski saw him, he took off his cap and greeted him cordially. "Worthy Colonel," said he, "my old friend and comrade, when the chief hetman of the crown commanded you to seize me and bring me into camp, you were not willing to do it, but warned me so that I might save myself by flight, and for this act I owe you gratitude and brotherly affection." Then he stretched forth his hand courteously, but the dark face of Kshechovski remained cold as ice. "Now, however, after being saved, Sir Hetman, you have become the leader of the rebellion. Our wrongs, yours and mine, and those of the whole Ukraine would I redress, with the king's charter of rights in my hands, and in the hope that our gracious lord will not count it against me." Kshechovski looked sternly into Hmyelnitski's eyes and said emphatically: "Have you besieged Kudak?" I would have been mad to do so. I went past it and did not even fire one shot, although the old Cyclops received me with his cannon. I have urgent business in the Ukraine, not in Kudak, and I was especially anxious to see you, my old friend." "What do you want with me?" "Ride a little way with me across the steppes and we will come to an understanding." They mounted their horses and rode away. They were gone 1 hour. On their return Kshechovski's face was pale and agitated. He took leave of Hmyelnitski, who said to him on the road: "We two will be the only ones in the Ukraine and over us the king alone, and no one else." Kshechovski returned to the boats. Old Barabash, Flick and the others awaited him impatiently. "What's going on there?" they asked him on all sides. "Pull up close to the shore," answered Kshechovski in a commanding voice. Barabash opened his sleepy eyes. A strange fire was in his glance. "What?" he said. "Go ashore. We must give ourselves up." The pale yellowish face of Barabash suddenly became crimson. He sprang from the kettle drum on which he was sitting, rose to his full height, and suddenly this old man, bowed with age, was transformed into a giant full of strength and life. "Treason!" he roared. "Treason!" repeated Flick and seized his rapier. But before he could draw it, Kshechovski flashed his sword through the air and with a blow cut him to the ground. Then he sprang from the boat into a small boat that was lying near, in which were sitting 4 Zaporojians with oars in their hands, and cried: "To the boats!" The boat darted away like an arrow. Kshechovski, with cap on the tip of his bloody sword, stood in the middle of the boat, his eyes flashing fire, and cried with a powerful voice: "Children, we will not kill our own people. Long live Bogdan Hmyelnitski, the hetman of the Zaporojians!" "Long live Hmyelnitski!" repeated hundreds and thousands of voices. "Death to the Poles! Death!" The roar from the boats answered the Zaporojians on the shore, but many in the boats that were lying at a distance did not know what all the commotion was about. But as the news spread that Pan Kshechovski had gone over to the Zaporojians, a regular furor of joy took possession of the Semenovs. 6,000 caps were thrown into the air, 6,000 muskets roared, the boats trembled beneath the tread of the Cossacks. Tumult and confusion arose. But the joy was to be paid for in blood. Old Barabash preferred to die rather than betray the flag under which he had served his whole life long. A few dozen Cherkass soldiers took his side and a short dreadful fight took place, like all those fights in which a handful of men, who do not desire mercy, but death, defend themselves against a multitude. Neither Kshechovski nor any of the Cossacks had expected any such opposition. The old lion was awakened. To a demand to lay down his arms, he replied with shots, and one could see him with the field marshal's staff in his hand, his white hair floating in the wind, giving his commands in a voice of thunder, and with the energy of youth. His boat was surrounded on all sides. The men on the boats who could not get near sprang into the water, waded through the reeds, and seizing the edge of the boat climbed furiously into it. The resistance was short. Barabash's Semenovs lay pierced, battered, or with mangled hands, on the bottom of the boat; only the old man still defended himself with his sword in his hand. Kshechovski made his way to him. "Surrender!" he cried. "Die, traitor!" answered Barabash, and raised his sword to strike. Kshechovski withdrew rapidly into the crowd. "Kill!" he said to the Cossacks. But it seemed as if no one wished to be the first to raise his hand against the old man. Unfortunately, however, the old colonel slipped on the bloody bottom and fell down. As he lay on the deck, he no longer inspired fear or respect, and soon a number of swords had pierced his body. The old man was able only to cry out, "Jesus Maria!" They began to hack at the prostrate form and to cut it to pieces. They threw the head from one boat to another and played ball with it until through a clumsy catch it fell into the water. There still remained the Germans who were not so easily dealt with, for the regiment consisted of 1,000 veterans who had been trained in many wars. The valiant Flick had fallen under Kshechovski's hand, but at the head of the regiment there still remained Johann Werner, the lieutenant colonel, a veteran of the 30 Years' War. Kshechovski was certain of victory, for the German boats were surrounded on all sides by Cossacks. He wished, however, to retain such a large number of incomparable and well armed infantry for Hmyelnitski, therefore he preferred to treat with them. For a time it seemed as if Werner would agree to what he wanted, for he conversed quietly with Kshechovski and listened attentively to all the promises with which the latter and his friends overwhelmed him. The pay in which the Commonwealth was in arrears would be paid up immediately, and also for a year ahead, and after that time the soldiers might go whither they would, even into the king's camp. Werner acted as if he were considering, but meantime he gave quiet instructions for the boats to pull up close to one another, so that they formed a compact circle. At the edge of this circle stood a wall of foot soldiers, stout, powerful men, in yellow jerkins and yellow caps, in perfect order of battle; the left foot advanced ready to fire, the muskets at their right side. Werner, his sword drawn, stood in the front row, and considered for some time. Finally he raised his head. "Herr Hauptmann," he said, "we understand one another." "You will lose nothing in the new service," cried Kshechovski joyfully. "But on condition." "Well, I agree to it." "Well, that's all right. Our service to the Commonwealth ends in June. From June out we belong to you." An oath rose to Kshechovski's lips, but he held it back. "Are you mocking me, lieutenant?" he asked. "No," answered Werner quietly. "Our military honor behooves us to keep our word. Our service is at an end in June. We serve for money, but we are no traitors. Otherwise no one would employ us, and you yourself would not trust us; for who would be surety that we would not go over to the hetman in the very first battle?" "What do you want then?" "That you let us leave you." "That is impossible, you madman. I will have you all cut down." "And how many of your own men do you expect to lose?" "Not one of you shall escape." "You will leave half your men on the field." Both spoke the truth, therefore Kshechovski, although the coolness of the German aroused his blood, and fury began to take possession of him, did not wish to begin the combat. "Before the sun sets," he cried, "reflect, or the firing will begin." And he moved off quickly in his small boat in order to confer with Hmyelnitski. A period of suspense followed. The Cossack boats closed in a circle round the Germans, who maintained a calm bearing as only old, practiced soldiers can maintain in the face of danger. To the threatenings and insults which poured unceasingly from the Cossack boats, they answered with a disdainful silence. It was a truly imposing sight, this calmness in the midst of the increasing ebullitions of rage on the part of the Cossacks, who with threats, shook their lances and muskets, ground their teeth and cursed and impatiently awaited the signal for combat. Meanwhile the sun, which had moved from the south to the west, withdrew by degrees its golden beams from the inlet. Finally it became perfectly dark. The bugles sounded and thereupon was heard Kshechovski's voice in the distance. "The sun is down. Have you decided?" "Yes," answered Werner. He turned to his soldiers and waved his drawn sword. "Feuer!" he commanded in a quiet phlegmatic voice. A report, the splash as men fell into the water, cries of rage and rapid firing answered the voices of German muskets. The cannon on the shore began to roar and hurl their balls at the German boats. The whole place was full of smoke, and amid the thunder, the cries, the whir of the Tartar arrows, the rattle of muskets and guns, the regular salvos of their muskets alone announced that the Germans were still defending themselves. At sundown the fight still raged, but it appeared to be slackening in intensity. Hmyelnitski, accompanied by Kshechovski, Tukhay Bey, and several atamans, had come to the shore to observe the fight. His distended nostrils inhaled the smoke of the powder, his ears heard with delight the noise of the drowning and slaughtered Germans. The three commanders looked at this carnage as if it were a play, which at the same time was a favorable omen for them. The battle ceased. As the firing slackened, louder and louder rose the cries of triumph from the Cossacks to the clear sky. "Tukhay Bey," cried Hmyelnitski, "this is our first victory." "There are no prisoners," growled the Murza. "I do not care for such a war." "You will find plenty in the Ukraine. You will be able to fill the whole of Stambul and Galatz with your captives." "If I find no other, I will take you." With these words the wild Tukhay laughed ominously, but presently added: "I should have liked to have those Franks." The fight was over. Tukhay Bey turned his horse's head towards the camp, the others followed him. "Now for the Zolta Wody!" cried Hmyelnitski. End of Book 1, Chapter 14. Book 1, Chapter 15 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The lieutenant had heard the noise of combat and tremblingly awaited the result, for he thought at first that Hmyelnitski had begun an engagement with all the forces of the hetman. But towards evening, old Zakhar enlightened him. The news of the treachery of the soldiers under Kshechovski and the destruction of the Germans disturbed the inmost soul of the young knight, for this was but the preliminary to other treachery, and Skshetuski knew well that a greater part of the hetman's forces consisted chiefly of Cossacks. The anxiety of the lieutenant increased and the triumph of the Zaporojians heightened his misery. Everything foretold the worst that could happen. There were no tidings from the prince, and the hetmans had evidently committed a grave error when, instead of marching upon Kudak with all their forces, or awaiting the enemy in a fortified camp in the Ukraine, they had divided their forces, voluntarily weakened themselves, and laid the way open to defection and treachery. They spoke in the Zaporojian camp of a considerable army under Kshechovski and Stephen Pototski, but the lieutenant had given no credit to this news. He believed that these were only the strong vanguards which at the right time would be withdrawn. Other things had happened meanwhile. Hmyelnitski had, through Kshechovski's treachery, strengthened themselves with several thousand men, and a frightful danger threatened young Pototski. Deprived of assistance and having lost his way in the wilderness, how easily could Hmyelnitski surround him and exterminate his forces. Amid the pain caused by his wounds, amid his unrest, in his sleepless nights all that comforted Skshetuski was the remembrance of the prince. Hmyelnitski's star would pale when that of the prince rose in Lubni, and who could say that he had not already united with the hetmans? Although Hmyelnitski's forces were strong, although his expedition had begun successfully, although Tukhay Bey accompanied him and, in the event of mishap, the Czar of the Crimea himself had promised assistance, Skshetuski had not the least idea that this storm would be of long duration, that a Cossack could shake the whole Commonwealth to its foundations and cripple its power. "The storm will be broken on the threshold of the Ukraine," thought the lieutenant, "for we have quelled all the Cossack insurrections. They sprang up like flames and subsided at the first encounter with the hetmans. It has always been thus." When, on the one hand, a swarm of Nij bandits marched forward to battle, on the other hand, a power that was bounded by two seas, the result was easily foretold. The storm could not last long, therefore it would pass, and good weather come again. This thought encouraged Skshetuski, kept him, so to speak, on his feet, for otherwise he would have been crushed by such a heavy burden as he had never yet borne in his life. Though the storm should pass, it would devastate fields, overthrow houses, and cause irretrievable damage. If through this storm he had come within an ace of losing his life, had lost his strength, and had come into bitter slavery, just at the time when freedom meant so much to him, as much as life itself, how would those weak ones who could not defend themselves suffer from this storm? What might be happening to Helena in Rozloga? But Helena must surely be in Lubni. In his dreams the lieutenant saw her surrounded by friends, flattered by the prince and by the Princess Grizelda, admired by the knights, and pining for her knight who had disappeared somewhere in Sich. But the time would come when the knight would return. Had not Hmyelnitski himself promised him his freedom? And besides, this Cossack storm wave would flow on to the very threshold of the Commonwealth. Then it would be broken and all anxiety, all sorrow, all unrest would be at an end. The storm wave was indeed moving forward. Hmyelnitski marched on without delay with his forces, expecting to meet the son of the hetman. His power was truly formidable, for with him, in addition to Kshechovski's Semenovs and the Chambuls of Tukhay Bey, he led nearly 25,000 trained soldiers eager for the fray. No positive information had been received of Pototski's fighting strength. Fugitives said that he had 2,000 heavy cavalry and some cannon. Under these circumstances, the issue of the battle might be doubtful, for an attack by those dreadful hussars was often sufficient to exterminate a force of 10 times their number. Chodkiewicz, the hetman of Lithuania, had once in his time with 3,000 cavalry crushed to the earth 18,000 picked men of infantry and Swedish cavalry at Kirchholm, and one squadron of cuirassiers had scattered with wild fury several thousand English and Scotch mercenaries at Klushin. Hmyelnitski was aware of this, therefore according to the words of the Russian chronicler, he proceeded slowly and carefully with the many eyes of his understanding, looking around him on all sides like a crafty hunter, and posting his sentries at a distance of a mile and more from the camp. He was approaching the Zolta Woda. 2 more informers were captured. They confirmed the report of the weakness of the king's army, and brought word that the Castellan had already crossed the Zolta Woda. When Hmyelnitski heard this, he halted, and remained as if rooted to the spot, surrounding himself with earthworks. His heart beat joyfully. If Pototski ventured on an assault he would be beaten. The Cossacks could not stand in the open field against cuirassiers, but they fought excellently behind earthworks, and as they had such an overwhelming superiority of numbers they would undoubtedly repulse their assailants. Hmyelnitski depended upon Pototski's youth and inexperience, but the young Castellan was accompanied by an experienced warrior, the Starosta of Zywiec, Pan Stephen Charnyetski, colonel of the hussars. He appreciated the danger and persuaded the Castellan to return across the Zolta Woda. There was nothing for Hmyelnitski to do but to follow him. On the following day after they had crossed the Zolta Woda, the 2 opposing forces stood face to face. But neither of the leaders would make the first attack. Hmyelnitski's camp began hastily to surround itself with earthworks. It was Saturday, the 5th of May; a pouring rain fell, and continued the whole day. The sky was so completely covered with clouds that it was quite dark at midday, as on a day in winter. Towards evening the rain fell more heavily. Hmyelnitski rubbed his hands for joy. "If the steppes only become soft," he said to Skshetuski, "I will not hesitate to undertake an engagement with the hussars, for they would sink in the mud in their heavy armor." And the rain streamed and streamed down as if heaven had come to the aid of the Zaporojians. The army entrenched itself slowly and gloomily amid the pouring rain. No fire would burn. Some 1,000 Cossacks went out to prevent the Polish army from escaping under the protection of the mist. Then followed a deep silence. Nothing was heard save the splashing of the rain and the sighing of the wind. No one slept in either camp. The following morning the bugles in the Polish camp sounded long and plaintively, as if they were calling to the attack. Then drums began to beat here and there. A sad, dark, wet day broke. A storm wind arose, but a fine steady rain continued to fall as if through a sieve. Hmyelnitski commanded a cannon to be fired. This was followed by a second, a third, a tenth, and as the usual communications by means of cannon had begun between the two camps, Skshetuski said to his Cossack protector: "Zakhar, lead me to the entrenchment that I may see what is going on." Zakhar himself was inquisitive and therefore offered no opposition. They went to a high corner from which one could see clearly and distinctly the somewhat sunken valley of the steppes, the swamp of the Zolta Woda water, and both armies; but hardly had Skshetuski cast a glance over the country when he put both hands to his head and cried: "By the living God, that is only a vanguard, nothing more!" In truth, the fortifications of the Cossack camp were almost a mile and a quarter in extent, while those of the Poles in comparison looked like nothing more than a redoubt. The inequality of strength was so great that a Cossack victory appeared certain. Skshetuski's heart was heavy. The hour had not yet come for the downfall of pride and insurrection, but now a new triumph was at hand, so at least it seemed. The skirmishing had already begun by the firing of the cannon from the elevation. Single horsemen or small bodies of horsemen could be seen in hand-to-hand conflict. These were the Tartars, who were fighting with Pototski's Semenovs, dressed in dark blue and yellow. The horsemen attacked each other and then fell back, attacked each other's flank, shot at one another with pistols or bows, or sought to entrap one another with lariats. These skirmishes observed from a distance seemed like play, and it was only when a riderless horse was seen plunging about that one knew that life and death were in the balance. The Tartars poured forth in ever increasing numbers. The ground was soon black with their dense swarms. Then fresh regiments came out from the Polish camp and drew up in order of battle before the entrenchment. It was so near that Skshetuski, with his sharp eye, could distinctly see the colors, the bunchuks, even the corporals, and the lieutenants who sat on horseback a little to one side of the companies. His heart began to beat with excitement, his pale face to take on some color and, as if he could find ready listeners in Zakhar and the Cossacks who were at the cannon and beside the corner, he cried exultingly, and still more exultingly, the nearer the squadrons approached the entrenchment: "Those are Balaban's dragoons whom I saw in Cherkass! That is a Wallachian regiment, they have a cross on their colors. Ah, here comes the infantry from the ramparts!" Then he cried in still greater excitement, and stretching out his hands: "The hussars! Pan Charnyetski's hussars!" The hussars had indeed appeared, and above them a cloud of birds, and a forest of lances, ornamented with gold tassels, and long green and black pennants. They came riding forward 6 abreast and pulled up before the earthworks, and, at the sight of their calmness, their dignity, and their skill, tears of joy came into Skshetuski's eyes and dimmed his sight for a while. Although the forces were so unevenly matched, although those few regiments were opposed to a whole phalanx of Zaporojians and Tartars who, as usual, formed in wings, although their ranks extended so far into the steppes that one could hardly see the end of them, Skshetuski yet believed in victory. His face beamed, his strength returned, his eyes flashed as he looked towards them and he could hardly contain himself.
"Ah, child," growled old Zakhar, "thy soul would like to enter paradise."
Meanwhile a few scattered Tartar divisions had plunged forward with shouts and cries of "Allah!" They answered them from the camp with shots, but the attack was only a threat. The Tartars before reaching the Polish squadrons retreated in the direction of their own forces and disappeared into the crowd. Then sounded the great drum of Sich, and at its call a gigantic semicircle of Cossacks and Tartars moved forward. Hmyelnitski was evidently trying to see if he could not, with one stroke, crush those regiments and occupy the camp. In case of a wild retreat it would be possible, but such an event did not seem probable among the Polish regiments. They stood calm, spread out in a tolerably long line with the earthworks at their back, and the cannons on their flank, so that they could only be attacked from the front. For a moment it looked as if they were going to receive the attack, But when the crescent had covered half the field the trumpets in the entrenchments sounded for attack, and the array of lances which, up to this time had been raised in the air, were lowered to the level of the horses' heads.
"The hussars are attacking!" cried Skshetuski.
They had crouched in their saddles and galloped forward, and immediately behind them came the dragoons, and the whole line of battle. The assault of the hussars was terrific. In the first attack they fell upon 3 kurzens, those of Steblovski and that of Mirorodski, and annihilated them in an instant. The shouts and cries came to Skshetuski's ears, horses and men who had been overthrown by the gigantic force of the iron riders fell like blades of wheat before the breath of the storm. The resistance lasted so short a time that it seemed to Skshetuski as if some gigantic dragon had swallowed the 3 regiments at a gulp. The horses, terrified by the noise of the birds, carried terror into the ranks of the Zaporojians. The regiments of Urkleyevski, Kombolotski, Minski, Shuryski and Titorovski became completely demoralized as the swarm of fugitives rushed among them and began to retreat in disorder. Meanwhile hussars had called up the assistance of the dragoons and with them began a bloody slaughter. The kurzin of Vasyurinski took to flight, after an obstinate but short resistance, and fled in wild terror to the very entrenchments, and, transformed into disorderly masses, pursued, slashed with swords, pressed upon by the iron onset, they could not gain a moment in which to restore order.
"Devils, not Poles!"
cried old Zakhar. Skshetuski was half delirious. He was ill and could not control himself, so that he laughed and cried at the same time, and screamed out the word of command as if he were himself leading a regiment. Zakhar held him by the coat and called others to assist him. The fighting was so close to the Cossack camp that one could almost distinguish the faces of the soldiers. The cannon roared from the breastworks, but the Cossack balls, which reached friend as well as foe, only increased the confusion. The hussars had forced their way to the kurza of Pashkovski which formed the hetman's guard, and in the middle of which was Hmyelnitski himself. Suddenly a frightful yell arose from the ranks of the Zaporojians. The great red banner wavered and fell. But at this moment Kshechovski with his 5,000 men rushed into the fight. He dashed on his immense sorrel horse into the front rank without a cap, his sword held above his head, and reformed the scattered Nijovs. As they saw help approaching they turned, although in disorder, to renew the attack. The battle raged again in the center of the line. Hmyelnitski's luck failed him on both wings. The Tartars, thanks to the Wallachian regiment and Pototski's Semenovs, who had twice repulsed them, had completely lost their courage. Tukhay Bey had had 2 horses killed under him. The victory was finally inclining toward the side of young Pototski. But the fight did not last much longer. The rain, which had grown more heavy, had now become such a downpour that one could not see through the streams of water. No longer drops but perfect torrents poured on the earth from the floodgates of heaven. The steppes were transformed into a lake. It became so dark that one could not see another at a distance of a few steps. The noise of the rain drowned the voices of command. The damp muskets and guns were silent. Heaven itself seemed to put an end to the slaughter. Hmyelnitski, wet to the skin and mad with rage, plunged into his camp, and spoke not a word to anyone. They made him a tent of camel skins, beneath which he might take shelter. Here he sat alone, given over to gloomy thoughts. Despair had taken possession of him. Now only did he realize what an undertaking he had on hand. Beaten, repulsed, and defeated in a fight with such a small opposing force that one might with justice consider them merely a vanguard, he knew how immense was the power of resistance of the army of the Commonwealth, and had taken it into account when he undertook the war, and yet he had miscalculated. So at least it seemed to him at this moment, and he seized his close shaven head as if he would dash it against the first cannon that came in his way. How would it be when he had to encounter the forces of the hetman and of the whole Commonwealth? The entrance of Tukhay Bey interrupted his thoughts. The eyes of the Tartar gleamed with rage, his face was white, his teeth glistened between his hairless lips.
"Where are the men? Where are the prisoners? Where are the heads of the generals? Where is the victory?"
he asked in a hoarse voice. Hmyelnitski sprang from his seat.
"Yonder!"
he cried with a voice of thunder and pointed in the direction of the royal camp.
"Then go thither,"
growled Tukhay Bey.
"and if you will not go, I will lead you with a rope to the Crimea." "I will go," said Hmyelnitski. "This very day I will go. I will fetch soldiers, I will fetch prisoners; but you must render the Khan an account, for you demand prisoners and are afraid of the battle." "Dog!" howled Tukhay Bey, "you are sending the Khan's army to destruction!"
They stood thus for a moment, facing each other, gasping with rage. Hmyelnitski first regained his calmness.
"Tukhay Bey, be quiet," said he. "The rain has interrupted the fight just as the dragoons had overpowered Kshechovski. I know them. To-morrow they will fight with less energy. The steppes will be more marshy. The hussars will succumb. To-morrow all will be ours." "You have said it," muttered Tukhay Bey, "and I will keep my word. Tukhay Bey, my friend, the Khan sent you to assist me, not to torment me." "You promised victories, not defeats." "They have taken some of the dragoons prisoners. I will give them to you."
"Give them to me, I will have them impaled."
"Do not do that, let them go free. They are soldiers from the Ukraine, of Balaban's squadron. I will send them over that they might bring the dragoons over to our side. It will be just as it was with Kshechovski."
Tukhay Bey grew calm. He looked at Hmyelnitski sharply and said:
"Serpent!"
"Craft is worth as much as courage. If I can persuade the dragoons to desert, not one man will escape me. Do you understand?"
"I will have Pototski."
"You shall have him, also Charnyetski."
"And now give me some gorzalka, for it is cold."
"All right."
At this moment in stepped Kshechovski. The colonel was as gloomy as night. The starostships, the dignities, castles and treasures of his dreams had, after the day's fight, become veiled in a fog. Tomorrow they might completely vanish, and out of that fog might arise in their place the hangman's rope or the gallows. Had he not, by killing the Germans who belonged to the hetman, burned all his bridges behind him, he would most certainly have reflected how he might now betray Hmyelnitski and go over with his soldiers into Pototski's camp. But that was now impossible. They all three sat down to the big bottle of gorzalka and began to drink in silence. The noise of the rain subsided gradually. It was twilight. Skshetuski, exhausted with joy, weak and pale, lay motionless in the wagon. Zakhar, who had learned to like him, commanded the Cossacks to spread a felt canopy over him. The lieutenant heard the melancholy patter of the rain, but in his soul all was bright, happy, and full of light. His hussars had shown what they could do, his Commonwealth had offered a resistance worthy of her majesty. The first assault of the Cossacks had been shattered by the lances of the king's army. And the hetmans were still there, and Prince Yeremy and so many forces, so many noblemen, so much power, and over all these, the king, chief among peers. Skshetuski's bosom rose with pride as if he felt all these powers in himself. At this moment he experienced for the first time since the day he lost his freedom in Sich, a certain feeling of sympathy for the Cossacks. They were in the wrong, but blind when they ventured to attack the sun with mattocks. They were in the wrong, but unfortunate in having allowed themselves to be led away by a man who was leading them into evident destruction. His thoughts then wandered farther. Peace would come and then each one would have a right to think of his own personal happiness. At this moment his soul and mind were in Rozloga. There in the vicinity of the lion's den, it would be quiet as in poppy land. There the insurrection would never raise its head, and should it do so, Helena would undoubtedly be already in Lubni. Suddenly the thunder of cannon interrupted the golden thread of his thoughts. Hmyelnitski had drunk himself full and was leading his regiments again to the attack. But it amounted to nothing more than a thunder of cannon. Kshechovski restrained the hetman. The following day was Sunday. It passed quietly without a shot being fired. The camps lay opposite each other, like those of two allied armies. Skshetuski attributed this quiet to the disaffection of the Cossacks. Alas! He did not know that Hmyelnitski, during this interval, was looking around him with the numerous eyes of his mind, and was doing his best to entice Balaban's dragoons over to his side. On Monday at early dawn the fight began afresh. Skshetuski watched it as before, with a smiling, beaming face. Once more the royal troops advanced from the entrenchment, but this time did not undertake an attack but opposed the enemy from where they stood. The steppes were not only soft on the surface, as on the first day of the fight, but the rain had soaked through to some depth. The heavy cavalry could hardly move and at first this gave the agile Zaporojian and Tartar regiments the advantage. Gradually the smile disappeared from Skshetuski's lips. The mass of the assailants almost completely covered the earthworks of the Poles. It seemed as if every moment that barrier would be broken and the assault inevitably begin on the ramparts. Skshetuski observed that the regiments did not fight with half the courage or half the eagerness that they had shown the first day. They defended themselves obstinately, however, but they did not attack as fiercely as the Kurzens. They did not make a clean sweep of the field like a hurricane. The ground of the steppes which was soaked through and through had weakened their power and really banished the heavy cavalry behind the entrenchments. The impetus which gave them courage and decided the victory was wanting, and today they were obliged to stay still, inactive. Hmyelnitski, however, continued to lead new Kurzens to the attack. He himself was everywhere. He himself led every Kurzen to the attack and only retreated before the swords of the enemy. His zeal infected even the Zaporojians and although they fell in dense masses, they ran like a storm wind against the earthworks with screams and howls. They plunged against the wall of iron breasts, against the points of their lances, and retreated again covered with sword cuts and decimated. Under these assaults the regiments began to waver, to melt away, and here and there to retreat, as a wrestler clutched in the iron arms of an opponent becomes weaker, and again struggles and regains strength. Before noon almost all the fighting strength of the Zaporojians was under fire and in the battle. The battle raged so fiercely that between the two opposing forces a new rampart had been formed, a rampart made of the corpses of men and horses. At every moment there came back to the Cossack entrenchment swarms of bandaged, bleeding, mud-covered, panting, exhausted warriors. But they came back with songs on their lips; on their features glowed warlike courage and a certainty of victory. Even as they sank powerless to the earth they cried, "On to death!" The garrison which remained behind in the camp was yearning for the fray. Skshetuski was sad. The Polish squadrons began to disappear from the field behind their fortifications. They could hold out no longer, and one noticed the feverish haste of their retreat. At this sight some 20,000 voices shouted joyfully. The attack was renewed with double vigor. The Zaporojians sprang upon the necks of Pototski's Semenovs who covered the retreat. But the cannon and the rain of musket bullets repulsed them. The fighting ceased for a time. In the Polish camp was heard the sound of the parley trumpet that called a truce. Hmyelnitski, however, did not wish to parley. 12 Kurzens dismounted in order to unite with the infantry and the Tartars in storming the breastworks of the Poles. Kshechovski was to hasten to their assistance with 3,000 infantry at the decisive moment. All the kettle drums, triangles, and trumpets began to sound at one time, and drowned the shouts and salvos of musketry. Skshetuski looked tremblingly at the deep ranks of the incomparable Zaporojian infantry that dashed towards the ramparts and surrounded them in a narrowing circle. Long streaks of white smoke poured forth on them from the earthworks as if a giant breath would blow away the grasshoppers which swarmed on all sides. The cannon balls plowed furrows in their ranks. The report of firearms was more frequent. The thunder of the cannon was unceasing. His eyes filled with tears. Here and there the ranks of assailants twitched convulsively like a wounded snake, but they continued their attack. Already they have reached the goal; already they are at the breastworks. The cannon can no longer hurt them. Skshetuski closed his eyes. And now like lightning, the question flashed through his mind. Should he, when he opened his eyes, still see Polish standards on the breastworks? Would he see them? Would he not see them? The tumult increased and an unusual noise was heard. Had something happened? From the midst of the camp came cries. "What is that? What has happened?" "Almighty God!" The cry escaped Skshetuski's lips as he opened his eyes and, instead of the huge golden standard of the king, he saw the red flag with the archangel. The camp had been taken. It was not till evening that he learned from Zakhar the details of the battle. It was not for nothing that Tukhay Bey had called Hmyelnitski "serpent," for just at the moment of the most obstinate resistance the Balaban dragoons had been persuaded to go over to the Cossacks, had hurled themselves upon the rear of their own regiments, and helped to destroy them even to the last man. In the evening Skshetuski saw the prisoners and was present at the death of young Pototski, whose throat was pierced by an arrow. He lived only a few hours after the battle, and died in Stephen Charnyetski's arms. "Tell my father," whispered the young Castellan in his dying moments. "Tell my father that I, as a knight—" He could say no more. His soul left his body and flew to heaven. It was long before Skshetuski forgot that pale face and those blue eyes, directed to heaven in the moment of death. Charnyetski made this vow over the cold corpse, that if God gave him back his freedom he would wash away the insult of captivity and revenge the death of his friend in streams of blood. But not a tear flowed down his stern face, for he was a knight of iron, celebrated for his brave deeds and uncrushed by any misfortune. He fulfilled his vow. He did not give way to despair, but consoled Skshetuski, who suffered torture at the defeat and ignominy of the Commonwealth. "The Commonwealth has suffered many defeats," said Charnyetski, "but she has an irresistible strength in herself. No power hitherto has broken her, and the insurrection of the peasants, which God himself will punish, will not break her, for they are opposing themselves to His will when they rise against their superiors, and the defeat? It is sad certainly, but who has suffered this defeat? The hetmans? The king's army? No. After the desertion and treachery of Kshechovski, the division which Pototski commanded could only be looked upon as a vanguard. The rebellion will undoubtedly spread over the whole Ukraine, for the peasants there are insolent and ready for war, but this rebellion is not the first. The hetmans and Prince Yeremi, whose power has hitherto remained untouched, will crush it. The greater the strength with which it breaks forth, the longer it will slumber once it is crushed, perhaps forever. They must indeed be of little faith and weak hearts who could believe that any Cossack leader, in company with one Tartar, Murza, could really threaten a mighty people. It would go hard with the Commonwealth if an ordinary uprising of the peasantry should decide her fate and her right to exist. Truly we undertook this war in a spirit of contempt," concluded Charnyetski, "and although our vanguard is annihilated, I believe that it is not with the sword that the hetmans will suppress it nor with weapons, but with the lash." And as he thus spoke, it was not as if a prisoner were speaking, or a soldier who had been conquered, but a proud hetman who is confident of victory on the following day. This greatness of soul and his firm faith in the Commonwealth fell like balm upon the wounds of the lieutenant. He saw Hmyelnitski's might so close, so near, that it blinded him a little, and all the more because, up to this time, the results had been favorable to him; but Charnyetski must be right. The fighting strength of the hetmans was still untouched, and behind them was the whole power of the Commonwealth, and therefore the power of right and of God's will. The lieutenant went away consequently with his soul strengthened and cheerful, and as he went, he asked Charnyetski if he would not soon negotiate with Hmyelnitski for his freedom. "I am Tukhay Bey's prisoner," said Stephen. "I will pay him my ransom, but I will have nothing to do with that leader of the Cossacks. I would send him to the gallows." Zakhar, who had arranged this meeting between the prisoners and Skshetuski, when leading him back to the wagon, also tried to comfort him on the way. "They did not have any difficulty with young Pototski," he said, "but they will have trouble with the hetmans. The work is only begun and what the end will be, God only knows. Yes, the Cossacks and the Tartars have taken a quantity of Polish property, but to take and to keep are two different things. And you, child, do not worry, do not despair you will gain your freedom. You will return to your own people, and the old man will mourn for you. It is hard in one's old age to be all alone in the world. It will be more difficult with the hetmans, more difficult." In fact, this victory, although it was a brilliant one, did not in any way decide the struggle in Hmyelnitski's favor. It might, indeed, tell against him, for it was easy to foresee that the Grand Hetman, to avenge the death of his son, would proceed with especial ferocity against the Zaporojians, and would leave nothing undone to annihilate them once and for all. The Grand Hetman had a certain grudge against Prince Yeremy which although it was concealed by politeness, nevertheless came to the surface on various occasions. Hmyelnitski knew this well and also judged that Pan Cracovski would now lay aside this grudge and reach forth the hand of fellowship to the prince in order to assure himself of the assistance of the celebrated warrior and his mighty army. And with the united forces under such a leader as the prince, Hmyelnitski dared not measure himself, for as yet he had not sufficient confidence in himself. He resolved therefore to hasten at the same time as the news of the defeat should reach the hetman, to cross the Zolta Woda into the Ukraine and attack the hetman before the prince could come to his assistance. He allowed his forces therefore no rest, and the morning following the battle they were already on the march. He made his preparations as quickly as if he were pursuing the hetman. It seemed as if a deluge was flooding the steppes and were hurrying forward and gathering all the waters in its course. They passed forests, woods, hills; without halting, they crossed the rivers. The fighting power of the Cossacks was increased on their journey, for new crowds of peasants who had fled from the Ukraine joined themselves to their ranks. The peasants also brought news of the hetmans, but they contradicted one another. Some said that the prince was already on the other side of the Dnieper, others maintained that he had already joined the royal forces, but all agreed that the Ukraine was in flames. The peasants were not only fleeing to Hmyelnitski in the Wild Lands, but they also set fire to villages and towns, attacked their masters, and armed themselves generally. The king's army had been fighting for 2 weeks. Steblev was taken; near Derinhof a bloody battle had been fought. The Cossacks from the towns had, in several places, already joined the side of the "blacks" and were waiting everywhere to enlist. Hmyelnitski had counted on all this and he hastened all the more. Finally he stood on the threshold. Chigrin opened her gates to him; the Cossack garrison at once joined his standard. Chaplinski's house was stormed; a number of the nobility who had taken refuge in the town were slaughtered. Cries of joy, ringing of bells, and processions did not cease for a moment. The whole neighborhood was in flames. Everyone seized scythes and pikes and united with the Zaporojians. The countless crowds of country people streamed into the camp from all directions. Joyful and certain news had been brought that Prince Yeremy had offered his assistance to the hetman but had not yet joined him. Hmyelnitski breathed more freely. He rode forward without delay and marched through with rebellion, slaughter and fire on his way. This might be seen by the corpses and ashes on the road. He moved along like an avalanche crushing everything in his way. The land had become a desert after he had passed through it. He moved onward like an avenging angel. Like the dragon in the legend, his steps pressed blood from the ground, his breath was a breath of flame. In Cherkass he halted with the main body of the army and sent forward the Tartars under Tukhay Bey, and the wild Kshyvonos, to attack the hetmans at Korsun and they attacked them without delay; but they paid dearly for their rashness. Repulsed, decimated, almost annihilated, they were forced to retreat in disorderly flight. Hmyelnitski hastened to their assistance. On the way he received news that Siniavski had gone over with several regiments to the hetmans, who had left Korsun and gone on to Boguslav. The news was true. Hmyelnitski took Korsun without any opposition, and the wagons, supplies, in one word the entire camp, and hurried after them along the great highway. It did not take long to overtake them as they had not gone far. At Kruta Balka, his advance guards came upon the first Polish encampment. It was not permitted to Skshetuski to see this battle, for he remained in Korsun with the baggage. Zakhar brought him to the market place, into Zaboshetski's house. The "blacks" had already hanged its owner, and placed a guard made up from the remnant of the camp of Mirgorod in front of it, for the mob plundered the houses continually and murdered everybody they suspected of being Poles. Through the broken windows, Skshetuski saw storms of drunken, bloodthirsty peasants with rolled up sleeves, going from house to house, from cellar to cellar, peering in all corners and attics. From time to time a frightful noise announced that a nobleman, a Jew, a man or a woman had been found. They would drag the victim to the market place and rage around him with the most frightful fury. The mob fought with one another for portions of the corpse, smeared their faces with blood in wild delight, and hung the still reeking entrails round their necks. The peasants seized little Jewish boys by their feet and tore them asunder amid the mad laughter of the crowd. They threw themselves also upon the houses that were guarded by sentries, where distinguished prisoners were kept, who had been allowed to live because large ransoms were expected for them. But the Zaporojians or Tartars who were keeping watch repulsed the mob and knocked them on the head with pikes, bows, or with ox hide thongs. All this was going on before the house in which Skshetuski was a prisoner. Zakhar commanded that the peasants should be beaten without mercy and the Mirgorodians obeyed the command with delight, for the Nijovs accepted the assistance of the country people in time of war, but they despised them immeasurably more than they did the nobility. Were they not called the aristocratic Cossacks? Hmyelnitski himself had more than once given a considerable number of the country people to the Black Tartars that they might drive them into the Crimea and from thence to Turkey and Asia Minor and sell them. The mob raged, therefore, upon the marketplace and their madness rose to such a pitch that they finally began to kill each other. The day was declining. One whole side of the marketplace, the Greek church and the house of the priest were set on fire. Fortunately the wind blew the flames towards the country and prevented the spread of the fire, but the immense blaze lighted up the market as brightly as sunlight. It became unbearably warm and from the distance came the terrible thundering of cannon. The fight at Kruta Balka was evidently growing more fierce.
"Our men must be getting quite warm over there," growled old Zakhar. "The hetmans are not at play. Pan Pototski is an able soldier."
Then he pointed through the window at the "blacks."
"See," he said, "they are rioting now, but when Hmyelnitski is killed we will down even them."
At this moment the sound of tramping horses was heard and several dozens of foam flecked horses with their riders plunged into the marketplace. Their faces were black from the powder, their clothing in disorder, and their heads bound up in rags showed that they had just returned from the fight.
"All those who believe in God save themselves! The Poles are slaying us!" they cried with loud voices. Noise and confusion ensued. The crowd surged hither and thither, like the waves lashed by a storm. Suddenly a wild terror took possession of them. A disordered flight began, and as the streets were already choked with wagons and a portion of the marketplace was on fire, they knew not which way to turn. The "blacks" began to press on one another, to scream, to fight, and to howl for mercy, although the enemy was still at a distance. When the lieutenant heard what was happening he became wild with joy, ran up and down the room as if he were crazy, beat his breast with both hands with all his might, and cried: "I knew that this would happen! I knew it, as sure as I live! Now they have to do with the hetmans, now with the whole Commonwealth. The hour of chastisement has come. What is that?" Again was heard the sound of trampling horses and, this time, some 100 horsemen, mostly Tartars, appeared on the marketplace. They had evidently fled blindly. The mob got in their road, they plunged into the mob, rode madly over them, beat them, hunted them, slashed them out of the way with their swords, and dashed forward with their horses, on to the highway that led to Cherkass. "They are flying like the storm wind," said Zakhar.
The words had hardly been spoken when a second division came by, and a third. The flight seemed to be general. The sentries before the houses began to become impatient and also showed a desire to run away. Zakhar dashed through the porch.
"Halt!"
he cried to his Mirgorodians. The smoke, the heat, the confusion, the tramping of horses, the noise of the fire, the howling of the mob all blended together in the glow of the flames in a hellish spectacle on which the lieutenant looked from his window.
"What a rout it must have been! What a rout!"
he cried to Zakhar, without considering that Zakhar could not share his joy. Then another division of fugitives shot by like lightning. The thundering of cannon shook the foundations of the houses of Korsun. Suddenly a dreadful voice close to the house began to cry:
"Save yourselves! Miel is slain! Kshechovski is slain! Tukhay is slain!"
Upon the marketplace it seemed as if it might be the end of the world. Men plunged madly into the flames. The lieutenant sank on his knees and lifted his hands to heaven.
"Almighty God! Great and just God! Honor be to thee in the height!"
Zakhar interrupted this prayer by springing into the room.
"Oh, child," he cried, gasping for breath, "come out and promise pardon to the Mirgorodians, for they want to run away, and if they fly the "blacks" will dash into the house."
Skshetuski went on the balcony. The Mirgorodians were pacing uneasily up and down and showed an unmistakable wish to leave their watch, and to hasten to the highway which led to Cherkass. Terror had seized everyone in the town. Now and then crowds of fugitives came by, as if on wings from Kruta Balka. All fled in the greatest confusion: peasants, Tartars, Cossacks of the towns, and Zaporojians. And yet Hmyelnitski must still be making resistance; the battle could not be decided, for the cannon thundered with redoubled might. Skshetuski addressed the Mirgorodians.
"As you," he began with a loud voice, "have faithfully guarded my person, you need not save yourselves by flight. I assure you of my protection, and favor with the hetman."
The Mirgorodians uncovered their heads, to the last man. Skshetuski, however, placed his hands on his hips and looked proudly at them, and across the marketplace, which had become more and more deserted. What a turn of fate! Skshetuski not long before, a prisoner who was dragged along with the Cossack troops, now stood among that bold Cossack crowd like a master among his subjects, like a nobleman among the common people, like a cuirassier among camp followers. He, the prisoner, now promised mercy, and heads were uncovered at sight of him, and humble voices cried in a tone of gloomy terror and submission: "Have mercy, sir. As I have said, so will it be." His promise was indeed safe as regards the hetman to whom he was well known, for he had frequently taken him letters from Prince Yeremy, and knew how to win his favor. He stood there, his hands on his hips, and joy beamed on his countenance that was lighted up by the glow of the fire. "Thus the war is at an end. Thus the wave has broken on the threshold," he thought. Charnyetski was right. The power of the Commonwealth is impregnable. Her might cannot be shaken. At these thoughts, his breast filled with pride, but it was not the unworthy pride which arose from a satisfied thirst for vengeance, from the humbling of his enemies, nor from the restoration of his freedom which he hoped for before long. And not because people uncovered their heads before him. No, he was proud to think he was a son of this victorious Commonwealth, of this mighty power, at whose gates all wickedness, all assault, all treachery was brought to naught and shattered as are the powers of hell at the gate of heaven. He was proud as a noble patriot, that he had been strengthened when in doubt and had not been deceived in his faith. Vengeance he no longer desired. "She crushes like a queen, she forgives like a mother," he thought. Meanwhile the sound of cannon was changed into an uninterrupted thunder. Again the noise of tramping horses was heard in the deserted streets. A Cossack riding bareback dashed like lightning into the market place, bareheaded, in his shirt sleeves, and with battered, bleeding face. He checked his steed, sprang to the ground, spread out his hands, opened his mouth to take a deep breath, and began to shout: "Khmyel is beating the Poles! The great lords are all killed! The hetmans, the colonels, the knights, and the cavaliers!" No sooner had he spoken than he reeled and fell to the ground. The Mirgorodians hastened to his assistance. Color and pallor alternated in Skshetuski's face. "What does he say?" he asked feverishly of Zakhar. "What has happened? It cannot be! By the living God, it cannot be!" All was still; only the flames hissed across from the opposite side of the market place. Sheaves of sparks flew, and gutted houses fell together with a crash. Fresh riders appeared. "The Poles are beaten! Beaten!" A division of Tartars followed them. They rode slowly, for they were surrounding some men on foot, evidently prisoners. Skshetuski could not believe his eyes. He recognized in the prisoners the uniform of the hetman of the hussars. He clasped his hands and repeated in a strange, hoarse voice: "It cannot be! It cannot be!" Still was heard the thunder of cannon. The fight was not over, but in all the streets that the fire had not reached swarms of Zaporojians and Tartars were pouring. Their faces were black, they breathed hard, but they sang songs as if they were intoxicated. Thus do soldiers return after victory. The lieutenant grew as pale as a corpse. "It cannot be," he repeated hoarsely. "It cannot be the Commonwealth." A new object attracted his attention. Kshechovski's Semenovs came along, bearing a number of flags. They came riding into the middle of the marketplace and threw them on the ground. Alas! Alas! They were Polish flags. The thunder of cannon grew fainter in the distance. The clatter of approaching wagons was heard. First came a high Cossack telega. Then came a number of others, all surrounded by Cossacks of the Pashkov kurzen, wearing yellow caps. They passed close before the house where stood the Mirgorodians. Skshetuski placed his hand to his forehead, for the glow of the fire blinded him, and looked closely at the forms of the prisoners who sat in the first carriage. Suddenly, he stepped back, threw up his arms like a man whose breast is pierced by an arrow, and from his mouth came a frightful, unearthly cry: "Jesus Maria! It is the hetmans!" And he sank into Zakhar's arms, a mist covered his eyes, his face became set and cold as death. Shortly after that 3 horsemen at the head of innumerable regiments rode into the marketplace of Korsun. The man in the middle, dressed in red, sat upon a white horse, his hand on the gold field marshal's baton at his side, and looked proudly before him like a king. It was Hmyelnitski. At either side of him rode Tukhay Bey and Kshechovski. The Commonwealth lay in dust and blood at the feet of the Cossacks. End of Book 1, Chapter 15. Book 1, Chapter 16 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some days had passed. It seemed to the people as though the arch of heaven had suddenly fallen and crushed the Commonwealth. The Zolta Woda, Korsun, the destruction of the royal army which had hitherto ever been victorious in the wars with the Cossacks, the capture of the hetmans, the terrific fires that were devastating the whole Ukraine, carnage, murders, such as one had never yet heard of since the world began, all this had come upon them so suddenly that men could hardly believe that so much evil could happen to a country at one time. Many would not believe it. Others were stunned with horror. Others again lost their reason or prophesied the coming of Antichrist and the approach of the Last Judgment. All bonds of brotherhood, all human and family relations were dissolved, all authority ceased. The differences in rank between men had disappeared. Hell had unchained all crimes, and let them loose on the world, that they might revel to their heart's content. Murder, robbery, breach of faith, brutal acts of violence, animal-like rage took the place of labor, honor, faith, and conscience. It seemed as if humanity, from this time forward, would exist no longer through goodness, but through wickedness. As if the hearts and minds were transformed, and held as holy what had formerly been considered dishonorable, and what was once vile was now holy. The sun no longer illumined the earth, for the smoke of burning towns hid its light, and at night, instead of the light of the stars and moon, the gleam of flames alone lit up the darkness. Towns, villages, churches, courts, forests went up in flames. Men ceased to speak, they sighed or howled now as dogs would. Life had lost its value. Thousands perished without a sigh, without leaving a memory, and amid all these terrors, this lust of murder, these groans, this fire and smoke, one man alone rose higher and higher, grew ever more terrible and giant-like, till he almost blinded the light of day and cast a shadow from sea to sea. This man was Bogdan Hmyelnitski. 200,000 men, fully armed, and intoxicated with conquest, stood ready to obey his nod. Everywhere the "blacks," the Cossacks in the towns, united themselves with this army. The country of Pripeth to the very borders of the desert was in flames. The uprising extended through the voyevodas of Russia, in Podolia, Volhynia, Bratslav, Kiev, and Chernigov. The power of the hetman grew from day to day. Never had the Commonwealth opposed half the fighting strength to its most dreaded enemy that the hetman now had under him. The German Emperor had not such an army at his command. The tempest surpassed all expectation. The hetman himself had at first not recognized, nor understood how mighty he had become. He still shielded himself behind such terms as justice and loyalty to the Commonwealth, for he did not know then that he might trample them under foot, like so many empty words. But with this power there developed in him that boundless, mad egotism that has never been equaled in history. The conception of evil and good, of wrong and right, of injustice and outrage conveyed no meaning to Hmyelnitski's mind, except as they conduced to his own welfare or injury. Whosoever took his side appeared to him virtuous. Whoever went against him was a criminal. He would have even complained of the sun and considered it an injustice if it had not shone when he needed it. He measured men, circumstances, and the world with his own eye, but in spite of all the craft, in spite of all the hypocrisy of the hetman, he had an immense faith in himself. From this confidence arose all Hmyelnitski's crimes, but also all his good deeds. For, if he was terrible in his vengeance and cruelty towards enemies, he could yet be grateful for all services that were freely rendered him. Only when he was drunk, did he forget benefits. Then he bellowed madly and, with foaming mouth, gave bloody commands that later he repented. And the more his prosperity increased, the more frequently was he drunk. For an ever increasing restlessness took possession of him. It seemed as if his triumphs had led him to such a height as he himself did not desire. His power inspired others with terror, but also himself. The mighty current of rebellion had seized him, had carried him away with the swiftness of lightning, but whither? How was it all to end? As he had undertaken this insurrection in the name of his own wrongs, this Cossack diplomat might count on it that after the first success, or even after defeat, negotiations would be opened that would ensure his pardon and give him satisfaction and recompense for the injustice and injury done him. He knew the Commonwealth thoroughly, knew her patience, that was boundless as the sea; her mercy that knew neither measure nor bounds; which did not arise merely from weakness, for had she not offered forgiveness to Nalevayka when he was surrounded and overcome? But now, after the victory of Zolta Woda, after the defeat of the hetmans, after the kindling of the insurrection in all the southern Voyevodas, matters had proceeded too far; results had gone beyond all expectations; the conflict must now be carried on for life or death. And on whose side would the victory remain? Khmyelnitski asked the soothsayers, read the stars, looked with intense, earnest glance into the future, but he saw before him only darkness. Therefore a frightful unrest made his hair stand upright on his head and in his breast despair raged like a hurricane. How will it be? How will it be? For Khmyelnitski, who saw more clearly than others, understood better than others that the Commonwealth did not utilize her full strength, that she did not know her own might, but that she was nevertheless a giant force. If a man knew how to seize this power with a firm hand, who could withstand him? And who could tell if the fearful danger, the nearness of the abyss, and of destruction, the feuds would not put an end to the internal discords, the private intrigues, the envy of the landholders, the wranglings, the disputes of the diets, the discord of the nobility, and the impotence of the king? Then 500,000 of the nobility alone might take the field and crush Khmyelnitski, even if not only the Khan of the Crimea, but also the Turkish Sultan should come to his assistance. This latent strength of the Commonwealth was known not only to Khmyelnitski, but also to the late King Vladislav and, therefore, he had striven his whole life long to enter into a war for life or death with the most powerful ruler in the world, for only in this manner could that strength be called to life. In accordance with this conviction, the king had not hesitated to throw a spark into the Cossack gunpowder. Was it indeed reserved for the Cossacks to open the gate to this flood only that it might finally swallow them up? Khmyelnitski also understood how mighty the power of resistance of the Commonwealth was, in spite of its many weaknesses. Against this disordered, ill united, insubordinate Commonwealth, the storm wave of Turkey, the most threatening of all the powers, had dashed, and had broken upon it as upon a rock. It had been the same at Khotsim, as he had seen almost with his own eyes; yet this Commonwealth, even in the hour of its weakness, had planted its banners on the ramparts of foreign capitals. What resistance would she then not offer, what would she not endure if, seized with despair, she should be given the choice of death or victory? With this prospect in view, each triumph was fraught with danger to Khmyelnitski, for it brought the moment of the awakening of the sleeping lion ever nearer, and made negotiations more and more impossible. In each victory lay the shadow of a future calamity; in each intoxication of success, a taste of bitterness. The storm of the Commonwealth would now march forward against the storm of the Cossacks. It seemed to Khmyelnitski as though he had already heard its muffled, distant roar. From Greater Poland, Wielkopolski, from Prussia, from the swarming Masov, from Little Poland, Malopolski, and Lithuania would come hosts of warriors. They needed only a leader. Khmyelnitski had taken the hetmans prisoners, but in this stroke of luck was an ambush of fate. The hetmans were experienced warriors, but not one of them was such a man as this moment of fear, of horror, and of threatening calamity demanded. But one man could not take the command. That man was Prince Yeremi Vishnovyetski. And as the hetmans were in captivity the choice would undoubtedly fall on the prince. Khmyelnitski was confident of this as were all others. Meanwhile there came news to Korsun, where the Zaporojian hetman had called a halt, in order to rest after the last fight. news from beyond the Dnieper that the terrible prince had already gone from Lubni, that on his march he was crushing the rebellion without mercy, that in his wake villages, settlements, plantations, and towns had disappeared, and in their place bloody stakes and gallows lifted their heads. Terror had doubled and trebled the amount of his fighting strength. It was said that he was at the head of 15,000 picked warriors, who had not their superiors in the whole Commonwealth. They expected him hourly in the Cossack camp. Surely after the fight at Kruta Balka the cry, "Yeremy is coming!" had become a watchword among the Cossacks, and spread terror among the "blacks," who fled in the wildest confusion. This terror had caused Hmyelnitski to ponder deeply. He now had the choice of either moving forward to meet the prince and seeking him beyond the Dnieper, or leaving a portion of his forces behind, to conquer the castles of the Ukraine, while he pressed forward into the heart of the Commonwealth. The advance against the prince was dangerous, and, in spite of his overwhelming forces, Hmyelnitski might suffer defeat in a decisive battle with so celebrated a warrior, and then everything would be lost forever. The "blacks" who formed the immense majority of his forces had given evidence that they would take to flight at the very mention of the name of Yeremy. Time was needed to transform them into soldiers who could offer affront to the prince's regiment. On the other hand, the prince might not care to venture a decisive battle, but might remain satisfied with the defense of his fortified places and with petty engagements, which might last whole months or even years. And during this time, the Commonwealth would undoubtedly gather fresh forces and come to the assistance of the prince. Hmyelnitski resolved to leave Vishnovyetski beyond the Dnieper, and first strengthen himself in the Ukraine and organize his forces, and then march forth on the Commonwealth, and force her to open negotiations. He counted upon this, that the suppression of the rebellion beyond the Dnieper alone would last a long time, and would take all the energies of the prince, and thus leave him a free field. He himself undertook to nourish the rebellion beyond the Dnieper, by sending single regiments to aid the "blacks." Finally, he thought that he might deceive the prince through negotiations and retard him and wait until his strength gradually was dissipated. For this purpose, he bethought himself of Skshetuski. A few days after the victory of Kruta Balka and the day after the general panic, he had Skshetuski brought before him. He received him in the house of the starosta, in the sole presence of Kshechovski, whom he had previously known. He greeted him kindly, though with a dignity that his present rank demanded, and said: "Lieutenant Skshetuski, in consideration of the service that you rendered me, I bought you from Tukhay Bey, and promised you your freedom. Now the hour has arrived for me to give you a piernach to pass through unhindered if you should meet any of the forces, and also as a guard to protect you from the 'blacks.' You may return to your prince." Skshetuski was silent, no smile of joy was seen on his face. "You may set out at once, for I see by your eyes that you do not feel well." Skshetuski indeed looked like a shadow. His wounds, and the occurrences of the last few weeks, had broken the strength of this young giant youth, who now looked as if he would not live to see the morrow. His face had grown yellow, and his black beard, that had long been unshaven, only increased his miserable appearance. This was the result of his inward torment. The knight worried himself almost to death. A prisoner in the camp of the Cossacks, he had been a witness of all that had happened from the time they had left Sich. He had seen the calamities of the Commonwealth; he had seen the hetmans in slavery; he had witnessed the triumph of the Cossacks, the pyramid that they had built up of the heads of their fallen foes, the nobility whom they had hanged, the mutilation of women, the violation of young girls. He had seen the despair of the brave and also the abjectness of fear. He had seen all, suffered all, and suffered all the more keenly because, through breast and brain, the thought pierced like a sword, that he, himself, had been the innocent cause of all this; because it was he, and no other, who had rescued Hmyelnitski from the noose. But how could the Christian knight foresee that the assistance that he had rendered his neighbor would bear such fruit? His sorrow was therefore unbounded. And when he asked himself what was happening to Helena, and when he thought what might happen to her, should an adverse fate detain her in Rozloga, he stretched his hand towards heaven and cried aloud with a voice in which the deepest despair, even a threat, trembled: "Oh God, take also my soul, for I have suffered more here than I deserve." Soon, however, he would repent that he had blasphemed, then he would fall on his face and pray for succor, for pardon, for mercy for his fatherland, and for that innocent dove who might, at this very moment, be calling in vain on God for assistance. In short, he suffered so much that even the gift of freedom could not bring him any great joy, and this Zaporojian hetman, in his hour of triumph, who wished to be magnanimous towards him and show him mercy, awed him no longer. Khmyelnitski's brow wrinkled, and he said: "Make haste to take advantage of this favor lest I change my mind, for only my own virtue and my confidence in the good cause makes me so incautious as to prepare for myself an enemy, for I know well that you will take up arms against me." Thereupon Skshetuski answered: "If God gives me the strength." And he looked at Khmyelnitski as if he would like to look into the very depths of his soul. The hetman could not endure this glance, but cast his eyes to the ground, and after a few moments of silence, said: "Well, that does not matter. I am too powerful to pay any attention to such an invalid. You may tell the prince, your master, what you have seen here, and I warn him not to presume too rashly, for, if my patience is exhausted, I will hunt him up beyond the Dnieper country, and I do not know whether my visit would be agreeable to him." Skshetuski was silent. "I have said it and repeat it again," continued Khmyelnitski, "that it is not with the Commonwealth but with the petty princes that I am carrying on war and the prince takes the first rank among them. He is my enemy and the enemy of the people of Russia, a renegade from our church and a tyrant. I hear that he is going to put down the rebellion with blood, let him see to it that he does not shed his own." Then he grew more and more excited, so that the blood rose to his face and his eyes flashed fire. It was evident that he was in such a paroxysm of rage that his consciousness and memory were nearly gone. "I will have him led with a rope by Kshyvonos," he screamed. "I will put my feet on his neck. I will bind him on his back upon a horse." Skshetuski looked at the furious Khmyelnitski from head to foot, and then he answered quietly: "Conquer him first." "Illustrious hetman," said Kshechovski, "let this impudent noble go, for it is not worthy of your dignity that you should let yourself be carried away by anger against him, and as you have promised him freedom, he thinks that you must either break your word or listen to his invectives." Khmyelnitski recovered his calmness, panted for a moment, and said: "Let him depart, but that he may know that Khmyelnitski rewards kindness with kindness, give him a safe conduct, as I said, and 40 Tartars who will take him to the camp." Then turning to Skshetuski he added: "Know thou that we are now quits. I grew to like you in spite of your temerity, but if you ever fall into my hands again, you shall not escape." Skshetuski went out with Kshechovski. "Since the hetman lets you escape with a whole neck," said Kshechovski, "and you may travel in any direction you desire, I say to you, as we are old friends, take refuge in Warsaw, not beyond the Dnieper; for no man will escape thence with his life. Your day is past. If you were wise you would come over to us. But I know that I am wasting my breath. You would attain a high position as I shall." "The gallows," growled Skshetuski. "They would not give me the starostaship of Lityn, now I will not take one, but 10. We will drive away the princes Konyetspolski, Kalinovski, Pototski, Lubomirski, Vishnovyetski, Zaslavski, and the whole nobility and divide their goods among us; and with God's help, that will certainly come to pass, as he has already given us 2 glorious victories." Skshetuski did not listen to the colonel's chatter. He was thinking of something else. The other, however, continued: "After the battle and our victory, when I saw, in Tukhay Bey's quarters, my master and benefactor, the illustrious royal hetman, in chains, it pleased him to call me an ingrate and a Judas. I, however, answered him: 'Sir Voyevoda, I am not an ingrate for when I shall have possession of your castles and your property, promise me only that you will not get drunk, and I will make you my vice starost.' Ah, Tukhay Bey will get ransom for the birds he has caught. That is why he spares them, otherwise Khmyelnitski and I would treat them differently. But see, the carriage is ready and the Tartars are waiting. In which direction do you wish to travel?" "To Chigrin."
As you make your bed, so you must lie. The Tartars will take you to Lubni itself if you wish, so the command runs, only take care that your prince does not have them impaled as he would undoubtedly do to the Cossacks. That is why they gave you Tartars. The hetman has also given you a horse. Farewell, and think kindly of us, and greet the prince for our hetman, and invite him, when he is ready, to come here and submit to Hmyelnitski. Perhaps he will find mercy. Farewell." Skshetuski got into the carriage which the Tartars at once surrounded, and they set out. The way across the square was not easy, for it was packed with Zaporojians and the "blacks." They were one and all cooking barley, and singing songs about the victory of Zolta Woda and of Korsun, which blind minstrels had composed, who had come in crowds into the camp. Between the fires, over which hung the kettles containing the porridge, lay corpses of murdered women over whom orgies had taken place in the night, or there rose pyramids of heads which had been cut from the bodies of dead and wounded soldiers, after the battle. These corpses and heads were beginning to decay and emitted a foul odor which however did not seem to be offensive to the assembled crowd. The town bore traces of the ravages and savage license of the Zaporojians. Windows and doors were torn out, the broken fragments of thousands of articles mixed with straw and feathers were scattered about on the ground of the marketplace. The eaves of the houses were adorned with hanging forms, mostly Jews, and the crowd amused themselves here and there by holding on to the feet as they hung, and swinging backwards and forwards. One side of the market was black with the ruins of burned houses, among them a parish church in which were still seen red embers and smoke. A smell of burning filled the air. Just beyond the burnt houses, stood a tent, which Skshetuski had to pass, and a crowd of prisoners who were guarded by a large number of Tartars. All those who had not been able to save themselves in the vicinity of Chigrin, Cherkass or Korsun, or had not fallen beneath the axes of the "blacks," were taken prisoners. There were, therefore, soldiers from both battles and inhabitants of the neighborhood who had, hitherto, not joined, or not wished to join, the rebellion; men of the higher nobility or of the petty nobility, vice starosta officials, colonists, men, women and children of the poor country squires. One saw no greybeards, for they were always murdered by the Tartars, for they were of no value, as objects of sale. The Tartars captured entire villages and colonies of the people of Russia, and Hmyelnitski did not dare to prevent them. In many places it happened that the men went over to the camp of the Cossacks, and in return, the Tartars set their cabins on fire and stole their wives and children. But in the midst of the universal license and savagery of all hearts, no one asked about them, no one sought to redress their wrongs. The "blacks" who had taken up arms renounced their native places, their wives and their children. If their wives were taken from them, they took other women of the better class of Poles, and after they had satisfied their lust, they murdered them or sold them to the Tartars. Among the prisoners there was no lack of Ukraine youths, who were tied together in 3 or 4s with one rope, as were the daughters of the nobility. Slavery and misfortune had destroyed all barriers of caste. The sight of these beings pierced one's soul, and awakened a thirst for vengeance. Dragged from their homes half naked, the object of the shameless jokes of the pagans, who drove them about on the square, pushed about, beaten, or kissed by those terrible mouths, they lost consciousness, lost will power. Some sobbed or cried aloud; others with a fixed gaze and bewilderment in their features, with open mouths, resigned themselves to all that might happen. Here and there a prisoner, who was being remorselessly murdered for resistance which he despairingly offered, would scream aloud. In the midst of the crowd of men, one heard the cracking of ox hide whips that mingled with the cries of pain, the sobbing of children, the bellowing of cattle, and the neighing of horses. The booty had not yet been divided and placed in order, so the greatest confusion prevailed. Wagons, horses, cattle, camels, sheep, women, men, piles of plundered draperies, utensils, rugs, weapons, all were thrown together in a great heap and had to be put in order and separated. New swarms of men and cattle were continually being driven in. Flat bottomed boats, laden to overflowing, rowed across the Ros, and from the chief camp new people came out to feast their eyes on the sight of these gathered riches. Some of them, drunk from kumis or gorzalka, clothed in the strangest garments, vestments, surplices, or even in women's dresses, disputed and wrangled about what should fall to their share. Chaban Tartars, who sat on the ground between the herds, amused themselves with playing hideous melodies on pipes, or with throwing dice, or by beating each other with sticks. Packs of dogs who had followed their masters barked and howled piteously. At length, Skshetuski left behind him this inhuman Gehenna, resounding with sighs, tears of misery and the noises of hell. He thought now he could breathe more freely, but immediately outside the camp another dreadful sight met his eyes. In the distance gleamed the camp, from which was heard continually the neighing of horses, which was filled with thousands of Tartars, but somewhat nearer on the plains, close to the highway which leads to Cherkass, several young warriors were amusing themselves firing for practice upon the weaker or sick prisoners who could not endure the long journey to the Crimea. Several dozen human corpses had already been thrown on the highway. They were perforated by the arrows, like sieves. Many of them still twitched convulsively. The targets for this amusement were suspended from trees which grew along the road, to which they were suspended by their hands. Among them were some old women. A laugh of satisfaction after each successful shot was accompanied by the cry, "Yakse yet!" "Well done, boys! Yakse kul! The bow is in good hands!" In the vicinity of the principal camp, thousands of cattle and horses were being prepared for the food of the warriors. The ground was soaked with blood. The oppressive odor of the raw flesh choked one, and between the heaps of raw meat, blood smeared Tartars with their knives in their hands wandered to and fro. The day was close, the sun a hell. It was more than an hour before Skshetuski and his escort came into the open plain, but in the distance the noise and bellowing of the cattle in the camp was heard for a long time. All along the road were traces of devastation. Here and there the ruins of country houses, columns of smoke from burning hamlets, downtrodden winter wheat, broken trees, cherry orchards near the cottages cut down for fuel. Upon the highway lay the corpses of horses and men, frightfully mangled, blue and swollen, and above them and over them flocks of ravens and crows, who flew away with a screaming noise at the approach of the horsemen. Hmyelnitski's bloody deeds forced themselves on one's eyes in all directions, and it was hard to understand against whom this man was raising his hand, for it was his own land that suffered more than all from the burden of misery. In Leyov they met fresh swarms of prisoners whom the Tartar divisions were driving before them. The fortress had been burned to the ground, but the fortified clock tower remained standing and the old oak in the middle of the marketplace was covered with dreadful fruit, for on it hung dozens of little Jewish children who had been hanged 3 days before. A number of noblemen from Konopland, Stavsiela, Vienzovka, Balakleya, and Vodacheva had also been murdered. The tower itself was deserted, for the men had joined Hmyelnitski and the women, children and old men had fled into the forests, fearing the arrival of Prince Yeremy's army. Skshetuski proceeded from here to Smila, Zabotin, and Novosielta to Chigrin, stopping on the way only long enough to rest the horses. The following day at noon he drove into the town. War had spared it. A few houses only were destroyed. Among these that of Chaplinski was leveled to the ground. In the fortress, Lieutenant Colonel Naokolo-Palets, together with 1,000 Cossacks were living in the greatest terror, for here, as elsewhere on the road, it was generally believed that the prince might come at any moment and take such vengeance as the world had never witnessed. It was not known whence these reports had come, or who had spread them. Perhaps fear had inspired them. Enough that it was continually repeated that the prince was already sailing down the Sula, that he was already at the Dnieper, that he had set fire to Vasyutins, that he had slaughtered the inhabitants of Borysa, and the sight of approaching riders or foot soldiers caused boundless terror. Skshetuski eagerly drank in these reports, for it was clear that even if they were not true, they might yet delay the rebellion in the Dnieper country, over which the hand of the prince pressed hard. Skshetuski wanted to learn something from Naokolo-Palets, but it proved that the lieutenant colonel like all the rest knew nothing definite about the prince, and would have liked to obtain news from Skshetuski; and as all the baidaks, canoes, and small boats had been drawn up on this side of the river, no fugitives from the other side came to Chigrin.
Skshetuski consequently did not remain long in Chigrin, but started without delay for Rozloga. The absolute certainty that he would soon be able to convince himself as to what had happened to Helena, and the hope that she had been saved, or had hidden herself with her aunt and the young princes in Lubni, gave him new strength and health. He left the wagon behind, and mounted his horse and urged the Tartars mercilessly onward, who, looking upon him as an ambassador, and themselves as his bodyguard, and obedient to his command, dared offer no resistance. They fairly flew, as if they were being pursued, and left behind them clouds of dust thrown up by the hoofs of their little horses. They passed by farms, hamlets, and villages. The land was desolate, the dwellings without inhabitants, so that for a long distance they met not a soul. Probably everyone hid as they approached. Here and there Skshetuski gave orders that they should look for hives of bees in the gardens, and for pigs in the cabins, but they could find nothing. It was not until they got to Poreba that one of the Tartars noticed a human form crouching in the reeds on the banks of the Kahamlik. The Tartars sprang toward him and in a few moments led forward two perfectly naked men. One of them was an old man, the other a slender boy of 16 or 17 years of age. Their teeth chattered with fright, and they could not utter a word. "Where do you come from?" asked Skshetuski. "We come from nowhere," answered the old man. "We go from door to door with a lyre. This dumb boy leads me." "Where did you come from last? From what village? Speak out boldly, nothing will happen to you." "We came through all the villages, sir, until a devil tore our clothes from our body just here. We had good boots, he took them from us. We had good caps, he took them from us. We had good clothes that had been given us through kind charity, he took them from us, and he did not even leave us our lyre." "I asked you, idiot, from what village you came." "I do not know, sir. I am an old man, you see we are naked. At night we freeze, by day we seek compassionate people, begging for food and clothing. We are hungry."
"Listen, peasant, answer me what I ask you, or I will have you strung up."
"I know nothing, sir. If I know anything, or anything happens, may I—"
It was clear that the old beggar could not make out who it was who asked these questions, and so had resolved to give no answer.
"Have you been in Rozloga, where the Princess Kurtsevich live?"
"I do not know, sir."
"Strangle him!" cried Skshetuski.
Yes, sir,"
answered the old man when he saw that they were not trifling.
"What did you see there?"
"We were there 5 days ago, and then we heard in Brovarka that some knights had gone there."
"What kind of knights?"
"I do not know, sir. Some said Poles, the other said Cossacks."
"To horse!"
cried Skshetuski to the Tartars. They flew over the ground. The sun went down just as it did that evening when the lieutenant, after his first meeting with Helena and the princess, had ridden alongside them as they drove in Rozvan's carriage. The Kahamlik gleamed in just such a purple glow, the day was closing more quietly, more warmly now, but on that other day Skshetuski pursued his way with a heart full of happiness, and full of the feeling of awakened love. And now he rushed along like a lost soul, a prey to unrest and evil forebodings. Presentiments and voices of despair cried in his soul: "Bohun has taken her away by force. Thou wilt never see her again." But the voice of hope cried: "The princess is there, she is saved." And these voices dragged him this way and that, until his heart was nearly broken. The horses galloped along with what was left of strength and energy. Hour by hour passed. The moon appeared above the horizon and rose higher and higher and beamed ever with a paler light. The horses were covered with foam and panted heavily. They had come to the forest. They flew past it like arrows. They had come to the ravine and behind the ravine lay Rozloga. A moment more and the knight's fate would be decided. The wind whistled in his ears from their rapid pace, his cap had fallen from his head, his horse groaned beneath him as if he would soon fall to the ground. Another moment, another leap and the ravine was before him. Already, already! Suddenly a terrific unearthly cry came from Skshetuski's lips. The house, the barn, the stables, the granaries, the palisades, and the cherry orchard, all had disappeared. The pale moon looked down upon an elevation, upon which was a dark heap of ashes which had already ceased to smoke. No sound broke the silence. Skshetuski stood speechless by the moat. He only raised his hands towards heaven, and looked and looked and shook his head. The Tartars halted their horses. He got down and looked for the remains of the bridge. He crossed the moat upon a crosspiece and sat upon a stone that lay in the middle of the courtyard. He sat down and began to look around him like a man who visits a place for the first time and tries to find out where he is. He seemed unconscious. He did not utter a sigh. After a few moments he placed his hands on his knees and buried his head between them, and remained in that position so long one might have thought he was asleep. Although he was not asleep, he was stunned, and dim pictures instead of thoughts passed through his brain. First he saw Helena, as when he had taken leave of her before his last journey, except that her face seemed to be veiled with mist, so that he could not distinguish her features. He sought to take her out of this mist, but could not, and left her therefore with a heavy heart. Then there passed through his mind the marketplace at Chigrin, old Zatsvilikhovski, and Zagloba's impudent face. This face stood out with remarkable clearness before his vision until it was finally blotted out by Grodzitski's gloomy countenance. Then he seemed to see Kudak, the Porog, the battle at Khortyts, Sich, the whole journey, and all the occurrences to the last day, to the last hour. From that out, all was darkness. What was now happening, he understood but vaguely. He had only a dim impression that he was traveling to Helena, to Rozloga, that his strength had given out and he was resting upon the ashes. He wished to rise and continue his journey, but an immeasurable weakness chained him to the spot as though a 100-pound cannon ball were fastened to his feet. He sat and sat. Night passed. The Tartars prepared to rest, made up the fire and began to roast pieces of horseflesh. When they were satisfied, they lay on the ground. But an hour had not passed before they sprang up in haste. In the distance they heard a tramp as of a large body of horsemen riding at full speed. The Tartars hastily fastened a white rag to a stick and made the fire burn up brightly so that they might be recognized from a distance as messengers of peace. The tramping of horses, neighing and clashing of swords came nearer, and at length a division of horsemen was seen on the road, who immediately surrounded the Tartars. A short parley followed. The Tartars pointed to the figure who sat among the ruins who could be very easily recognized as the moonlight fell upon him, and explained that he was an ambassador, from whom they would leave it to himself to say. The leader of the division accompanied by a few of his companions walked over to the elevation where Skshetuski sat, but hardly had he approached and looked into the face of the man who was sitting there, than he stretched out his hands and cried: "Skshetuski! By the living God, Skshetuski!" The lieutenant did not tremble. "Lieutenant, do you not recognize me? I am Bykhovyets. What is the matter with you?" The lieutenant was silent. "Wake up, for God's sake! Hey, comrades, come here!" It was indeed Pan Bykhovyets who was riding in the vanguard of Prince Yeremy's entire forces. Meanwhile other regiments had arrived. The news of the discovery of Skshetuski had been carried with the swiftness of the wind from one regiment to another, and all hastened to the spot to greet their favorite comrade. Little Volodiyovski, both the Slezhinskis, Zik, Orgashevski, Migurski, Yakubovich, Lentz, Pan Longin Podbipyenta, and a number of other officers made a bet to see which would reach the top of the elevation first, but it was in vain that they questioned him, that they called him by his name, that they shook him by the shoulders, endeavored to make him sit up. Skshetuski looked at them with large, wide open eyes, but recognized no one, or rather, it seemed as if he knew no one, as if everything was indifferent to him. Then those who knew of his love for Helena, and almost all knew, remembered where he was and, as they looked at the black cinders and grey ashes they understood why he was silent. "He has lost his mind through sorrow," one whispered. "Despair has driven him crazy. Take him to the prince, perhaps he will come to himself when he sees him." Longin wrung his hands, they all stood round Skshetuski in a circle and looked at him passionately. Some wiped their tears away with their coat sleeves, others sighed sadly. Presently a stately figure approached, went up slowly to the lieutenant and laid both hands on his head. It was the priest, Mukhovyetski. All were silent and knelt down as if they expected a miracle, but the priest did not perform this miracle. He only continued to hold his hands on Skshetuski's head, lifted his eyes to heaven, which was illuminated by the bright light of the moon, and began to say aloud: "Pater noster, qui es in coelis, sanctificatur nomen luum, adveniat regnum luum,
fiat voluntas tua." Here he broke off, and after a moment he repeated more loudly and solemnly, "Fiat voluntas tua." A profound silence reigned. "Fiat voluntas tua," repeated the priest for the third time. Then from Skshetuski's lips issued a voice of intense pain, but also of resignation. "Sicut in coelo et in terra." And the knight threw himself sobbing to the ground. End of Book 1, Chapter 16.